fellow from Ireland who decided to buy the thing entirely and ship it to Julia from Renegade Relief so we could get it delivered as quickly as possible. But Yehuda was a little pissed off that I was making promises on behalf of MriyaAid about what MriyaAid could or would do, and it seemed to be a fairly small ticket promise, but he had no information about the hospital. Once I gave him details, he felt a lot better about it and was grateful in hindsight. But yeah, you're exactly right. Blindsiding somebody or speaking on behalf of an organization that you don't officially represent is frowned upon in most cases, and I got my own hand slapped for doing just that about 3 weeks ago.
So just because David came back, I want to stress this. It's not in any shape or form a rebuttal. Just a lesson to be learned for the future for the rest of the people in the room, right?
Yeah,
so
we're more than happy. We live off of the connections we make here, talking to people who are listeners and speakers. I shouldn't say we live. We are successful because of the connections we make, and we're successful in helping people in Ukraine and helping people like Anna, the nurse, transfer patients from one place to the next because of people like David coming up and saying, hey, I know a manufacturer who does this. They might be able to, get you a cost for at price or above. So yeah, we don't want to discourage anybody from doing that, but please don't name drop somebody from the nonprofit in Canada who has no idea what you're doing.
Yeah, so
you can name drop me all you want. I'll be happy to talk to anybody that can get headlamps for little old ladies in Ukraine. It's one of my singular focuses right now. It's a little thing. It doesn't seem like a big thing, but tell that to somebody who's trying not to break their neck in the dark, in the cold, in a country that should have power, but they don't because their neighbors are a bunch of assholes. Oh, dang it. I cussed again.
Yeah, listen, don't worry. From my perspective, there's nothing. I think you're absolutely correct, and that's, basically I would have DM'd you straight away, Ryan. But as I said, I did something. Yeah, I wished ill on Vladimir, and Twitter seemed to think that was infringement of the regulations. So yeah, I've got a week off being able to use a response, and the reason I'm jumping in now is because you sent me a DM, but you didn't send me any other contact details, so I still can't respond to the DM. You have to send me something else, like an email address or something.
Oh, gotcha.
All right, thanks.
And thank you, David, for not only for reaching out, but for caring, right? It's one of the most beautiful things here. Some people say we are an echo chamber, but it's not that. It's people with like-minded opinions come together to help Ukraine. It's not that we dismiss or from the start other opinions. We actually we heard we let speak people here from all walks of life, and with any kind of opinion, but as long as it is true, right? So I think I stress that at some point, at least when I'm around. Be yourself. even if I don't agree with your opinion, be respectful. State what you want to say, or what's your opinion on some facts. We can debate on it. We can debunk if it's wrong information. We can discuss about it. We can um, um, highlight the facts. Um, um, but we are so all of the people from MriyaReport and also from MriyaAid, we are people who care about Ukraine and who want to help Ukraine. So in some way or fashion, you can say we are biased, but it's not because we don't see the truth. It's because we see the aggression, and we see what's been done to Ukraine, and we focus on helping Ukraine get rid of this aggressor. So this is basically our role here, to help Ukraine, to help Ukrainians, to teach, to learn about Ukraine, to speak about Ukraine, and to keep to teach about it in our capability as volunteers. I don't take any money. I pay for my own subscription. I paid for the phones I am hosting from. And I did this because I want to help Ukraine, and I see this as a thing that I can do. Right? It's something that I can do from here, from Romania. Donating my basically my energy, donating my free time and part of my money. So this is what I can do for Ukraine, and this is why I'm here.
In 11 months, I roasted my iPhone SE. The battery lasts about an hour and a half now, and I had to buy a brand new phone just yesterday. That's one small sacrifice, but I've now upgraded. I guess I could have just replaced the battery. I may do that, so I have this as a backup, but been so busy here on the space, I haven't even had time to migrate my phone service to the new phone I bought.
Andrew, you better let NAFO Dave up, or his arm's going to fall off.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Sometimes I'm speaking without looking at the phone, so I'm sorry. Dave, please go.
Well, thank you. Help. It's good that it's a virtual arm, though. So on the headlamps, do we want to coordinate this? Because if the Petzl, their U.S. office is about 20 minutes away from me, and so I could actually go over there and track down somebody and talk to them, if we want to go that route. I love their headlamps. If I was to give somebody a headlamp, that's the only brand I would give them, because I trust them. And I think that when we send these things to Ukraine into a war zone, they need to be mil spec. They need to be rough and able to take abuse. And a lot of headlamps won't. They'll the first time you drop them, they're dead. And I think a headlamp is one of the most important things to have when you don't have power, because if you're doing anything, it mostly involves two hands, and so if you have two hands, you're not going to be able to hold a flashlight very well. It's going to be awkward. If you had a headlamp, then you can do whatever you want. Another solution is a lantern type of thing, where you can light a whole room. But having light is it seems like such a small thing where we have electricity here, And I've spent a lot of time out in the backcountry where it's really dark. The only source of light is your headlamp, and it's vital, I think.
It really is. So let us do the following. Maybe you can coordinate with Ryan and David.
Yeah,
On,
I'm looking at their website now, and I'm impressed with the selection they have. We should try to reach out to these people.
so
And they're also a very socially conscious company, so I think they would be open to something like this.
Absolutely, and if they've got inventory both in Europe and in North America, we could figure out the best solution. I'm happy to be the mule if need be, or to arrange a pickup in Europe if we can procure them over there instead. Whatever makes the most sense for everybody. I'll buy a bigger bag if I need to, but I have some pretty big bags already.
all right. So Dave, you want to add something? Please try to write to Ryan and see if you can DM him.
Yeah,
Well, that's what I was just going to say is there's no,
Perfect.
I can't DM him.
I'm writing the email to Ryan right now, so you should get that in a few minutes. But yeah, I'm not within walking distance of Petzl. I guess I'm not sure where exactly they are in Austria, but I think they're in Tyrol probably, and yeah, I'm not. So it's not easy for me to get there. So I think a coordinated action will work, and as I said, I think if we can offer them some kind of reciprocality in terms of what they can do in promoting the fact that they're actually doing this, that would probably help. I'm fairly sure we'll get some kind of answer from.
Yeah, and I should point out I have a distinct advantage when I ask people for things in person because I'm a full-time manual wheelchair user, and I know I kind of use the ableism that's innate in most people to get what I want sometimes. We call it playing the disability card.
As well you should. As well you should.
All right. So try to coordinate with David and Ryan, and if you cannot reach them, reach me. I will get to both of them. So we can get this done and see what we can do. Today is Saturday actually. I don't know if they have open offices, but an email can be sent, and probably on Monday we can know more. And let's go to Gary and Smurfy, and then I can share with you what happened on the front lines lately. So, Gary.
Yes, I donated to the Georgia Legion already, but I copied the link down for the MriyaReport.org. So what I'm going to do, I get paid on the 3rd. I get Social Security. I'm going to donate some money to the MriyaReport.org for Ukraine, for their tourniquets, helmets, their armor gear, whatever they need. On the 3rd. So I want to spread me around for different organizations because I like to do that. I like to help people out, and the soldiers over there and the civilians really need our help in any way we can. So I'll be donating. So keep a lookout for my money.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Gary.
I don't get to see any of that stuff. That's not it's not what I do, but I'm sure somebody will be keeping a lookout for it.
Yeah, super, Gary. Maria Aid, easily done. You've obviously investigated it all already, and that's fantastic to hear you doing that. That's exactly what I do with my donations. Is when I carve out some money when I can, and I just funnel a lot of it through Maria Aid. You can also look up other organizations. I don't think they'd be upset with us saying that, but do some vetting of any organization that you provide money to Ukraine to make sure it's going to the right place and that they're a bona fide 100% valid organization like Maria Aid is, which is why that's the easy answer. If you want to be a fella, we donate to stuff like Sign My Rocket and things like that, but that's probably not for everyone. And
I'm already a fella.
yeah.
I had to afford you to make mine.
Right, and if you want to get to, if you want to advertise your support in just your person in your neighborhood, so people go, well, what's that? Order yourself a NAFO mug off of St. Javelin.
Also, I have to. I have one thing to add because as a co-host, I received questions and requests on this. So when we come here in the space and we as a group in MriyaReport, we support MriyaAid. We are two different entities, so we don't have a direct connection with the people from MriyaAid, but we know them and we trust them. And this is the reason for which we kept pushing and explaining and bringing you examples of what they do, because they don't have a PR agency, they don't have a marketing department, they don't have copywriters, they don't have people who actually to push them forward, right? So they depend, as any NGO, they depend on donations. And we, because we trust them and we know what they do, we simply speak what we know about them. So we are doing the PR part. That being said, one of the things that we won't do, none of us, so none of the co-hosts will ever do that, is to write you personal DMs and ask you for money in a personal DM. So we will never do that, right? So if you get DMs from anyone that's not from MriyaAid, that's not from MriyaReport, and if they claim to be a soldier, which is common actually lately, they film themselves in gear or with a truck or with something, and they say, look, I'm in Bakhmut, I need this and that. I'm in Pavlivka, I need this and that. Please help me with money. That's, first of all, that's not from us. Second of all, it's, how should I put this nicely? You don't know anything about them. We don't know anything about them. So don't send your money to people who you don't know, right? If you have this amount of money that you want to donate, that you have money to give to an organization who actually, you know, it will get the products to the front lines. If you want a certain organization, so for example, you learn that and you want to support a certain group of people, reach out and ask if we can help them. Tell us, look, I want to give this amount of money and I want them to get to this, I don't know, 243, right? Brigade, like Ryan said, which is in Bakhmut or was. just gave an example. So if you want that per se, reach out with a DM to us and ask if one of us knows how to do that. If we know how to do that, if we have contacts there, we will tell you. If we don't, we will tell you that we don't, and we will advise you to donate to someone who you actually know it's on the front lines. So there are a lot of good organizations that actually help Ukraine, that put their sweat and sometimes their health at risk for Ukraine, right? Because driving like Ryan did, driving through Ukraine on slippery slopes during snow or rain during winter with Ryan, I will kick your ass when I meet you with summer tires. You should know better, like really, but I am kicking your ass, so that's a promise. That's something that actually can get you harmed, and they did that not because they enjoy it. It's not fun when your car is slipping on the road when you hit the brake.
No, it's not fun when your car's slipping on the road when you're not hitting the brake either. It'll actually make you tense up and have an adrenaline rush that you have to pull over and calm down from. It's pretty stress inducing.
Yes, but you did that because you didn't want to invest in to put the money that can go to the front lines to put it into tires, right? But you were risking your life, and Julia was risking her life when she had an accident, right? So people are actually risking their lives doing this job of helping others. So if we know people and we know how you can actually help, we will tell you. If not, give to organizations who actually gave proof that they do what they say they do, like MriyaAid, like 3XR, like Harry East, who actually is doing a fantastic job. Like we had the Georgian Legion here. They now have a humanitarian organization to actually help them. So give to someone who actually shows what's been done with your money. Don't give to strangers, because it's just like tossing them on the toilet. You don't know who you're sending them to, and you actually, I suppose, you worked for them, right? You haven't stole them. So if you if you stole them, don't tell us, but you can do whatever you want. But if you worked for them, it was your life, right? Your hours from your life, your time and your sweat and everything that was put into that money. So value them. It's a great thing that you're generous and that you're willing to part with them, but don't don't give to people you don't know, basically. And one other thing is that usually we won't. That's another thing. Usually we won't give our emails away. So we need to know more about you or who you are. This is in the end a war. We are managing all this from our own phones. It's sometimes it's our own life on the line. So like Ryan, who actually was in Ukraine. So this is why we are kind of mindful of what we are.
Yeah, I gave my address, my home address, to some crazy lady who claimed she was a nurse, Anna, turns out she was a nurse, and she sent a bunch of antibiotics to my house, and I took them to Ukraine.
Well, you're crazy, and I will kick your ass. So, but you actually did a good thing. So,
It-
uh,
She came highly recommended. Actually, we had already had Chris from Renegade Relief on the space before. I think he put her in touch with me because he heard I was headed that direction. So it was somewhat prearranged. But yeah, I won't be giving my home address out to anybody else on the internet.
yeah, in general, it's that would be a sound advice, right? So
I'm not
let's
that scared. Oklahoma has these make my day laws, so you can just shoot people if they come onto your property. America's a really weird place like that.
yeah. I have a friend in Texas who actually showed me a picture of a gun on a wall in a bar, and underneath it was written, "We don't call the police." So, yeah, I don't know what to say about that, but yes, Smurfy, I'm sorry, we were
I'll tell you
long
a
with.
really weird story about my neighbor who drinks too much alcohol one time. But I don't have to tell it now. I don't know if it's appropriate.
Well, let's let it for tomorrow. Let's say, and let's go to Smurfy and then to Linda.
Hey, and I've lived in the United States along the Canadian border my whole life, and I've never once had a set of winter tires, and I get by pretty all right. So don't beat him too hard if you see him. Okay, he made it. He's still with us, right? And my second point is just Ryan's talking about smoking the battery on your phone. Yeah, I bought a brand new phone about a month before this all unfortunate series of events started to unfold. And yeah, that was like a $1,200 phone down the drain in like a year. Yeah, so yeah, it goes quick. Which brings me to the fact that you guys stream this on YouTube really helps. It's a lot nicer on my battery and my processor and these phones. So whenever I go on YouTube, there's only ever like 7 or 8 people watching. But guys, I don't speak that much, so I often listen. And when it's live on YouTube, I would do that if you want to save yourself some troubles on your
There's
battery life.
other streaming options. I think some other websites were streaming us at one point or another. We elected to move away from YouTube because it's primarily a video platform, and like you said, there's only about 7 people on there at any given time. If we had more reach on YouTube, we would happily do it. I didn't think about the battery usage option, but we're always entertaining alternate ways to reach people other than just Spotify and the broadcast side.
Is this live on Spotify? I don't think Spotify does live,
No,
does
we
it?
don't stream live on Spotify. We just do the playbacks of big interviews. But we do
Sure.
have a Spotify too.
Yeah, I've seen that. But yeah, the YouTube live is a lot easier on batteries. It's not always live, but I always click on it when I can.
I honestly didn't know we were still broadcasting on YouTube, but I'm not on the tech support side, so I leave that to the people who are a lot smarter than me.
It's kind of nice too because you can rewind it. Because I don't always actively listen, so if I hear something that catches my eye or ear rather, I can rewind it. You know, it's kind of nice.
Yeah, didn't think of that.
Yeah. Thank you, Smurfy. Linda, welcome up.
Hi, thanks. Hey, just sharing some advice given to me by a Volvo repair shop in Denver in the 1980s who was working on my 85 Volvo wagon 245. Her name was Ilsa. The wagon's name was Ilsa. Anyway, he said, wintertime, put on winter tires and on all fours, not just the back two, all fours, with studs, not all of the tires, half of the tires, either the inside half or the outside half. Inside half is better. And it made a big difference then and until Ilsa finally died a few years ago. But I once drove from I had to get back because it was a big storm. It was about 2 decades ago, from Chicago to DC, and probably 2/3 of the route was blizzard. And there were semis all along the road and four-wheel drives all along the road, blah, 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 blah. And Ilsa, with her inside studded all-weather tires, uh, in low gear most of the way, I came home to the DC area, no problems at all. So I would recommend that. The nice thing about half the tires rather than the whole tires is on dry pavement, you're not going to skid, because if it's a fully studded tire, it tends to skid on dry pavement. When only half of it, it's going to grip on snowy, icy roads, but it's also going to, not skid on dry roads. Anyway, that was information that was passed along to me, and I used it and it worked for me. So I'm just passing it along.
I've never used studded tires in my life. I've never used winter tires in my life. I have used all-terrain tires, and I've survived almost 40 years. I
That's
get
not
stuck and I get unstuck, and I can usually get unstuck and get somebody else unstuck at the same time, regardless of what Victoria's brother might think.
well, and
He vastly underestimated my car operating skills, and I'm not salty about it. I'm just complaining.
Okay, so I'm with him on that. So uh, I'm sorry. I really drove all of the above, and yeah.
I don't need studded tires. I don't
No,
even need
you
full.
need,
I've driven winter tires now, and they're amazing. It was a
yes,
night and day difference.
that's my point.
All-terrain tires are similar, but not really. And I've driven in some really big trucks with all those knobby tires and all that stuff. So I guess technically that's similar to a winter tire.
All right, so I will go to Boyar because he came up and he has his hand up, and then I will give you the intelligence update from the Defense Ministry of UK. So Boyar,
Just
sorry,
give us the little white numbers when you give us the Defense Ministry update.
they are not up at this moment. I don't have them, so I checked on that's on the Defense Ministry of UK, and it's not up yet for today.
Gotcha. Bojar, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem, Ryan. Good morning to all of you. I was just wondering, I heard you guys were talking about that stream. Is there any place except of Spotify you can find the streams?
We were just talking about that in the background. We don't actually broadcast on YouTube anymore. If somebody is broadcasting us on YouTube, they're doing that of their own accord, and we didn't know about it until today.
So there's no archive or anything like that?
No, we continuously record on here, and we have all of those recordings archived. And then if we have an unexpected big name guest drop in on us, or if we have an advertised segment, we try to edit those for brevity, not for content, and put them on Spotify so people can listen to them and replay them after the fact. And hopefully we will be doing a lot better job of that in the near future.
There's a lot of great interviews out there already, but that, that archive you were talking about first, is that open to the public?
So
Uh,
yeah, sorry, Ryan. So there
you
is a there,
can you can replay them for 30 days on Twitter. So yes, the last 30 days is open to the public. I don't know how exactly you would access them at the moment right now, but eventually I would expect they will be.
so what I think Murphy was the one. He's coming back up. Was the one mentioning what's happening on YouTube. There is a third party who actually streamlines what we do here, and it's so you won't have there any how should I put this? You don't know when the interview is starting. They are not are in order. Like the spaces were recorded in order, but you don't have timestamps. So if you want to listen to something, specifically a discussion, an interview, or something, you won't be able to easily find it, and therefore it's this is why we choose to um, download from Twitter, because here is where we are, to download from Twitter, to process the audio recording, and to upload it on the Spotify account, which can be used as a free account, so it won't cost you anything. But you will have the whole interview from top to bottom, and it's usually cleaned from I don't know, the fact that for example Yehuda had a mic issue, or someone else needed to drop and rejoin, and stuff like that, which actually are could be annoying, and also um, oh, we need to say this. At the first interviews with Thomas Steiner, he was rather um, vocal and explicit, and some of the explicitness was taken down in order for the recording to be clean, and for example for you to be able to listen to it in your car, with your kids in your car, right? So they can play in the back of the car, and you can listen to the recording, and they won't pick up to nasty stuff that you don't want them to repeat, because they are like, if you want them to memorize something good, you will have to repeat that for thousands of times. But if it's something bad, well, it only takes once, maybe twice, and they will get it, and they will repeat it until you get mad on them. So this is one of the reasons we chose to actually do it this way. And the other reason was, as Ryan said, first of all, we don't use our faces, so it's not a podcast. Second of all, we are from different time zones, different everything. It would have been really difficult to use the video part and to integrate this as a video support. Third, we the community, most of the community of the supporting community for Ukraine is not there, right? They are here on the Twitter or sometimes on other platforms, but they can come and join Twitter.
I don't
So
know. Operator Starsky's kind of a big effing deal on YouTube.
he is.
Um,
No, he is, but so he records himself. So there are short videos, like
it's not live.
it's not live.
He's been on the space, by the way. You know that, right?
Yes. But
I
what
think
I
that's
was
how he ended up following me, and we need to get him on the space again.
That would be great, actually. He's a great guy. So he's an awesome guy with awesome insights on something that's happened on the front lines. But basically, this is the reason for which, because we are streaming live 24/7. So this needed to be easily
Radio, not
accessible.
video.
Sorry.
It needed to be radio, not video.
Yes, and easily to be done easily for us just as well as um,
the
for the
for-
listeners.
Yeah. So that was third. I think fourth is that I have a face made for radio. So we couldn't really put me on YouTube and keep any decent listener base.
I don't know. Have you seen Joe
Me too, bud.
Rogan? So yeah, there are other people who are actually, yeah. Uh, that's not a criteria, right? So we are not here for a beauty contest. We are here to talk to people about our support for Ukraine. And I don't think people actually mind too much seeing normal people talking about this. But it wouldn't be easy to implement. And we are actually about how much? 30 people, Ryan, more or less. So to get them videoed and to stream video from different parts of the world, because for example, Ryan, it's now in Oklahoma and I'm in Eucharist, right? And you need to put us together in a stream. It's kind of difficult, right? So this is why it's not TV. It's actually only a radio show, sort of speak. Sorry, Smurfy.
Anda
I'm
can sit on her veranda and I can sit in my tornado shelter and we can still broadcast here on the Twitter space. I did just come up with a great idea though. We were talking about googly eyes and tanks and whether or not they would spin around when the main gun fired on the tank. I wonder if Operator Starsky could do a YouTube video similar to what are those guys called? Mythbusters. He could do a Mythbusters style video to confirm whether or not the googly eyes spin around when the big gun fires on the tank. We should set that up.
Ryan,
Smurfy.
I was just gonna say, I'm not sure if I can take it down if you want, but under your latest tweet, I posted a screenshot of that channel that does live stream MriyaReport, and it does use all the official logos and stuff. That's why it threw me off.
Okay. I have no idea who's doing that. We can look at it. I'm flattered, honestly, but if somebody else needs to mess with it, fine. I don't have any complaints. Somebody else might want to look into it. I'm too busy, frankly. Somebody else can follow up. Thank you
It's
very much.
okay. I was just letting you know.
No, I appreciate it. I do. Anda, I think the numbers are out for today if you want to go
Yes.
over.
Yes, I
put them
saw
in the
them.
nest.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Ryan. So indeed, the numbers are up, and lo and behold, we have 125,510 Russian soldiers who won't kill other Ukrainians ever. So 800 more than yesterday. They are losing a lot of personnel lately. 7 tanks, 4 armored personnel vehicles, 8 artillery systems, one MRLS, one aircraft and one helicopter, 6 UAVs, and 26 vehicles and fuel tanks. That's a lot. That's really a lot. 26, Ryan. That's not a small figure. That's actually
It's a good day.
it's a good day, yes. That's actually a very good day. And the UK Ministry of Defense said, so I will read this because it's I think it's interesting. It's put up today an hour ago or something like that. So they said like this: Russia highly likely suffered more than 300 casualties in a strike on troop accommodation on Makivka, I'm sorry. This is near Donetsk city, and this was on 1st of January 2023. We assess that the majority were likely killed or missing rather than wounded. Following the strike, the Russian Ministry of Defense took the rare step of publicly acknowledging it had suffered casualties, claiming 89 killed. Russian officials likely assessed that it was not viable to avoid comment in the face of widespread criticism of Russian commanders over the incident. The difference between the numbers of casualties Russia acknowledged and the likely true total highlights the pervasive presence of disinformation in Russian public announcements. This typically comes about through a combination of deliberate lying, authorized by senior leaders, and the communication of inaccurate reports by more junior officials keen to downplay their failings in Russians' blame and sack culture. So I remember we talked about this hit, right? The Makivka hit. I remember that at that point, Yehuda and other people were on the panel discussing this, and they were actually so the point to at that point our thought was they are downplaying this because people who were surviving from that compound, they were they saw wounded, they saw other casualties and dead, but because it was I think a 3-story high or 2-story high building, they could not see the whole the entire number of the people who actually died there. So it's easier when you give a figure, right? This is why the UK Ministry of Defense is talking about disinformation and using parts of information to influence the opinion of both internal opinion in Russia and external opinion. It's after a hit, right? Your first thought is not let's count how many are wounded, how many are dead. Your first thought is, am I alive? Am I wounded? What are my wounds? What are my problems, right? After that, you look around you and you look and see that your brother or your sister from next to you was hit, and some others that you know really well. but it's hard to assess how bad the situation is from the first glance. So this was one of the reasons, one of the not the reasons, how do you say this correctly? One of the the means of this, using this information, of saying something that is part of the truth. And we have talked about half truths here in the space a lot, about chain of lies. So you start with a big lie and attach to it a lot of small lies, right? And people actually don't stop refuting the first lie. They debate on second or third or I don't know, 100th lie that was told about that thing. And the first and foremost example on that is about Azov fighters, right? So they started with a big lie. The Azov fighters are Nazis, right? After that, they attached false proof. So they found two guys in with pictures that had dubious tattoos on them. And they had one guy who actually was way beyond, at the beginning, and he was a very strange character, right? So they built around this an entire story, and people actually in much of the cases, they don't look beyond what's in front of them. They don't search for, okay, what happened in the next days or months, or is that guy, the weird guy, still around? Is he in charge? Has he any power? So because actually he's long gone, and the Azov was incorporated in as an army, as a army corps. So they were not on their own, like the Wagner anymore, right? So spreading lies, it's actually an exercise in Russia, and linking lies one with another will get you will get some people confused, and will get them stray from the truth. Boya, you have your hand up. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm willing to debate on that. So, please.
You're not wrong at all, Anna. I just wanted to add something to that. What you're saying, you're exactly right. And I remember very well from the conflict in 2014, where they seemed to be, playing a game against each other, who can make up the biggest lie. And I remember after the Russians or the Russian proxies, call them what you want, lost the city of Odessa. They made up a story, they faked a story about the so-called Azov burning a Russian-speaking kid on a cross. And they spread that all over the place. And, they know no boundaries, even though, most of Azov speaks Russian. But that story got a lot of headway back in 2014. So, modern Russia, and nothing is true and everything is possible.
Exactly. So I want to add to this that this is not a new tactic. So because I'm a nerd and I'm a weird woman, uh, I read Sun Tzu, which wrote some many 100 years back. He wrote a book which is called The Art of War. And this is actually one of the things that is written there. So when I found the example in real life, I was like, I read about that. So he was explaining the exactly the same mechanism, like how to start with a big lie and how to link the lies between them in order to get the people to discuss on another topic, and how basically to manipulate the information and to manipulate the way people perceive reality, because we are biased, right? Most of us have our own lives. Own lives means girlfriends like Ryan, wives or kids. I don't know, demanding job, um, um, all kinds of things, illnesses of all kinds. So we can have a lot of other problems on our head. We can support Ukraine, but still we do have everything. So supporting Ukraine doesn't mean all your other problems go away. It's just one extra thing that you take on your plate. And therefore, some of the people don't actually look up for information, for more information, or look up for the source of the information. One of the guys who was here in the space a lot, and you used to listen to him a lot, Colby, he taught me one thing. So if you read something which, as bombastic as it could sound, it doesn't matter, look for the source and look if there is only one source. So you can find it in 4 newspapers, but all 4 newspapers, they cite the same source. So basically this information comes from one point and you don't have a second one. So if you don't have the second one, and the first one, the one that you have, it's not 100%. So for example, if the Ministry of Defense of UK will come up and say something, I will trust them, right? Because they have an army of people behind who actually checked that information, and because English people are actually really thorough in what they do, so I trust them, right? So if they come up with an information, I trust them. But if I find this on a remote newspaper or in a post on Twitter, I will I should doubt that information, that piece of information, and I should I should look out to see where did it came from. So it could come, for example, from a good intended person who saw something on Telegram, either Ukrainian or Russian Telegram, and wanted to share. But actually the person who shared in Telegram in the first place was a bad actor. They wanted to mislead, so they put something that was old or that was not true. So this is why it's this is the how the chain of lies starts, right? Because we have seen from Telegram a lot of odd information there. If you go on any Russian Telegram channel, you will. It's like looking in a parallel universe where everything that you see, everything that you know, it's not that, basically. Like totally, entirely not that. So you need to, if you go there and if you actually follow that, you need to have a critical eye, and you need to keep up, keep out the how should I put this? Cross-check the information if you can, right? So yeah, that was my point. My small rant for today on lying and disinformation. I know we spoke previously on that, so this is not the first time. So
It's good to repeat it though, because it's easy to forget, when dealing with the Russians. And this thing about making a big lie out of a small truth, it's nothing new. The grosse Lügen, Goebbels was also a master of this. And but I would say that one thing that Russians have maybe modernized or made up themselves is that when they sometimes their disinformation is not meant to persuade you, it's meant to confuse you and make you want to just put your newspaper down and turn your television off. I can give an example. If you guys remember the Dutch Malaysia airplane that was shot down in 2014, every day from TASS and other Russian media organizations, we got a new ridiculous explanation of what the real reason was. Maybe it was American jets that shot it down. Maybe it was Ukrainian jets. Maybe there was no jet at all, they said one day. And the next day, one theory was that, no, there was no people in that plane. It took up from the United States filled with corpses. It was just sent there to make Russia look bad. And, every person walking this earth knows that if they're presented with one of those stories that sounds like bullshit, but if they hear a new one every day, it muddies the waters and make you doubt that there can be anything like a truth. And I think that's something. It's not new, but something the Kremlin has been very good at weaponizing.
indeed, and some, because also one of the points, so one of the reasons for which sometimes I repeat myself, and I know I repeat myself, and maybe some people get bored with it, so I try to keep it shorter anyway. It's because we do have new people in the space, so it's not a constant. In general, I do try to be mindful and not to repeat the topics and my rants. Basically, I try not to repeat myself. I hate doing that in writing, and I hate doing that in live speech, because I don't want to be boring. I can be boring by myself. I don't I don't need to repeat myself. I can be boring by myself. It's okay. um, so I will actually I will go to another topic that I wanted. I'm hoping actually that some of the Europeans have woken up in the meantime, and we will have some military guys able and willing to come up and discuss the topic with us. Because we have had a look at one of the threads of CJ. So he put up a thread last night, and I actually kind of enjoyed looking at it and reading it. It's about towed artillery, so M777, and how they fared on the battlefield since the beginning, and how this evolved, and if basically it's a fairly long thread, so he has like, I don't know, 16 posts or something, and he touched on several points regarding howitzers and towed artillery, right? And actually, I hope someone will take the bait and come up and discuss this with me, because probably CJ is sleeping his head off at this point, as he should. Ryan will go to sleep in just half an hour after Domen is up here with us. So I will walk you through this thread, and maybe you can correct me if I get something right, because I'm not an artillery man. So I love CJ. He's been great, and he's actually a very nice and accommodating person. First time I came on the space and talked to him, he was like, no, ask away. And I was like, I have dumb questions. And he was like, well, others probably have too. So let's see what they are, and let's clarify the situation, clarify the notions and the thought. So I really admire him for that, and yeah.
You're
So
selling yourself short, Amla. You're doing a great job.
well, I'm trying with my background. I'm trying to do my best. So first and foremost, I try to be here. So this is one of half of the job is be here. The other half is actually doing your homeworks and try to bring every morning something something new, so some other topic to discuss or to share with you. But thank you. And so back to CJ's thread, which is actually in the nest. So if you want to follow it, it has examples and short clips and everything. So he is really thorough in this analysis, and he took M777 because he knows this best. He is actually a trainer on this one. So talking about his pet toy, right? So he is addressing the ways in which Ukraine has used an American asset.
Honda, did you believe that? He's a 14-year-old boy on the internet.
What?
He didn't tell you? DJ?
Oh.
He admitted it. He admitted it to some guy on Twitter one night. I've got a screenshot.
No, he's kidding. Like he is kidding.
He is kidding, but the guy he told that to ate it up hook, line, and sinker. And I'm sure still to this day believes that CJ is just some 14-year-old boy who's interested in artillery talking on the internet. And all of the officers that report to CJ directly thought it was wildly hilarious. And they commented on it below. It was a very amusing Twitter thread.
Well, we can vouch for CJ because we have seen.
Yeah, somebody actually took a screenshot of him in his dress blues or whatever they call that, the equivalent of that in the army, and put a NAFO fella over his face to demonstrate that he's actually a grown man who stands, about 6'6" tall and has a whole chest full of decorations on his jacket. CJ's a very accomplished artillery officer and ranger. He's not your average GI Joe.
Yeah.
And they're often very unassuming like that. Real professionals often are very unassuming, easy to approach. I think that's endemic of the folks that come on MriyaReport. Whether it's Hertling or Nance or Chuck Fair. I mean, you can't go. Chuck Fair is the gold standard of being a really, really humble guy who has accomplishments that would fill up 10 people's lives. But Anya, please finish that sentence. You said he talked about the 777 and Ukraine Army using it. Please finish.
So, I have to admonish you, and then I'll finish. So, you have not mentioned Mick Ryan, who is actually a freaking general, and who actually asked, answered to questions here in the space, and answered to tweets, answered to my tweet. Like I'm nobody, literally. So
That's because he's Australian, and I didn't want to mention him so that people didn't accuse me of over marketing the Australian product.
well,
But I talk to Mick periodically on the internet too.
he's an awesome guy. So yeah, back to CJ. So one of the things that he mentioned, and I thought it's great, is all the ways in which Ukraine learned how to use it, this American equipment that they got, and to actually use it in many other ways. So he has more examples, and he has he goes step by step what happened, starting from the first month after the arrival, right? When the M777 howitzers were praised because they were easy to use. The guys were really were able to learn very fast how to use them and how to accurately hit the target, right? And he's mentioning Roman Ratushny, who actually was here in the space back in the day. Unfortunately, he lost his life in this war, and he really was a great guy. So he reported on this M777 howitzers and how they slowed down the Russian offensive and help Ukraine regain terrain. So he goes further in what happened during summer. At this point, Russia was able to shoot actually 20 times more than Ukraine was. So having M777 available and uh, with the possibility of leaving the position in 80 seconds, it was actually a great thing to have, and the Ukrainians were able to masterfully do that. So they will shoot, they will pack up and move from that spot, so that they will be able to survive. Going forward in autumn, the counteroffensive started, and they started using some new guided munition on M777. They were really happy about that, and actually they were at this point able to sit more on a certain position, so they were not required to move as fast, and they used a position and continue shooting from that position, and he has, for example, he gave as an example a tweet from Thomas Steiner, who actually points out at the number of shells visible in the footage near to the howitzer, which actually meant they were there enough for them to shoot all that and to have all these empty shells around them, and to at this point Russia was not as how you put it, as able to shoot back, to actually put up a fight, and an artillery duel. That was the name. So he's going forward, right? He's talking about a 10-man Ukrainian M777 crew, ear protection, right? In December, the guys were reported having ear protection. The rounds going downrange, and they were having a blast, right? They were hitting the targets and actually doing an awesome job. And then the next phase was when the air drones started to come. The kamikaze air drones, right, started to come, and because the crews were sitting in one position for longer periods of time, they were easier to spot with drones, and they were easier to hit with drones. Sometimes the hits were heavier, and the howitzers were damaged. Sometimes, in some other cases, because it's actually armored, they were just losing a tire or something. So it wasn't always a damage or something that actually put that howitzer out of service. So they discovered, this is also in December, right? They discovered, the Ukrainians discovered, Ukrainian soldiers, right? Discovered that the Lancet drones cannot or cannot penetrate or get through the camonet, which is which can be put on the top above the howitzer or the tank. So they started using that, right? They basically, the net is caughting it's catching the lancet loitering munition, and it doesn't hit the target. It doesn't hit the tank or the howitzers. And he is mentioning the fact that within a week after they realized that, metal fences or screens were incorporated into camouflage nets to provide this protection against the lancets. So the equipment per se, it's still a mobile one, right? But the present threat, the most immediate threat at this point were these Lancet drones, this loitering munition, and basically the Ukrainians found simple yet very effective way in protecting the equipment and keep shooting at the enemy. So keeping them at bay. One of the things that Russia is using is Orlan 10. We know this from the beginning of the war. They didn't have many, and they are not exceptionally good, but they can be used to spot M77 displaced or new positions easier, and not putting up the nets above the equipments. It can, in this situation, it actually can mean losing them. So this is something that you don't want. You actually want them fighting for you, right? This is why you got them in the first place. So using the nets, it's a simple, fairly cheap and efficient way of protecting them. So other teams from using other equipments took notice, and they said, this is actually a good idea, and it's not hard to get and hard to put hard to implement. So he's showing us a crab, also from the Ukrainian side, who actually incorporated this in so they have a very this is a metal net, so it can be any kind of net, right? Who actually protects your equipment, because the loitering munition doesn't reach reach your equipment. He is mentioning, of course, that the being static, it's not it doesn't go without risks, and that the soldiers need to actually be mindful, alert, and really disciplined, right? So discipline in war, it's not just because they want you to they want you to be busy when you're training, and they want you to keep your mind on one topic or another, keep your mind from wandering. right? It's because in real time and in real battle, um, being disciplined and having a good ethics in real life, in our real life, because this is real life for the soldiers, but in a civilian real life, this would mean work ethics, right? So you'll have to have that. Will, I was not looking at the screen, so I'm sorry again. Today I was
No worries. All I wanted to do was chip in and note that it's interesting, those things, when we used to see them on the tanks, those cages, the jerry-rigged cages, we used to call them cope cages, of course, when they put them on a T-80 or a T-90 tank. And we were laughing about those earlier in the war because they're absolutely ineffective against the Javelin missile. But it is hilarious that something that didn't work for the Russians was picked up by Ukraine, and they identified that the loitering munition, in an attempt to make it so small and so accurate and so light, they could keep it from activating on contact when it came in on these howitzer positions. And yeah, so simple panel screens. Everybody's seen chain link fence in panels. You can pop up a couple, put your camouflage netting in and around that, and it'll stop Lancets. Now, in the long run, Russia will simply shift to not trying to use Lancets or expensive Lancets on single individual howitzer positions. They'll probably try to, who knows, use them on grade schools or whatever they do next. But it is funny that those sort of adaptations that come up in the war show the real resilience and innovation of Ukraine. And the other things that they were able to do with drones early in the war, like network them together, commercial drones that they put up, and build themselves sort of a little Skynet of information that they could feed to all their troops around the place and give them a sense of what was going on in the battle space by cobbling together something that allowed them to adjust this artillery very accurately and quickly, and really has made some serious difference. And I think, like everything that's going on in the war in Ukraine, all of the innovations that I see from Ukraine in relation to the military stuff, and if you look at the fellas, the memeing, I mean, we're winning everything in relation to the information war, as long as we stay vigilant and don't let these lies and disinformation get out there, and keep the faith and keep providing support. The Ukraine is doing an amazing job with what they've got, and as I said before, we owe them our support. It's not a gift, and they are doing us a favor by supplying all of the human beings that have to put their lives at risk to knock off this genocidal dictator that's invaded them. It's great to see. It's heartening, and that's why honestly, Ryan, I really do think you ought to take to the folks who know stuff, like Axel's here, take to them. This googly eye thing sounds silly. It might be totally waste of time, but I'll tell you what, it's a morale and propaganda dream, perhaps, if we put googly eyes on every Leopard tank and got each Leopard tank that wanted one a NAFO sponsor avatar, and put a little group together to follow that tank and that crew and let them know day by day that we're with them. I mean, that sounds like nonsense, but I honestly, I think it's hilarious. Great idea. And I don't think
convince me.
I don't
tell
think googly
Axel.
eyes. I don't think googly eyes, even if they're the glow in the dark ones, are going to be capable of being seen by anybody on the Russian side that can make any good use of it before they're eating hot lead in the other direction.
Couldn't agree with you more.
And more conveniently, Axel is abstaining of commenting on that.
You must be dealing with the poodles.
Axel is lighting the fire.
All right. So just to finish what CJ was talking about, because he has another point which I think it's extremely important, is that looking at what Ukraine has done with the equipment that was delivered to them, each and every army around the globe, he's talking about American army, but this can be valid for any other army, Romanian, Polish, German, Spanish, French, it doesn't matter, English, British, actually. So someone asked me, why do I keep saying England from time to time? And I will tell you why. I love history, and I love Arthur and England and stories in general. So for me, it's always a land of part miracles, part stories, part reality. So I cannot don't hold that against me, right? So it's not done in bad faith; it's done in good faith and with care, with care, actually. So this was one of the things that CJ stressed about what's happening right now in Ukraine. So including in the US doctrine, for all RT systems to check camouflage, for example, to ensure netting, to remove netting from crew-served weapons and so on. So these are actually things that could be included in all armies, and also looking at what other types of military innovation, leadership, planning, mitigating risks, and everything else. They all counts. They all count. In the end, he put up some numbers, and I love numbers. He said something like this. So there were 152 or more M777 delivered to Ukraine. Out of this, 35, so one in 5, were damaged or destroyed. So this is actually very, very interesting. They are there for 9 months, for the last 9 months. It's a key weapon for Ukraine. And the barrels actually are able to fire up to 7,000 rounds before replacements, which is 4,000 more than it was expected. So this is real life versus testing, and it's really, really important when you look at it. When you look at the information, and you look at what difference it made on the front lines. And he ends the thread with a thank to everyone that was involved and who contributed to this thread. And I will name them all, because they all bring thorough, good information and knowledge, and shed some light in a sea of disinformation, right? So Thomas Steiner, John Rich, John Spencer, Jason Giroux, Colby, Badwar, Roman Ratushny, who actually was, God rest his soul, he lost his life in Ukraine, defending Ukraine. Ben Hodges, Liam Collins, and some of the OSINT accounts that I don't know their names by heart, so I will read their handles. Doctrinatrix, Oryx, Spy and Hope, Rebel 44 CCZ, OSINT East, and OSINT Technical. So I wanted to put this up. We are really grateful for their input and for their work, because they are actually working a lot behind the lines in order to get the information out, to filter information, as I said. So probably they are not listening at this time of day, but as I went through CJ's thread, which actually I thought it was an awesome one, I felt compelled to name them, right? To give them credit, because is their job, their work. It's not their job. It's not their job. Actually, they have lives outside Twitter. They don't. It's not their job. It's their dedication for Ukraine. It's their time and effort for Ukraine and for the truth and for what's right? So, yeah. All right. So you are listening to MriyaReport. You have had me, Anda, that is, for the last 5 hours, speaking, and Ryan. Actually, Ryan has been for longer than me today, holding up the
I don't know
fort.
what you're talking about. I just got here.
Holding up the fort and keeping the candle alive, right? So we are here to support Ukraine. MriyaReport is now an NGO in the States. We also support MriyaAid, which is another NGO in a separate NGO in Canada. And we are here to keep the candle alive, right? Keep the candle burning, to bring information about Ukraine, to help dispel misinformation, to fight disinformation, and to I am personally here to make jokes and to entertain you with questions from the back of the class whenever I'm allowed to by by our panelists, and whenever I don't ramble around on other topics. So Harry, I welcome up. I think you're from I think you're from Finland, right? You came up. Do you want to add something to what we were discussing about M777, or do you have any other topic for which you came up?
Oh, hello, Anna. Talking to me?
Yes, Harry.
Hello, hello, good morning. Sorry, I just came in. I was just beginning to listen to you, so I'm not really up to the news. But very good morning to everybody. Thank you, and everybody for this channel.
Good morning, Harry. And I'm glad to see you up here with us. We have several other requests. I will try to bring people up. I actually counted on Ryan, who had put today an insanely amount of hours, and I want to credit him on that, and to welcome Domen.
Good morning.
Good morning, Domen. I'm so happy to see you.
You're just saying that. Доброго ранку, Axel.
I'm not saying that. I'm always happy to see you. Why what? That's true. So have you heard me? I muted everyone. Well, that's a first. No, actually that's a second. But yeah, I will let you speak because basically I bored everyone to death for the last 5 hours. So
I don't know, Anda. I see 2 hands up. So clearly people are very excited to keep talking to you. Do you know who's first?
Does that mean we have 336 zombies?
We have 336 attentive listeners, Axel. That's what we have.
Yeah.
I've never seen JD Knight before, I don't think. And I'd love to hear from JD Knight. Good morning, JD Knight.
Good morning. How are you doing?
We're all right. Do you have a comment, a question, a topic, something that piques your interest? Go right ahead.
I have a question about the camouflage nets that cause difficulties for the drones. I was wondering if something like that could be used to protect civilian infrastructure. You know, like power substations and things like that. Would that be viable?
I can quite happily address that. So the drones that, or the loitering munitions, rather, to use the technical term, some people say suicide drones, but which is fine. You know, it frankly describes the situation better than loitering munition maybe does. The ones that have that entangled themselves in those nets in fencing or whatever else is used, those are called lancet drones. They have quite small munitions, maybe 5 pounds or so. I'm just guessing. You're more used to pounds than kilos, right? They're 5 pounds or so.
3 kilograms. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm being, roughly. So by contrast, the ones that are causing trouble and are targeting electrical infrastructure and whatnot, those are much bigger. So you're looking at about 90-pound warheads. Okay, so that's much bigger already. It also means it's a much heavier thing in the first place, much more kinetic energy when it flies. You would need a much bigger, stronger structure to do the same thing as those nets out on the battlefield do, right?
Okay.
So you'd basically need to build a ruddy big fence all around in 3D, about 10 feet away from whatever it is you're trying to protect. That would be quite difficult and quite expensive, right? It's all a matter of scale. It's like if you need to put a bridge over a ditch, it's a lot easier than putting a bridge over the Mississippi River or over like an estuary somewhere. That's all there is. But I like your thinking. So I will say these Shahed loitering munitions that are hitting cities and electrical infrastructure, of late, Ukrainians have done a really good job at taking them down anyway. Like a really good job. Barely any get through, if any, and that's because they've gotten a lot more basically Second World War designs, slightly improved during the 1950s and 1960s, kind of flak guns. No, autocannons that you point in the air and shoot with. The sort of stuff that was used during the Second World War to try to take down planes. And they're just very useful against this. No, against relatively low flying, relatively slow flying, propeller-driven objects. They're very useful against. And these are the sort of things that were kind of discounted for the last 40, 50 years all across Western militaries, because why would you ever need this? Because you're going to be countering jets to do like, Mach 1.8 somewhere high up. You will never reach them. You'll never hit them. And these loitering munitions were kind of filling a gap in air defenses. Well, filling a gap in munitions that could kind of get around air defenses, and they were sufficiently sufficiently good at that they were a problem for a little bit. But now that a lot more of these autocannons came in from, including places like Bulgaria, which actually had a lot of them. I think they sent like 100 of these. They're really taking them down effectively nowadays. So
those autocannons, are they linked to like radar?
Some are, most aren't. So if you look at the Gepard, the anti-air defense armored vehicle, sorry, air defense armored vehicle, not anti-air defense. What's anti-air defense? I don't know. So targets air defense. The air defense armored vehicle from Germany, right, with the 2 autocannons, that has a radar on the back, right? So that uses radar to pick these up. That's why it only usually fires like 5 to 10 shells and destroys whatever it is that's flying over, right? Most of them, some are just visual, straight visual. Some are radar assisted, but you still need a guy to kind of aim it and fire it. So it depends. This is also why Russians have transitioned to using drones more at night. They're using the Shahed drones less in daylight hours and more at night. But nevertheless, they've been taken out really successfully. Basically, what the Ukrainians have done is fitted the giant searchlights to point in the same direction as the gun. So they kind of hear it where it is. It's quite loud. They point the surge beam in the right direction. It's very World War II kind of approach. Point the surge beam in the right direction, and then when they have it in the sights, then shoot. But there you go. It's almost like history repeating itself in a way, in a very, very odd way.
Guys don't use barrage balloons.
They used to, but sadly, the loitering munitions are, what can you say, small enough and maneuverable enough to get through something like that. It was considered. We had a big chat about it on the space here, but it just doesn't work against them very well. But shooting them down works against them really well. So,
Well, I've seen pictures of in Seoul, South Korea, that the Korean Army puts these big machine guns on the roofs of buildings, and they're radar controlled.
Exactly. There's some of those as well. So they're also using like twin heavy machine guns, twin 50 cals, and some do have radar controls, some don't. But exactly, this is kind of what they're doing. At the end of the day, it's all about layers, right? And having enough levels of things that not much gets through. It's like if you imagine Swiss cheese with the holes in it. Well, if you have like 30 layers of Swiss cheese, despite the holes in it, you won't be able to shine a light through or poke a finger through, right? That's the whole idea. And slowly but surely, they're getting to having enough layers. For the Shaheds, they already have more or less enough layers. For the missiles, they need a few more. And this is where the Patriot batteries are going to come in very useful once the training is done and they're installed. They're already. I mean, the last attack, they took out 85% of the cruise and ballistic missiles combined. That's a lot. 85% is amazing. It's horrible. Still, the 15% that come through is still awful, right? But you talk to air defense people, and they're like, "What? 85%? How?" And because this is a really high proportion when it comes to just statistics. So yeah. Anyway, I think Will might want to word in edgewise on these. Will, what do you reckon?
Well, so I actually wanted to talk about another stupid idea that we need your adjudication on, Doman. But but your point on, I don't have anything to add on your point on the AAA other than yeah, it's important to not necessarily overlook old school technology, because anti-aircraft artillery is been around forever since planes have gone up, and coupled with a radar system, if you're able to help predict where that, I mean, you can train AAA gunners to run without radar, of course, if they're good at leading targets and have experience with the speed of them. But the radar helps the Gepard be just unsurpassed in seeing where those things going to go and putting some, think 35 millimeter explosive bullets right out, a stream of those out in front of it. So it's an incredible piece of kit. Well done, Germans. And I'm glad they had them on hand, because you're right, most people got away from any sort of AAA because they were going to do it all with missiles. But as these smaller, cheaper, lighter things come into play, it's important to have a multiple layer of different types of defense. And the other point about the ballistic missiles or high-speed cruise missiles coming in relation to these small loitering munitions is that the different type of triggering event. The people that made that Lancet munition obviously designed it to do one roll, and in trying to do that roll, they also failed to recognize that old school technology could stop it, because these cope cages that they're using on tanks, which is a joke, right, is really effective. Light screening armor is great for effect for small warhead munitions that have a direct contact fuse. Unless they're set off with a GPS or another type of triggering system or an air blast, then yeah, it's great. It's just excellent to see the way the Ukrainians are able to adapt and be innovative. But when you're done with the serious topic, before Ryan goes away, I definitely want to have you screen today's possibly really good, possibly really bad idea, Domin, because you shoot down all the stuff of the kernels, and this looks like a unique opportunity for you on this idea.
What idea? Sorry, did I miss the idea?
So in summary, Ryan wants to buy a bunch of Google AIs that are very large to stick on these Leopard tanks or the A1s too, and he was talking about how the fact that when the gun fires, it'll very likely make the eyes go woo around in the top, and I thought that's hilarious. And he said, and even coming in day glow. But the issue with day glow that was brought up, of course, is that's going to eliminate your operational security if anything can see it. But the other point was the main battle tanks are going to be screened so well by IFVs and infantry and all that in combined arms that anything that can get close enough to actually see those Google eyes is not likely to be able to shoot it before it cops a whole bunch of fire itself. And I said, yeah, we should put googly eyes on every Leopard tank if they'll take them. And I chipped in, and we ought to also talk to every tank crew and see if they're interested in having any single NAFO avatar placed upon them, and then we can form a little NAFO group for every tank that wants a NAFO avatar, and track them, send encouragement to the guys, let them know that they're supported, and watch their video of googly eyes spinning.
Okay, so I'm all up for googly eyes. If Ryan wants to stake googly eyes on Abrams and Leopards and whatnot, I'm all up for that. I am against the glow in the dark ones completely, because you're saying, oh, anything that can see it. What you're forgetting is Russians still have some night vision devices, right? And what night vision devices do is they amplify ambient light. So I think that having, the glow in the dark ones, yeah, you can't see them with the naked eye for more than, I don't know, 200 meters or whatever. You can see them a lot further away with night vision devices, and other tanks have night vision devices fitted. Why would you help them? No, yes, you can hear where the tank is. Actually, if you're inside the tank, you can't really hear where the other tank is. That's point one. But yeah, you can hear where the other tank is, where a tank is, if you don't have a tank yourself or not standing nearby a tank yourself. But with most things, if you shoot slightly off at several kilometers away, you'll be missing by a lot, right? Because if you shoot a degree off or like half a degree off, but it's 2 kilometers away, you're gonna miss by a lot. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. It would just give too much of a good visual target, and it's not worth it. It really isn't worth it. Now, what could work? What could work is you go somewhere, right, where you have tanks, and then you put some of the day glow googly eyes on like a fake tank. You put them on like a wooden tank, and then they shoot at that one. But you advertise that you're putting day glow or glow in the dark, rather. Sorry, googly eyes on your tanks, but you're just putting regular ones on your tanks, and then you put the bright ones on your fake tank, on your decoy. I don't know if it works for tanks, but maybe if they started putting them on like air defenses and just put
exceptional masked officer.
Exactly.
Very, very good masked
Exactly.
officer.
But you
Stick them on the wooden HIMARS.
Well, I thought the wooden HIMARS, but I think they destroyed all the wooden HIMARS already. I think they're done with the HIMARS, right? What's the next big
You
ticket
don't
item?
think they can't build more wooden HIMARS?
Like at some point when Russians destroy 17,000 HIMARS, I think they'll start thinking, really? They had 17,000 HIMARS?
I thought they already claimed they were destroying that many.
No, they said 200.
They're saying they already destroyed Leopard tanks.
No, they destroyed 200 HIMARS. Well, I'm a little bit out of
They're
date.
claiming they destroyed Leopard tanks, and they don't even have Leopard tanks yet.
Ryan, they're not claiming they destroyed Leopard tanks. Propagandists are claiming they destroyed Leopard tanks. However,
What's the difference?
in early September, no, this is the best one. In early September, the spokesperson for the Russian Ministry of Defense, in his update, said, and we destroyed four Bradley infantry fighting vehicles. Didn't even bat an eyelid at it. Nothing was odd. Nothing was weird. They just went ahead and destroyed 4 Bradley IFVs in what do you call it? In Kherson, on the right bank of Kherson. And before that, a day or two before that, you had a lot of Russian propagandists saying, "Oh, they have Leopards. That's why they're so good against us. They have Leopard 2s. They have Leopard 2A7s. No, they must be the Leopard 2A4s that they got from Spain because somebody dug up the thing. No, look, the turret, they have Leopard 2A6s. And of course they didn't, right? But nevertheless, that was the propagandist line. And I never saw it coming that the official Russian Ministry of Defense guy would downgrade it down to Bradleys instead. So after that, I spent like a month and a half tweeting at Scholz, look, the Russians are okay with IFVs. They're not doing anything. They're not blowing their lid off because of IFVs. Just at least send MADAs, please. And it took him months. I mean, come on. Responsiveness like that?
Yeah, don't forget, he didn't find it cool, He really didn't like it.
I'm sorry.
As we all know, he's very passive.
I'm sorry. He didn't like the tank debate. He thought that was uncool. There was no public comments on the MADA debate. I mean, what even is a
His ministers, exactly, but his ministers can't even get the word tank across their lips. Panzer, it makes them sick. Tobin, talking about destroyed, we now have the end of January, right?
Yep. January 28th, 11 months and 4 days since the full-scale Russian invasion.
Yeah, and we had this countdown you and I were going through right before Christmas. Would they make it? Would they get to 100K? right
By
before
Christmas. Yeah, and they did.
Exactly.
22nd
And they did.
of December, I think, was the 100K day.
Yep. So within the first year, within just about the first 10 months, they managed to get to 100K.
And then by
People
Julian
have
calendar
been-
Christmas, they got to 110K.
Yeah, but the thing is, you remember all those wonderful people who said, "Oh yeah, Ukraine is losing so much, and the Russians are making so much progress." And right. Where are we today? 125,000. So within barely a month, they managed to lose another quarter of what they had lost before. Within barely a month, they added 25,000.
Look at these productivity increases by the Russians, Axel. And you say that their
I was
economy
just about
isn't
to say.
going anywhere. Where do you have such productivity increases, huh?
Huh? How do we call this? Is this? Are we getting into logarithmic growth here, or what are we doing? 25K in 1/10 of the time it took them to get to 100K.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows how much Russians are winning. They must be, right? Can I say something else, Axel? I have to apologize. I have to apologize to all the listeners. Because yesterday...
Is it about a French anti-tank armored vehicle?
No, it's about trucks. Because yesterday, the number of 5,000 trucks was breached, and I had it on the tip of my tongue 6 times during the course of yesterday to announce this and celebrate it, and I kept getting distracted by people talking. So I have to say, I want to celebrate it. Yesterday, we got the 5K trucks destroyed, and there was another 26 during the course of yesterday, and the number stands at 5,027. But I'm very happy for that, because that is a significant degradation of Russian logistics capacity, and to many more, because Kamas can't make them fast enough, literally.
Is there a chance that we ever actually get to 1,000 destroyed cruise missiles?
Sadly, yes. Sadly, they have enough to get to 1,000 taken down.
So that means, I mean, with an 85 to, at times, depending on what it is, 85% ratio of deflecting and destroying them thus far, we might actually be getting there within about 3
Well,
weeks.
they have more than 250 left, and 204 you need. So yeah, it would be enough.
Yeah, I'm just counting weeks. I mean, depending, because they probably will have to now accelerate yet again, because other than bringing death and destruction, they haven't really managed to do anything.
But this is the thing. They might be slowing. There's also an argument for why they might be slowing down the use of cruise missiles, because the stocks are not high, and at some point they will be out. So that's the other component. There are two counteracting forces here, and I can't gauge which is bigger. Cruelty, or yeah.
Better Russian depleted stocks than depleted uranium discussions on this wonderful panel.
I don't get why that's limited, frankly. Still, anyway, doesn't matter. Well, please.
So just a couple points there. I mean, if you want to put another number in context with people, we'll have kind of feel the scale of in the first 11 months of the war. So we're past this even now when I read it a week ago or so. In the first 11 months of the war, Russia has had more combat losses than the whole German army had in the first 2 years of their offensive in the Second World War. So that is amazing. And I would guess, if I had to guess on the missiles, it may be because we're now seeing on open source intelligence sources that I've seen the first, I don't know if that's significant or not, but it's the first time today that I've seen an Iskander used on a military target. So they may be learning their lesson in relation to valuable use of those devices, or maybe they're just holding off to use some in an offensive capacity to support an offensive that they may or may not have, here before springtime.
Never underestimate their failure to do things right. It could have been a stray missile.
No, it looked pretty well targeted, and it was a cluster munition to take out a
I was
SAM
just
site.
facetious.
Yeah, no, I know. I believe me, I've been listening to you for a while. I know you're as facetious as I am, sarcastic, which unfortunately you can't really be sometimes, or people misunderstand you. That's the thing I've learned about talking to people on the internet in the last week or so. But yeah, I think it was the first use of an Iskander on a proper military target that I've ever seen. Maybe they've been holding them or whatever. I don't know. But hopefully we'll see that slow down the use of what are missiles to be used on military targets being used indiscriminately to terrorize civilian targets, because that clearly is not working. And I think that message may be getting out. But, you know, who knows how quick the Russians are going to learn something on this, or it's hard to predict. I've lived in Russia for 6 years, and it is unfathomable sometimes how hard it is to predict what bad, silly, stupid things they will do.
Yeah, it's always astonishing how they can surprise you yet again.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm going to drop off so that I don't talk anymore, and because I'll have to leave in about 45 minutes. And boy, thanks for the chat today and on all the questions. And Ryan, for your time and your information. It's been educational for me, for certain.
Thank you, Will, for all the time and you put today and the patience with our questions, and actually it was a awesome discussion. So thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, you're welcome. And it isn't all that hard. Sometimes, you know, we talk about how refining, manufacturing, and moving oil around the world is very technical and hard to understand, just like military stuff is and the finance stuff. But having somebody who can put some of that in easy, simple language for everybody is great. Happy to do it. And if I can help you again with anything like that, let me know. Or I'll be around. Just call me up. I'll try not to speak.
No, thank you. The feeling's mutual.
And good luck on your next trip, Ryan.
Where are you going this time, Ryan?
Oh, I don't know yet. Maybe Europe. DC. We'll see where I get. I mean, I went to Europe and DC last year, so nowhere new.
Oh, very well, very well. I thought it might be, you know, somewhere where you can be of some use, but guess not.
So, Domen,
yes.
I'm kind of a bump on a log. If you haven't noticed, I sit on my couch.
You're what?
According to some people, I live in my mother's basement.
Of course you are. You're 16, right?
What? He's that much older than CJ?
Yeah, I had to tell on to CJ's a 14-year-old boy. She didn't believe me.
You know what? He'll make a wonderful, wonderful power forward once he's all grown up.
Yeah, I guess the joke's out. I really do have all my hair, and I'm only 16 years old.
Somehow both of you are yeah, in need of a...
If only I could be so lucky.
You know, Ryan, you know that picture of the various munition sizes for infantry fighting vehicles with different sizes of shells?
Yeah.
And the one for the CV-90, how much it sticks up above all else?
Yeah.
Well, that's CJ in his junior high class.
Absolutely. So what's the largest ammo fired off of an infantry fighting vehicle.
Is that one?
How big is it?
It's very big. I'll send you a picture.
How many millimeters is it?
40.
Okay, I think the one I saw was 30, and that sucker's bigger than a Pringles can. Just to put it into perspective, diameter-wise, it's not bigger around than a Pringles can, but if you set it up on the countertop next to a Pringles can, it's taller than an effing Pringles can. Imagine somebody shooting Pringles cans at you. That gives you some concept for how much work can be hell.
And it goes boom.
Yeah, the Pringles can-sized round that I had the opportunity to take a look at was a high explosive round. So yeah, it goes boom when it gets to the destination.
Ryan, I stuck it in the nest to open the actual picture, right? So on the left, that little dark green one, whatever it is, that's for Bradley. The second one from the right, it's very easy to notice. That is what the Swedes are sending the Ukrainians with their CV-90s.
I stick with the Bradleys, Domen. I stick with the Bradleys. I learned how to drive one. I am faithful. I will stick with it. So I like them.
And what I'm saying, that's perfectly normal, right? Soon everybody in Romania will know how to drive them because there'll be just so many coming in that somebody's going to have to take them across the border.
Yeah, those 30 by 165 or 30 by 170s are what I was looking at. And just to give a concept, those are taller than an effing Pringles can.
So
not a little one, a big one, a full-size one.
What I want to illustrate is Ryan, then the CV-90 one is twice as tall as the Pringles can. Mm-hmm. 1940 specifically.
Yeah, that looks like the round itself, the shell, the part that actually comes at you is the size of a Pringles can, and that's terrifying.
Exactly. And this is what I mean, right? This is going to be very it's going to be very interesting. What
I would call that terrifying, though, Brian. I would call
definitely
that a small shell.
Yeah, I was going to say that might as well be just a tank round, basically.
Well, you have 120s and 105s, and
but those go one at a time. They don't go in in swarms.
Yeah, what is that? Does that fire like a spindle of 5 at a time? What are we talking
I think
here?
it's either 6 or 8. I forget.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
it's only terrifying when you're at the end of it.
Yeah, that's terrifying if you're on the receiving end, for sure. I think it would.
It's up to 24, right? It's up to 24 of those big ones.
Yeah, that'll ruin someone's day. I think if I was Russian, I'd just go home.
The target is illegally on Ukrainian soil, so therefore it's a legitimate target.
Oh, I don't feel bad for anybody on the receiving end of that. Don't mistake me. They're going to have a bad day, but I don't feel bad for them.
Well, you shouldn't, because they are bad. And do you remember, Ryan, or Domen for sure listened? when he came up, we were talking a bit about disinformation. I think before talking about CJ's thread, we were talking about disinformation. And let me share something with you, because it's in the line of disinformation and the stupid thing that Russia can do, because of which we are not. Let's put it this way: we are less inclined to believe anything that comes from them or out of their mouth, because they are always lying, right? So the Russian propaganda invented a version, its own version of an Ukrainian operation, intelligence operation in Nova Kakhovka, and they have got the dates wrong. They have fight the number of losses. They have made assessments, false assessments, false claims on raids of from the Ukrainian special forces, and so on and so forth. So they are saying that it was an unsuccessful raid, right? That there were used Belarusian mercenaries with Ukrainian armed forces. I don't know where they trying to piss off Belarus also. It doesn't make any sense. Again, about Belarusian volunteer corps, which allegedly suffered critical and irreversible personal losses, and yeah, terror battalion, a lot of very bombastic. So they're always bombastic terms, like, yeah, terror groups, Nazi killers, blah blah blah.
Who was saying this? Sorry, I missed a little bit. Who was saying this?
This is from a Russian Telegram channel. So they try to explain actually what happened in Nova Kakhovka. So trying to do that, they have manufactured a full plot. It's like a movie, you have a script, and you can read the script and think of, oh right, this is so interesting.
But there were raids across the Dnieper at Nova Kakhovka.
Yes, there were. So what we were talking about 2 hours ago, I think 1 hour ago, I don't remember. We were talking about mixing lies with truth. We were talking about taking something, make a big lie out of it, add a lot of details to it, so that you're not contesting whether or not it's true, whether or not, for example, Belarusian forces were there, like they say, right? This. I haven't seen any reports of Belarusian forces fighting in Nova Kakhovka. Maybe I'm right. I am wrong, but maybe I'm right. But this is actually something that they do, right? There were hits, but you didn't have. God, I need to take some pictures. I'm sorry. I have 2 seagulls on my window still.
Okay, you go do that. We will revert.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. priorities, obviously. I'll talk to Carrie in your absence. Good morning, Carrie.
Hi, Damon. Just asking if anybody knows what's happened to Sarah Ashton Cirilla's account. I know she's been off Twitter for a few days, and I'm a bit concerned that I can't, with everything else I've seen on Twitter, I have no idea.
No, I know exactly what happened.
You do?
So yes.
Okay.
So in the banner, in the image on top of her account, she has a Ukrainian flag, which is partially covered in blood. And I don't know what the story is with the flag, but sorry, I just don't know what the story is with the flag. But that's in her banner. And there's a rule that says no explicit images in the banner. I don't know exactly what the rule says, but you see the general sphere of where this is. And she refuses to take it down, so she gets banned. She's banned for a bit. She pops back up. Somebody again reports her for having that. A few hours later, she's banned again. But she's fine, as far as I know. Is just the banner that she refuses to take down because it's a bloody Ukrainian flag. It's not inappropriate in itself. So this is why.
I get that. I'm just concerned that with the role she has now, if she's not, for example, it would stop her coming on spaces like this, letting us know what's going on. It would be harder for her to get her message out to people. It's just annoying. It's just annoying I'm not blaming her at all, but yeah, just annoying that we're not hearing from her.
I think it's a case of just pushing through until somebody at the headquarters realizes that maybe this is fine and maybe this doesn't qualify as gore, because it's not very specific or something. I don't know. But this is probably going to be the case for the next coming weeks, and then it will be magically not the case anymore. Just guessing. I'm just suspecting that Sarah might be very busy at the moment. Might not have that much time for Twitter anyway.
100%.
And
100%.
and maybe thinks, you know what? Maybe this is good timing to make a stand on this while doing something else much more actively.
Thanks, guys. I'm going to switch back to listener.
Thank you, Carrie. And hopefully that allowed Anda enough time to I don't know, shoo away the seagulls, pet the seagulls. I don't know what she was doing with the seagulls. Whatever it is, interact with the seagulls in whatever manner she wanted to. And so that now I understand. And very kindly sent me a link to it, but I was a bit distracted earlier, trying to make coffee at the same time as trying to understand what the fake story was. But apparently, no, the Russians accepted that the Ukrainians were doing raids across, but made up a lot of the details about them in an attempt to lower the morale of Ukrainian forces. But they didn't, because the Ukrainians know it's all nonsense. Russians are getting a little bit more subtle in some cases about what they do and how they do things and how they speak to things. They're getting a little bit more subtle. What I mean by that is, instead of just going all out and saying, yesterday we destroyed 18,000 Polish mercenaries, instead of this, they say, yes, they tried a raid, but it was unsuccessful, and barely any made it out alive. So that's kind of the approach now. Anda?
Sorry. Yes, exactly. So they and they mix up all this, Belarusian forces were there. Like, we don't know. What we know for sure is that there is a Russian brigade in Ukraine fighting for Ukraine on Ukrainian side, right? So there are Russians who actually said, this is not right. What my country is doing is not right, and I will defend I will stand up and fight for what's right. And there are actually some people from Belarus who said the same. What we don't know, or at least I never heard, to have had groups integrated in Ukrainian with the Ukrainian armed forces, and that's one, and especially to be in the south. So I don't know. I don't know what to say about that, but it's exactly like you said. They are changing and trying all kind of ways in which they could influence the opinion of the Russian population on one side, and on everybody else's opinion on what's happening in Ukraine. Like they are not successful, they are losing in Bakhmut, they are losing this and that, they are not performing, and we actually see also from Russian Telegram. You can see videos with Russian soldiers, right? How they look like, how they are dressed, the winter gear of a Russian soldier, and what a Russian soldier's life is, and what they say with what they do, and with what's reality. There are 3 parallel realities that don't interconnect. I was thinking, Domen, you were good with physics. I wasn't. So physics was one of my weakest point. I love it. I used to love it during high school, during elementary school, and I totally hated it during high school. I didn't understand half of it. So what I do remember is that in theory, any 2 parallels at some point they reach they are not parallel anymore. So this doesn't seem correct for what Russia is doing. So they seem to have totally parallel realities and explanation for everything. So
Well, do you want the best example of that?
yes, please. I actually love a good laugh. It's Saturday morning. I will have my second coffee, so please.
So the best example of that, as far as I can tell, is when the oh goodness, what was it? The IAEA first visited the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant as the best example of it, and the Russian Rosatom representative was there taking out this delegation from the IAEA led by Raffaello Grossi, the Secretary General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and who's not a physicist, right? He's a diplomat. He's a career diplomat, and his delegation of nuclear inspectors who are nuclear physicists and engineers from various countries. And he was taking them around and he was showing them, look, look at this rocket stuck here in the ground outside of the power plant. You see, this is a Ukrainian rocket. Now you might think that it came from a direction that is opposite from where the Ukrainians are. But you see, just before it impacted, it did this 180-degree turn in the air and flew backwards. That's why it looks like it came from where the Russians are shooting it from, not where the Ukrainians are. That's why they do this. They do this to trick everyone to think that it's coming from Russia. That's why it's turned the other way. And I was thinking, you know what? Okay, Grossi, he's a diplomat. He's a smart guy, but at least with him, maybe you have like a 5% chance, 2% chance. Okay, 0.02% chance, whatever, right? But the rest of them, they're all like PhD physicists. And to be a PhD nuclear physicist, at some point, you did some like mechanics or something, year one college physics, to enough of a degree to have a healthy enough intuition to know that doesn't work like that. It just doesn't work like that. And you wanted an example where they kind of go beyond and against what the physics would dictate. I think there is no better example than that, Anda.
All lies, Domin, all lies. So it kind of, it has a hook in the tip of the. I'm sorry, I'm waking this up, but it has it's like it has a tip, in the a hook in the tip, and when it hits the ground, it kind of hooks to the ground, and then it shifts to the other side, right? So because of inertia, the bottom kind of projects to the other side. So it will look like it hit from the other side. I actually tried that once. I need to tell you this. So I am.
You tried to shoot an MLRS once, really?
No. So hear me out. I like to skate. So and when I like to skate, when I skate, I'm not a tame, nice skater. So I was in the park, and I found a valley, and I was really excited about that. So I went down to that valley, skating as fast as I could, and I realized I will not stop. So I will not stop. I was going to get out of the park and actually hit the car, which was in front of me. So what I did, Domen, is exactly that. There was a pillar on the road, so I hooked myself on it, and it actually propelled me on the other side. And I think they somehow thought of this, so they used this hook to actually stabilize the tip in the ground, and to push the the fins part, the bottom on the other side, so it would look like it's shot by the Russians. What do you think?
I mean, I think that's entirely plausible. Now I'm thinking maybe the sociologist working for Rosatom was right. Maybe that is actually what it did. Except it definitely didn't. Definitely didn't, because they fly rather fast. Those rockets, who would have thought? And they can't really do that. Not to that degree. It really doesn't work like that. It really doesn't.
I'm sorry. So I was just making fun for the people in the room. I'm crazy, and I have some bad physics behind me, but I'm not that crazy. I'm just making fun, because even for me, it's preposterous.
David, morning.
Morning. You've got me thinking now about this most ridiculous things that the Russians have come out with. I haven't got anything off the top of my head, but there's a rich seam of humour to be had there, and I'll certainly give it some thought, and maybe I'll come back a bit later. Other reasons for levity this morning. I feel a bit like Baldric in the Blackadder scene where they're counting beans. And this is in respect to tanks. So, we started off with 15 tanks, or few tanks. Now we've got some tanks, or and tomorrow we're going to have lots of tanks. So I wonder if
Are
you
we
could
going
give
to
us-
make a very small casserole, David?
Do you know the scene I'm talking about?
Yes, that's why I said very small casserole. Come on.
Right, exactly. Yeah, okay.
Because he asked him if you have whatever. At some point, he says, "And I add 2 more beans. What do we have?" And he answers, "A very small casserole."
Yeah, sorry, I forgot that. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if you could give us a run, I mean, maybe not now if you've got other things to talk about, but a rundown of exactly how many tanks we've got, because it's a lot of tanks, and I'm not sure if it's 321 Western tanks or slightly less than that or slightly more than that currently promised, and then there's the Soviet ones, which I wasn't clear about yesterday. I think Yehuda mentioned 2000, or you mentioned 2000 something, but when I looked it up, it was like 900. So yeah, so there was a bit of vagueness there that I wanted to clear up. And counting tanks is always something to brighten up the day, especially if they're on the Ukrainian side.
So this is the thing, right? The 300 something number came from, I forget what Ukrainian official, but he's basically saying this is what we got promised, right? But he gets back channels. Now, unlike me, he gets to talk to all the other countries' foreign and defense ministries, and I just don't. And I mean, I feel discriminated against, frankly, David. I don't know what we're going to do to rectify that, but that's where he gets his numbers from, right? Whereas the numbers I get are numbers that are stated in public by said officials as opposed to in private. As far as Western tanks are concerned, what has been publicly announced is 14 Charlie 2s from the UK, 31 Abrams from the US, and then a mix of either publicly announced, like 14 A6s from Germany, 14 A4s from Poland, 4 A4s from Canada, and then a mix of that with, much more secretive announcements, such as Norway saying, yes, we are going to send some tanks, and we're going to have some beans, or Spain saying, we're going to send tanks. And there might be lots of them, but nobody's saying how many. So what I prefer to follow are the high level numbers that were announced in the Bundestag.
Yeah.
Which were a battalion of 40 A6s and a battalion of 40 A4s are going to be cobbled together from a coalition of partners. And I think that's the way to kind of look at it to start with, right? We're looking at a minimum of 46s and 44s, and then the 31 Abrams and 14 Challengers. That gives us 125 Western MBTs as the opening gambit. And then there's going to be more after that. And that is, of course, on top of all of the Moroccan redone T-72s and the 60 Polish T-72s in various subversions, including 40s and whatnot going now. But these are all, at different levels. So I think the 300 something number obfuscates more than it reveals necessarily, David.
Yeah. Anyway, it sounds like we've got enough for a sizable casserole, or maybe even a paella pan.
Well, it is winter, David, and winter is what? Winter is time to break out those tins of confido canna and make a nice cassoulet.
You could always add a turnip.
Is it a big turnip, all of my own in the country?
It's a king's ransom turnip.
I don't really want to lose all of the non-English or non-British people who maybe haven't come across Blackadder, but yeah.
David, are you calling Axel and I British? Because I don't think we are.
No, but I don't know your backgrounds at all, really. But you're quite clearly
seriously afflicted.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
I don't seem to be able to find any socks, Axel.
Why do you
Too
want
much butter on those trays?
Burra.
Sorry, I missed the train of discussion. It totally passed by me. What are socks going to in the same sentence with butter? What have I missed? Like a second, I wasn't paying attention. What are you talking about?
So
You see what I mean? You see what I mean? So I apologize.
No, don't apologize, but
No, I was just explaining that I had kind of lost count of tanks, and there's a quite a famous British comedy called Blackadder, where there's a let's say slightly dim house servant who the main character is trying to teach how to count, and the method of using beans is employed. So he starts off with one bean and he's fine with one bean, but then when he gets to 3 beans, the most he can sum up is some beans, rather than the actual number, and that's basically where we started off, and then we kind of got into references to situation comedy in United Kingdom. And the butter comes from Fawlty Towers and on dos tres.
thank you, David. Thank you very much.
Don't worry, we'll send David to Barcelona.
Actually, I fear that in Barcelona they're fresh out of waters.
I must tell you that we have a famous play here. It was written in 18 something. The guy was a comedian, so he made comedy plays, and they were counting, like you said, they were counting flags. So here, starting with Joanna should know about this. He's like 1 flag at the girls' school, 2 flags at the mayor, and he goes like this, and in the end, it doesn't add up. It doesn't make any sense, and actually the numbers don't add up. Whatever you do, they are not getting there. So others had problems counting too, like where do the tanks go and how many tanks were destroyed.
That's more like an UNESCO question. Where do the tanks go?
Oh God, that's a reference too far for too many, I think. What was I going to say? Yeah, I mean, in the equation of tanks, we have also variables to consider. So we've got N tanks from Finland and N tanks from Norway.
Exactly, and this is why I prefer looking at it from the high level announcements that kind of blend these all together and don't require the Finns to specify too much about their defense capacity. There's also strong discussions about Switzerland opening their vaults, and apparently they somehow, David. Apparently, there are vaults in Switzerland, and instead of money, diamonds, gold, whatever, they house leopards. Leopards that have been there for literally decades, untouched, in perfect storage conditions.
No, they're not
Okay.
untouched.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Every year they are unmothballed and have to drive around. They are in absolutely mint condition.
Defined mint.
I think you'll find that they're in tarragon condition.
Spare mint.
You want to make me laugh here on the space, right?
I want to ascribe a herb to every country that would, fit their mint condition. So for Greece, it's bay leaf condition, definitely bay leaf condition.
For Scandinavia, though, you'd have dill. I
Dill
guess.
condition, yep, correct.
Exactly, but then you'd have a problem with that would kind of that would include all of the tanks from all of the deliveries from all of the Scandinavian countries, and you wouldn't be able to give the Swedes credit or the Danes credit, and then you create an argument between the Scandinavians. You wouldn't want that.
No, that's all right. They argue about
There's
everything.
a discussion about Surströmming as an add-on weapon on Swedish tanks.
I would say actually, if a tank is in Surströmming condition, I don't think anybody wants it.
For Romania, you can use lovage, so it's something that it's put in a sour soup, which we call borscht, actually, and we have basically for all over Moldova, which is the region of the country which is closer to Ukraine. Basically everything liquid, like soup or something. It's called borscht. So very close to the Ukrainian name, and they use lovage. It's one of the things that you put in it. So
excellent, lovage it is. Next time there's something that was in storage in Romania for a long time, but it's in good condition, we'll call it in lovage condition. Also, I love lovage. Excellent for soups. I do like this attitude, Anda, that everything liquid you call borscht. So I think later today I will open a nice bottle of borscht and have a couple of glasses.
If you start drinking bubbly Jurek, you will get sick.
well, I avoid beer, so I will stick with wine. And I will start Domen talking about wine, and you will hate me all for it. So
It is
Arab,
11:07 Eastern European time. We've managed to pass through Baldric, 40 Towers, and now we're ending up with the wine pairing. That's an early start for a city Saturday weekend.
but it's weekend, and I'm still ill, so I can get this. I get a pass, right? So when you're ill, there is a law. You can eat whatever you want, and nobody can complain about that. So if I say wine is a good idea at 11:08 right now in Bucharest, it's my prerogative, right? So what do you respond to that?
I mean, like a kinato maybe? That would work.
Actually, I love sangria, but I don't have sangria. So
Yeah, oranges, right? Citrus. It's kind of chases the cold away. Makes sense.
And what do I respond to that? I just sent it to you, Anda.
let me check. So I will check right away. Ah,
My days
yes.
of drinking are well behind me. I must.
Un petit chablis. Yes. And the Sancerre. I love Sancerre. Oh well. Daniel is coming up. I think he will
I
shape
wonder
us.
what borscht he's drinking. Good morning, Daniel.
Morning, guys. Why do you talk about wine at 11 o'clock? Are you mad?
Well, it's all Anda's fault because she
Always
said that where
is,
you're from,
is her
Daniel.
fault. It's always her
Yes, because she said that where you're from, everything liquid is called borscht, and I said, well, fine. Then later today, I'm gonna pour open a nice bottle of borscht and have a couple of glasses.
It's perfectly fine.
My wife
because
loves.
it's 3 o'clock in the morning where I am, so you can drink wine.
What you call in Ukraine borscht is made on bit. Here, what we call borscht is fermented liquid from grains, especially wheat. In the fact, not the whole grain, just the parts we usually drop. And this fermented is very sour, and we use it as instead of bits to make our soup sour. In fact, today this we made sour soup.
That sounds delightful.
Oh yes, it is.
It sounds a bit like shovel soup, and I've never really worked out entirely what shovel is, but it's something you get in Belarus quite a lot. Does anyone know what shovel is? I think it's sour amphor or something like that, but I don't really know.
We are a bit different than Slavs at this soup. We are close to Turkish, so our sour soup is called chorba, which is very Turkish, extremely Turkish. Was used by Janissary. In Janissary, you made huge quantities of chorba, but they don't eat pork like us.
So in the south, let's split them a bit. So in the southern region of Romania, usually it's called chorba. But in Moldova, actually, they use the term borscht, both for the substance with which you make the soup sour, and for the soup. So they will call everything, every type of soup, they will call it borscht something.
Because Ukrainians we call like this. In Delta are Ukrainians, and in the north of Moldova and Transylvania are Ukrainians, which influence our language, of course, and our habits. But borscht, my grandmother called it borscht, the sour soup. Also, the substance which you make sour your soup.
And if I'm not wrong, then chorba is also just the Turkish word for soup, I think.
And yes, and
yes, it is.
From there is indescribable and mixed and blended together. So it can't be too discreet, whatever is in it, I don't think. Yeah, excellent. So going from that, I have a quick question for you, Daniel. 125K day. It's only been a month since 100K day.
April
36 days.
to 100K.
Yep, at this rate, exactly. Yes, quite. April will be 200K. They're very productive, I have to say, the Russians. Very productive at getting Russians killed.
They love to die. They love to die to fully hard there. And I hope, yesterday, I felt very, very, very guilty because I celebrate their death. But, they invaded, not us, not Ukraine. They invaded, they kill children and women, they torture animals, not us.
The Icelandic guy who's doing nice tracking, Ragnar Gudmundsson, who's kind of charting the losses, right? Basically, all the indicators are up over the past 7 days. So 26% more land-based equipment generally was destroyed in the last 7 days compared to the previous 7 days. More tanks, more everything. Everything is up. Everything is trending up. So in other words, other than air defense systems and radars, in the past 7 days, more of everything was destroyed, which I think suggests, a general push by the Russians into the grinder. A general push of everything.
You know, Doman, idea is for them to try something. I think Gerasimov is a huge pressure and he needs to do this. And every attack costs you badly. Even Ukrainians, when they push in Kherson, it costs them very, very badly. It's normal when you attack them. Idea is what you get from attacking. For the Russian, they didn't get much. I saw they push some hundreds meters, some like 2 or 3 kilometers in Zaporizhia. They try to storm south of Bakhmut, and they lose badly in Lugansk. So if they keep this way, which probably you will see the cynical officers saying to their conscripts, if you run on the field, you can heat up and don't die freezing in the trench. Or you'll see more and more soldiers not obeying the orders. But for me, it's very, very, very important to see trucks and radars. Trucks and radars. Trucks and radars is just the most important thing now. Because tanks, what are T-62s? Who cares? BMP, who cares? But radars, you are blind. You cannot fire, you cannot have a great idea where the enemy come, what they use it, and remember, JDAMs, they need to be used. And if you don't have radars, I don't know, maybe our counter-battery radars, doesn't matter. Without radars, Ukrainians have a huge, huge, huge advantage. And I hope they will keep this pace. Every week, at least 10 radars destroyed and at least 150 trucks. That is wonderful, wonderful. Wars are won by logistics, not by small arms and waves of people attacking.
26 trucks destroyed yesterday. And yesterday, I have to apologize again for not highlighting this. Instead, I'll highlight it today, repeatedly. Yesterday was the 5,000 truck day, which we completely missed. So that's good. It's a very, very substantial number. And finally, I have to say, getting through these trucks, like you said, logistics and visibility, right, are two very important things. And trucks might seem not so cool, but they are very, very necessary. And this is going to have a big effect on constraining their logistics, and that will make a big difference. Will make a big difference in the end.
If you look at the Vatniks on Twitter, Zoka, Jeroman, Status 5, every coploads, Russians or not, they will all talk how great the T-90 is, how big a stockpile of missiles are destroying Ukraine and things like that, because they are stupid. I don't see anyone saying Kamaz truck is a stupid truck, is a bad copy, then bad technology. Nobody will say, we don't have Mercedes trucks, we don't have MAN trucks, we don't have Renault trucks. We have just Gaz and Kamaz. And wars are winged by trucks. And this lesson Germans learned with their carriage and horses, right, Axel?
Absolutely correct.
Why American army, World War II, was the best army? Not by Shermans, not by Mustangs, not by huge fleet of aircraft. Trucks, a lot of them.
Trucks and jeeps.
Exactly.
The Germans couldn't produce their light Panzerkampfwagen in sufficient numbers.
Why they go to Ardennes? Because they needed the reserves of the Americans. No fuel, no food. It was horrible to attack, to get enemy resources. When I hear people saying, go to Kobasna, Ukrainians are not desperate to go to Kobasna.
But you also don't know what's in there left.
Probably things which Victor Boot cannot sell.
I'm actually kind of worried about that. How is that? There's going to be a smoking accident there at some point, isn't it? Like an actual legit smoking accident that it's going to be heard across Europe.
Was in season 3 of Game of Thrones, Khaleesi entering the city and the guy had a huge safe which was empty, and he said was the richest man in the cart. And I think for Sheriff is something similar. Probably is empty, that warehouse, totally empty.
Yep.
In 40 years, imagine how many Africans, South Americans, Southeast Asians buy ammunition and weapons from so-called Russian resources. And Kobasna, I don't know if they have still some powder there. I don't know if ignites so easily. I was worried in Sevastopol, and I'm still worried they have some nukes there. And if you hit the ammunition depot, it will detonate. But also, who let them to put there? Firing accident, your problem, not mine. Please don't be stupid.
The good thing is, Daniel, if they do, the Americans know it, and it will be avoided, right? So that's the good component there.
Remember, Gani, when he said they go to Moscow when they sing not for documents, probably for nukes.
David?
On the subject of smoking accidents, I think I saw yesterday something about a huge warehouse fire in Moscow. Any news on that? Did anyone else see that, or is it just an optical illusion?
That even just went past me completely. I didn't even hear about that one. I guess it suggests that these things are just so common that I don't even notice all of them.
No, me too. I hadn't seen one for a while, which is why maybe I was ignoring them as well. Anyway, I'll look into it. If I get anything, I'll come back.
So
it's not. Sorry, Domen. I want to say it's not funny how what was stunningly half a year ago, now we take it like for granted. 800 dead soldiers per day. I don't know how many planes and helicopters. Now is no more so exciting, so impressive.
So what I'm kind of still wondering about is what is the baseline? And maybe we need Nick for this one, but what is the baseline? What's the baseline for fires in Russian facilities already? Because I keep thinking, this is going to be kind of overstated then, isn't it? Because we keep pointing to all of these as signs of decay caused by war, but I think most of them are just signs of just general decay that is already there and doesn't really make that much of a difference anyway. I don't know.
I think it's a problem with how they perceive the capitalism. Easy backs, very, very, very fast backs, not interested in medium and long terms. And this make maintenance to be not interesting. Get something shiny, a new building, a new car, but you're not interested in how we'll maintain that past 5 or 6 years or 10 or 15. And this is the main fault. Usually when people go to get very rich, very, very fast, which is Russian way, you got there. Probably that's why you'll see a lot. Also, I think all the building proprietors are very, very in need to burn that shit and get insurance.
Exactly, and that's the other component of this, right? If you if there isn't any more use to the places, it's often a good way to get rid of them. I do wonder how the insurance market works, if this is actually possible. But I think, and at some level, anything is possible if you know to talk to the right guy. So I guess that's the practical conclusion of it all.
Imagine you have a building of offices in a big city, 20 stores, for example, or 15, and you cannot buy the Finnish elevators. How you can use that building? And now a lot of small business, especially service, especially with connection outside, they are closed. They can make businesses, and they were in the big buildings. Also logistical hubs. Everywhere in this world, you have a lot of warehouses, and these were necessary. But now, because the trade is dead, you cannot use it. And they are very expensive. You need to maintain. Also, you don't have workforce. How many males left Russia? 1 million, maybe more, from mobilization. For them, it's a really, really a big catastrophe economically. And they cannot reverse it. It's not something you can say, next, let's do it.
Indeed. And you know what, Daniel? They have also many people who left, but they also have people staying there in Russia and doing shitty things like getting things burning. So Russia is burning in Moscow. Something is burning again, like really, really, or was burning last night, because this is something from last night. It's another fire near Moscow. It's on the territory of what's called Syndica Market. And there was a two-story warehouse with building materials. And the area of the fire is 2 square kilometers. So actually that's a lot. That's really a lot.
2 square kilometers.
It says, yeah, 1 kilometer.
So this is like an outdoor market kind of thing, right? With little shacks and stalls and whatnot.
I guess so, because it looks. They say it's a 2-story warehouse, but I guess it's the sort of a warehouse where you have not only storage, but inside you have like shops. You know, I will have to
Bazaar, flea market.
Yes, something like that. Yes, Daniel. So this was reported last night, actually, from Nexta, and also it was so big that actually TASS had to report it, so that it's reported as an emergency on TASS news agents, and because I don't believe what they say, I looked up I looked up for other sources, right? So they said it broke up at 2:20 this morning. No, sorry, at 2:20 it was announced that it was extinguished, so it broke up a little bit earlier, and they don't rule out arson. They say. I think it's it's blatant indifference on rules on how to um, how to use and how to manipulate electric wires. But what do I know? I'm not good with physics, so probably I know nothing about that. Sorry, I wanted to bring this up because it kind of, I don't know, made click in my mind. It looks connected in my mind. Sorry about that.
Well, you know not to set your shop on fire, so that's a good start on that. You know, at this rate, you'll never be allowed to run a market in Russia because, I mean, anything could happen. It might not even burn down. Daniel?
Let's remember something. First, anarchy like political movement was invented in Russia. Second, is clear. I don't know any numbers, but it's clear there are resistance, partisan, something close to these ideas in Russia. And what I want to say, even if it's a very Ukrainian space, and everybody is in disdain about Russians, I think these guys at one moment must become the, how can I say, the pressure point where the Western negotiators, Ukrainian negotiators need to meet, talk, and put it for the armistice, I can say, something like that. To, I know everybody will say, the Russian opposition is about imperialism, chauvinism, xenophobia, racism. Of course it is. That is the society. But I think the best people you can treat are young, open to discussion, and you can start to negotiate. If you want to start negotiating with what is now supposedly political representation, don't talk it literally, or like actual, the guys who run the country. Because if you see Patrushev dies, Putin dies, Shoigu dies, yeah, you have the second line. I hope everybody learned the lesson after 1989 and never imagine the second line of the state, of the bureaucrats, is not a party. The Putin circle will be a good idea to be used like, winds of change. I think better go to these guys. If they are anarchists, if they are Navalny supporters, if they are Bashar Korstan nationalists, if they are even Muslim close to jihadi. With these guys, you need to make an alliance to change Russia. I think essential to identify who can be partners to discussion. And of course, military. Military acts under orders. And I know they have very, 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 very bad image, but probably will be the only institution that can build something. The repressive system, the bureaucracy, I have less hopes than the guys who kill children in Ukraine. And let's be fair, not all of them are psychotic. I'm pretty sure not all of them. And I'm pretty sure there are guys who are reluctant to follow orders. And I don't mean about infantry, artillery, or Black Sea Fleet, but we can see them more like humans than orcs. Let's not enjoy our propaganda and sip our Kool-Aid.
What's missing in that context, Daniel, is a critical mass, right? And we can all think of wars in the past where critical mass was achieved. The Russian Imperial Army in the First World War, there was definitely a critical mass achieved.
Sorry, but you are very, 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 very wrong.
About which?
This is critical mass. There is not such a thing, critical mass, in a society which the threads are destroyed, where you don't have non-governmental organizations which are not already labeled foreign agents, prosecuted, and people need to run to save their lives. It's very hard to build critical mass. Critical mass is something which...
I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying,
No.
as a matter of fact, it's not there.
It cannot be. In Nazi Germany, you have occupation. There was any critical mass. You extract military professionals. Yes, I don't know. Who was it? Right? You extract people who can talk, even former Nazi bureaucrats. You need, if I remember well, even the killer of Nazi party, who killed, probably executed 30,000 people, he executed the Nazi after Nuremberg. So,
Daniel, I'm sorry, just 1 second. I cannot follow. I don't know what I missed on your train of thought, but I cannot follow what you're saying. So,
critical mass. Critical mass is a thing for open societies, for the authoritarian regime like Saudi Arabia, China, or Russia. You cannot talk about critical mass. You need inflexing points. You need people reasonable who can access power, and you can negotiate, and with them to make a transitional period. You cannot go from total absolutism to something like representation. I don't use words liberalism or democracy because I'm not. French Revolution was blood, too much blood.
Yes, but nobody said that a critical mass doesn't mean blood. So nobody said critical mass doesn't mean it's going to be tough on the population. I don't know what you have behind you, but it's oh God, thank you. Nobody's saying critical mass means peaceful transition. And usually when you have a dictatorship, you don't have a peaceful transition. So if you look, and you know history, if you look throughout the history, all the regime changes that happened with a critical mass rising up were usually through blood, because this is how it is. You have to push your ideas against someone who's not willing to give up his power. And at some point, you have to decide that is enough and that you don't want your kids to live in that society. It doesn't, nobody said the transition in Russia should be peaceful. It's not going to be peaceful if it's ever going to be. It doesn't have how to be peaceful because they have not only Putin, but they have all the KGB and all the repressive apparatus that they have in place. So people will have to push back. It's not gonna work like I'm gonna tell you that this is not okay. Like I'm gonna talk with you and then separate with Domen and then we do nothing. It's not gonna change like that. So yeah, it's if they don't reach that point, they will never change anything, and until they change something, we need to push back from outside. This is basically it. We need to put them in place because they are not going to do it by themselves. Yes.
Okay, let's talk it slowly. Any democratization like Iraqi model was born to die, right? Even General Petraeus write a lot about that subject. And he really, really struggled and he really, really tried to help them. And it failed. And you don't have even the prerequisite for an Iraqi scenario in Russian Federation. Sorry to tell you that. Let's remember what we talk. You don't see occupation, total defeat, and annihilation of a regime. It is something like borrowing the tunnel under the channel from British to France. You know, you start from two different directions, and with right measurements and good technology, you reach a middle point. Something similar must be built. And when you talk about critical mass, which is built, and we don't care about the population, understand this. I understand very well. And perception for people to want to reason and see Russians like people is in continuous dropping. What I want to explain is the military defeat of Russian army, which is in Ukraine or close to Ukraine, will be very, very, very fast. Also, the collapsing of Russian regime, political regime, which is now in power, central or in the regions, will be also extremely fast. If we answer, and let's remember something, we have some guys who listen to us, some journalists, maybe some advisors, but we are normal people. And I'm very, very afraid the political decision for the big boys who will need to take this scenario very well and very serious, they will make wrong assessment. If you expect to see the old ladies and old farts from Moscow who call for genocide and killing and annihilating the Ukrainians to become a reasonable people who have conscience, who will say how I can be so foolish, how I can be so blind, how I cannot so Mariupol. I think we will make the big mistake. Second, you cannot reason with a regime which combines criminality, mafiotic means of pursuing their goals, a very bad lead army, very, very bad lead in high courts, yeah, because they are just ass kissers, a very strict security regime, which is evolving, becoming even harsher every day, and a lack of political representation. There is the danger. The huge danger is the lack of political representation, people trying to fight for political rights and representation, because last elections, which were totally fraud, remember what Navalny tactic was? bad for everyone, communist, nationalist, everything which is not united Russia. So desperate they were. All the opposition to try to push a guy at any level to get one seat, not to win, just to be there, connected, to hear, to contest timidly. And if the political regime with all this huge squid which is in Russian society, you cannot, how I can say, change with something else, and you go, full anarchy. John Howard, Thanos, ask them. Nobody enjoys the idea of, guys with T-72s attacking city against other city, because that will escalate quickly. Russians don't know moderation. And this will be very, very nice to have enough scenarios, enough people, enough contacts, enough partners, virtual partners now, possible partners in the future, to change this. Because even Ukrainians want something stable there. You sign a piece of paper, which you can be optimistic, more than 50%, they will be respected at some time period. You don't want just igniting a more nationalistic, more fascistoid, more xenophobic regime again and again and again. You don't need a cycle. You need to pull out the teeth of the Russians, German method, Japanese method, but never having the prerequisite: occupation, denazification, demilitarization. You don't have it, and you'll not have it. Let's be clear. We can do it.
My comment was a lot more limited, because you said that there's apprehension. There are people who have doubts and who don't want to go forward. And all I was commenting on was that in their battalion tactical groups there isn't the critical mass that's needed to shoot the guys who are pushing them forward. Right. That's all I was referring to. You're now extrapolating to the whole damn system and the whole damn country. I was just talking about the 600 guys who are pushed forward as light infantry with AKs by 25 guys in the Zagrad triad, right? And if they were sensible, instead of getting themselves all shot, they would have shot the 25 guys with the guns in their backs and then gone forward with a white flag and surrendered, and it'd be a lot less bloody than what ends up happening. But I agree. Democracy building
I will
doesn't
add
work.
something, Doma. Something very short, because I need to finish.
Let me just agree with you first. I agree that democracy building doesn't work unless there's already a want locally, and then you can help it, and you can help it along and build it out. And this is, if you look at what happened in the Czech Republic. And by the way, if you're Czech and you haven't voted yet, General Pavel is waiting for you. Come on. Okay. What I wanted to say is, when you already have a desire and a push forward, you can help it along, and that works well. And you have a bunch of cases in formerly totalitarian Europe where that happened very peacefully, very well, and very structuredly. Yes, there were some problems, and yes, there was corruption. There were some growing pains, but it works. And I agree with you. You can't go now we will democratize Russia, because they're not interested in it. I concur. So that I just wanted to make sure that that I agree with you. Now carry on with whatever else you had, and then we'll pass it on to Dave.
Yes, I will try to be very, very short. What I'm very afraid, and why I go long ranting, was because I saw something which worried me very, very much. If I stay with the eyes there. I look what happened there. I read what happened there. I listen. And what worried me is something I saw few months ago, and become a trend. And I don't think is something very, very personal to me. People who said, I was against the war, I was pro-Ukraine, and I changed my mind, and Putin is right. and our decisions are right. This worries me very, very much because it's a sector of young, cosmopolitan, big cities, people, and this worries me. You cannot imagine.
I don't know how big a volume that is, if it's going to make a big difference. But yeah, sometimes you have a galvanization of domestic opinion, whatever. I think they're, that guy's going to have a lovely time getting mown down by machine gun fire. Absolutely whale of a time for his dear leader there. David.
So I think I agree with Daniel on one point, is that if there is going to be a change in Russia, it will happen extremely quickly. Where I disagree is that I don't really see this happening at the moment. I think the firm is still firmly in control. Sorry, the pun. And to come back to the economy, first of all, the collapse of the economy is no doubt internal to Russia, very, very severe. But there are two reasons to think that Russia is capable of enduring that state for a very, very long time. The first one is that there's still a lot of backdoors into the economy. The second thing is that the extent to which let's say the internationalized part of the business has just become kind of the de facto virtual Russian economy in Dubai, India, Antalya, and so on, is extensive, I think. So it would be kind of shocking to me if the real Russian economy was really in Russia. In fact, it's not. It's, as I said, it's in Dubai, in Antalya, in Bangalore, and so forth. So given that, the critical mass. Now, the other reason why I think the longevity of the Russian state in its current form is likely, and why I don't see a critical mass, is that, first of all, from a regional nationalist point of view, I really don't see, I mean, maybe I've missed something, but I really don't see anything like that. The only one that would really be likely is in the Caucasus, and there it's already been thoroughly co-opted by the Kremlin. In relation to the young people, the critical mass in the city centers, I think most of those are already in Georgia and Kazakhstan, and already in jobs in the West. So I think the numbers of those kinds of people are very, very limited. And basically, that, I think even before the war, that was probably only 5% of the population. So that population of 5% of the population has now dwindled to probably something along the lines of 1%, if that. And so who are you left with? And who you're left with is a bunch of Russians that are just prepared to put up with living in shit. Sorry to put it like that, but I think that's the fact of the matter. I think that there isn't a critical mass of people. You know, the Rospartisan movement is very, very limited in what it's doing. You know, they're blowing up or setting fire to cars and setting fire to railway junction boxes and things like this. And there is a fair bit of that going on, but really, you know, that's about it, really. And in terms of the critical mass within these people that are left in the state, I don't see that's a possibility at the moment. You know, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, and we're looking into the crystal ball. So it's somehow an academic argument about the future of Russia. I mean, the reason I don't think that there's a critical mass, and even if there were a critical mass, the regime would still be in a position to quash it with increased brutality, increased totalitarianism, is just the Belarus example, where you have a a much longer history of independence from Muscovy, and a dictatorship which is, I don't know, on some levels maybe slightly less malign than what you have in Russia. Nevertheless, given all of that, Belarus was unable to make that change, even given a critical mass of people who were behind the protests which broke out. I don't see anyone in the military capable of doing this at present. Who knows? And that means, what does the West do about it? And from my point of view, the only kind of vaguely sensible approach is the Kasparov-Khodorkovsky kind of grouping, which is basically they're trying to form, I guess, some kind of government in exile. And we're back to the subject that we're touching upon a couple of times. How does the West position itself, and how does the West support here? And how do we learn from the Second World War? How do we learn from Kosovo? How do we learn from the mistakes in Afghanistan and Kosovo? And how do we support this? Because basically what we need for Russia to be a stable and flourishing democracy is total defeat and a total restructuring of the state. And, frankly speaking, we don't have the tools in the international community to do that kind of thing. And it also plays into the narrative from the left, which is that there's a Western empire centered around the CIA, and the aim here is to topple Russia, and I don't know, whatever nonsense they come up with.
I have three little comments here, David. First one is, I don't think that's just a narrative on the left. I think that's a narrative at the ends of the horseshoe, both. So that's part one, but not that it detracts from anything. Part two, I wouldn't think that helping out any of the other things would make a particular difference. That was attempted for the last 30 odd years, and it just didn't go anywhere. Really, there will need to be a defeat in Ukraine, followed by a reckoning. And thirdly, I don't think that this is the thing to prepare for. I don't think that beefing up institutions or supporting them once they happen is at all a likely scenario anytime in the next 5 to 10 years. There is a lot of preparation that will need to go, that the collective West will need to make, and hopefully is making by now, per General Ben Hodges' recommendation from 6 months ago, to prepare for all the eventualities that might occur, but crucially to prepare for eventualities like a large-scale civil war at some point, like an overtake from of the regime by another person who might be similar, or who would be similar, like a bunch of warlords running about with still way too much weaponry because the Ukrainians didn't get to destroy it all within Russia. No, I think those are the much more likely scenarios to be prepared for, and it's really scenarios on how you insulate the rest of the world from the effects of it while they figure themselves out, rather than figure out how to beef up any institutions that might kind of come from within. I fear that Russia's well behind Belarus still on that one. David?
Exactly. I totally agree with everything you just said. So I don't think I've got no disagreement with anything you just said. Yeah, I can end for now. I think there was something that came into my mind just then, but as usual, it vanished as soon as I opened my mouth.
I'm sorry, David. I my method is post-it notes. I have a stack of post-it notes, and I just jot stuff down on the side. And this way I don't forget, because I'm afflicted by the same thing as you are, I think, David. But
I do that too, but unfortunately I was collecting a parcel from the door as well at the same time. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, so that's really it. And I don't think it was meant as a disagreement, more of a refinement or rebalancing or something. Cheers, David. let's go to Ioana and then to Daniel and Laughing Tommy. It's almost a geographical grouping there. Ioana, please.
Thank you. Is my sound good? Because I don't know. I have an old earset.
No, this is good.
Okay. So about this discussion about the critical mass, it went round and round, and maybe what I add is not so significant. At the beginning of the war, I was convinced that the people in Russia, not the old people, but the young, and those who are exposed to the Western, world and values, will go out, and there will be something. Because there is a difference between 10,000 people in the Red Square and 1 million people in the Red Square. If there are 1 million people in the Red Square, maybe the police will go along with them and not against them. But this didn't happen, and we know the reasons. And you don't only need a critical mass. Maybe it is building right now, but you also need a spark. And like the way it's going now in Russia is more like boiling the frog. It's more difficult to have a spark now than at the beginning, because people get accustomed with the situation and they go down and down and down and downer, and it's really difficult to see it evolving. But I wanted to talk to you about something that appeared in the Romanian press, and I'll finish quickly. A former counselor of Putin, Abbas Galyamov, he was a former writer for the speeches of Vladimir Putin. He wrote an article, and he describes the political situation in Russia as heading towards a military coup d'etat. And he said that as long as the bloody invasion of Ukraine continues, the political situation in Russia deteriorates, and as the war is prolonging, its inutility becomes obvious, and so on. So it's just one voice, but maybe there is a little bit of truth there. And I'm ending here because I see the hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. That's an interesting theory. That's actually something I've been going around for a while. It's a very cynical approach to, why are the Russians destroying all of their army? And it's kind of the logic being, well, the security state works a lot better if there's no army left, because you can't have an army coup if there's no army, which is true. But my goodness, is that cynical? Yeah, could be. I like the logic. I think Daniel likes the logic as well.
I will come back in 1 minute.
All right, Laughing Tom.
I'm in the same situation, sorry.
Okay, fine. Then you guys will be back in 1 minute, and then Ioana and I are going to talk instead, aren't we? And what we're going to say, what are we going to say? We're going to say that there's no one in Russia that can really do a successful military coup, because the patchwork of militaries and the patchwork of military-like organizations is so there's such a multitude of them, and this is a part of the reason for all of these private armies of Kadyrov, of Prigozhin, of Shoigu, to make it difficult for anyone to have a deciding effect or to be the decisive factor, because that's probably a part of the reason for all of this infighting. David?
Yeah, precisely. So I really like this idea of Yana's as well. I think it's been pretty much spot on about where we are. Putin, over the last 10 years, has also initiated a direct reporting arm of the GRU, or something above the GRU of that nature, which is directly reporting into the president's office. And both the armed forces and Wagner are going to be spent forces pretty soon. Yeah, and what role each of those will play in future, frankly, if the infirmary doesn't go one way or another, they've still got control of the presidential office. Yeah.
Exactly. And what they're trying to attempt is to have a tighter grip on power going forward. And this is why I think that, the theories of democratization or whatnot are just that. theories at most, because it's not really going to be happening. No, what they're failing to do on the battlefield, what they're failing to do with high hundreds, high triple digits of dead Russians every day having been sent into machine gun and artillery fire, what they're failing to do with having had 3,000 tanks, 6,000 APCs and IAVs destroyed. What they're doing with all of that is actually strengthening their position at home, shockingly enough. And that is a sign of an ill society. David?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing a descent into, as I said a number of times, North Korea on steroids from my perspective, and I don't see any reason to see anything different. I hope for I hope to be proven wrong, but I think you can see the regime already starting with the internal messaging that we're in an eternal war with the West, and it's really 1984 the kind of atmosphere, I would say. So yeah, I think that's where we're heading. I think the only motivation for the regime and the only way to understand its motivation is that the only reason for its existing is to ensure it maintains control and enables those in control to cream off some amount of the Russian GDP in order to finance their lifestyles, and that's it. That's all there is to it. So yeah, future gazing again with the caveat that it is just that. I think we're in for North Korea on steroids for the foreseeable future, unless something dramatic other happens.
And North Korea should be treated like North Korea, right? North Korea 2.0 should be treated like North Korea. Cut off,
which is the point I made about the back doors. I mean, the back doors at the moment for Russia are wide open, and they're very good at exploiting them. So, I know that I can see what they're doing. So somehow from the inside, if you like, I can see what's going on, and they're very successfully managing to get around the sanctions one way or another. As I said, I think it's a mistake to think of the economy collapsing in the same way as we would do, because at the end of the day, they really don't care. I mean, they really don't care about turning a profit. They don't really care. They just care about the income coming in and to somehow keep the whole system running. And they don't have to be profitable to do that. If the profitability of the enterprise called Russia Inc. Goes down, then repression increases and people get pushed into slave labor. That's the kind of general direction.
Quite. And what I might want to add to all of that is, David, there's an article in a source I never cite, but it's an actually interesting article in the Daily Mail, where their Moscow correspondent went shopping and found there's 5 Rolls Royces on sale, current models, just freshly imported through Central Asia somewhere. There's design stores with British designed goods still running. If everything else didn't allow loopholes to get closed, I think that's going to spur every Tory MP is going to have a cousin, an aunt, a sister-in-law, someone who's going to be absolutely appalled over it, someone very close to them who's going to be absolutely appalled over it, who's going to read it, be disgusted, and if anything's going to get pushed through the House quickly, it's going to be that. Loophole closing legislation, and agreed upon on an international basis as well.
Fortunately, there's Tobias Elwood and who's the other guy, Tom Tugendhat, who are allies in that regard. And what I was saying yesterday about some kind of, there needs to be an awakening in the West and some kind of general push for these things, or these loopholes to be closed, and that has an effect on our relationship with China too, in a very big way. So We're seeing the movement of massive global geopolitical tectonic plates at the moment. Yeah, that's all.
Daniel.
First, tell me if the wind is powerful, because my city looks like Moscow now. Okay. I know I'm optimist, and David is more or less a pessimist about what will happen. Okay. First, about economics. I'm not economics. Understand very well, because I'm not. Okay. What I can say about Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkey, every other parts where they can get some, relief from sanctions is not enough. The country is huge. Maybe it's very hard to close the gaps, but also they don't get enough for anything. Imagining the priority at this moment is probably the army, and 1 year was not enough. Second, I have a certain feeling, and this will make Vatniks to make some heart attack. I imagine at this moment there is a plan, not a very specific, not very centralized, but something like concurring plans to transform this in an example, because they need an example for that. It's very, very, very important. It's a messaging behind. You need to tell everybody, no more, no, never again, no more. Even something close like this, we cannot accept, because the consequences are extremely painful for everybody. And if you live in Sri Lanka, you'll feel much worse than in Germany. Second point, what he said, I want to be more cautious telling about 5% of the Russians, which were, I don't know, more humane. Let's put it this way. I don't think it is other thing than our dismay for how they act and how they resist. I think the genocidal, racist, fascist state is a minority. I still think is a minority. Usually minority leads is not a generalization. And usually are the people who can, how I can say, the people who support the regime are the people who can lose the less. So if you are a pensioner, your chances to go to the front with AK-47 in your hands are zero. So you can be a staunch supporter of the war. If you are 20 and a student, and the danger is very well perceived, I don't think even close you can support this war. About revolutions, anarchists, manual of the anarchists say, for you get power and influence, you need 20%. And I think that number is very close what the resource of the society there has. I am less interesting to hear about Kasparov or Khodorkovsky. Sorry, guys. For me, are two lines. First line are people very democratic, like Karamurza, or even the most blamed Russian, which is not Putin, by Ukrainians, Navalny. Sorry, I know. It's painful, but it's real. On the other line, we have one guy who is here in the West and who has some influence and understand the state,
which is called Kasyanov, former prime minister, is another line. Being more optimistic, I'm more optimistic because a huge society of 140 million is not North Korea, cannot be. And there are too many errors in this long equation we can make badly. And I don't see even close Putin regime like a powerful regime, a strong regime. It's a colossus with clay feet. Thank you.
Who let you be so optimistic, Daniel? What's wrong with you?
I enjoy life.
Since when?
Forever.
Dolman,
Who are you and what
Dolman,
did you
you
do
are
to Daniel?
mistaking the venting of good thoughts and intensity for anger. This is just to make sure that it gets clear and transparently out in the open, and therefore you can enjoy life.
Do I need to wake up still? Am I still dreaming? Am I dream co-hosting? What is this? Sorry, I'll quit it. I'll quit it. It's not funny. Laughing Tommy, go ahead.
Hey, so I have some points to make regarding my favorite subject, which is the collapse of Russia. So, and I'll make Daniel even more optimistic, I guess. There's a point that David made that I don't totally agree with, where he pointed out that the only movement he noticed is in the Caucasus. Now, first of all, there's already a movement in Tatarstan, in Bashkortostan, and there's also the beginnings of movements in Yakutia and north, around the Altai Kai and so on, so where Kazakhstan and Mongolia touch to the north. So that's one thing. But we think of there's discussion of how democracy might work in Russia and why it won't work. And the most important point is that it's absolutely impossible to work because we're thinking of basically how would the democratic Roman Empire work, or how would the democratic Persian Empire work? It's not, but it's not a viable proposition because in order to have a society, you have to have some sort of cultural link, and the culture that the way culture works in an empire is that there's a dominant culture which forces itself upon smaller cultures. So those smaller cultures are either assimilated or they remain insular. So, and all those regions in the periphery of Russia, which we now have all the Caucasian nations, all the nations of the Caucasus, because Caucasian nations might be taken differently, and all those nations in the Tatarstan region, and all those nations in the Far East, they're going to be the ones that have the, because remember, they're undercounted. Most of those regions are economically, so they're already a substantial percentage of the population in official counts, even though they're undercounted. That's one. Second of all, a lot of them are economically viable. So if they separate from Russia, they can exist by themselves because they have rich natural resources. And as we know, there's very sparse economic development in Russia apart from extraction industry. So basically, the basis of the economy will remain intact even if the central brain is removed and it's transferred to a local authority. That's one. And there's also the idea that, how should I say it? There's also national movements in those countries that are already have had bubbling up points in the past. Let's remember that Tatarstan has voted to become independent of Russia both in '93 and in 2008. It's not some ephemeral idea of nationality. They, whenever they've had opportunity, they've stated this. Yakutia has organizations all over that are livid with the way their society has been decimated. And it's the same in the Caucasus. There's national movements outside of those countries. There's even movements within those countries. So it's not, we can talk about how things are going to go within what you could consider the core, the Russian core, but even then it's not so homogeneous as we might think culturally, because there's people of Finnish influence. Even if you go to Wikipedia and you open the ethnographic composition of Russian, you click on Russian, Russian isn't even a single culture instead. So you can go as basic as that, but there's loads of economic factors. My whole point is that we're going to be looking at essentially feudal system that is falling apart with warlords that are fighting. And on the periphery of that, there's going to be loads of different states that are going to emerge, just as the states in Eastern Europe basically unhooked from the Soviet Union. It's not going to be much different. They're not all going to function beautifully right on the outset, but give it time. It's the natural process. It's not going to be essentially the bullet points are: don't think of a democratic Russia. That's never going to happen because Russia is an empire. And there's more than enough impetus at the moment for what I'm talking about, all the dissolution, the healthy receding of the Russian core to happen.
Klaus, go ahead.
Thank you. I was thinking about, I saw a footage from a Russian TV that showed how good Russian tanks would fare against Western-made tanks, and it made me laugh a bit. But my question is, who is making these videos, and who is believing that Russian tanks are so much better than Western-made tanks? Do the hosts themselves believe it? Do they live in a kind of bubble and hope that the rest of the population will accept those alternative facts? And how many Russians are watching these staged shows? Thank you.
So this is a funny one, right? Because they probably don't believe it themselves, except they've managed to drink enough of their own Kool-Aid in order to be able to believe it, which is the really fascinating thing. Really, I reckon you're looking at a completely beyond all belief, not just deluded population, but deluded propagandists are going to say, all the tanks burned the same. And then you read, yeah, but there's this Challenger 2 who got hit with 70 RPGs and was fine. They had to replace the reactive armor and clean it up a little bit, and then it went off on its way. and another one they got hit by like a dozen RPGs and a Milan anti-tank missile in Iraq at point blank range, and it took 6 hours of repairs, and the crew was perfectly fine inside, just waiting for the repair vehicle to show up. I think that's it's a really big difference between one set and the other. Axel, if you have a moment, you can maybe comment on this. How big is the difference? How big is the difference between a T90M and the Leopard 2A6? Which would you rather be in?
Easy. I would like to target the T90 because I'll hit it twice before it actually senses me.
Exactly. I mean, it's a world of difference. And then they'll go on with, oh, but they all burn the same. No, they don't. Do you know what? A T90M, a T90A, a T80, a T80 BVT, a T80U, a T72, whatever. Do you know what they have over
They have
over
more
the Leopard?
abbreviations. They have more abbreviations than functioning tanks.
Oh, of course. No. You know how you know that a T72 is better than a Leopard 2, Axel? It's 70 better because the number is 70 bigger. No, but you know what? There is no way that a Leopard 2 whatever is ever going to beat a T whatever at Tank Olympics. Because in turret toss, I mean, the T72 is just going to win by as many meters as it tosses the turret, really. Because you know what? Because the Leopard is going to fail completely, fall flat. What an embarrassment! What an absolute embarrassment!
So the M1 Abrams is worse than the Leopard 2, I guess, from that memory.
Yeah, it's one worse.
I came to think of there was this famous speech by Martin Luther King where he said that people are for a rude awakening. And I think that is what is going to happen in 2-3 months when Western tanks will roll into the theater. So thank you.
Yeah, it'll be very rude. They will be very rudely interrupted at 4.5 kilometers away. Very rudely interrupted. David.
Yeah, just to come back on a couple of points there. So, first of all, I mentioned the Khodorkovsky Kasparov group, more or less, I'd say randomly. So I don't think that they're likely to get any traction. And Daniel's completely right to point at Karamazov and Navalny as being much more likely. Nevertheless, they're let's call them external for all intents and purposes. And basically have no hope of coming to power. On the point of regional resistance, nothing would please me more for that to be the case. The reason I think that that's, and of course there are these nations which have never really had nationhood or statehood at least, who are having somewhat of a renaissance in terms of reinvigoration of their national identity. Nevertheless, that national identity has been destroyed now for 400 years or so, and it's not in any kind of strength comparable to Belarus, for example, which has something like a 70-year communist history behind it, a couple of hundred years of Russian imperial history, but at least it has the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth history of about 500 years prior to that. So it has some long history of statehood, which is somehow still in the cultural memory, which is certainly not the case with Bashkortostan. Tatarstan is another good candidate for a regional split, but in contrast to the Caucasus, they don't have their own army. So, I mean, if in the Caucasus Kadyrov was to split, then that would be a possibility. But I don't see that anywhere else. And Yeah, maybe. And these tanks, the tank back to tanks, which is I guess where we want to be. You know, there are these Wunderwaffe that are just wheeled out, and they're worse than ridiculous. I think we need to underline that it's complete nonsense for the consumption of, you know, the people over 60 that sit at home and still pine for the days of Khrushchev, and the people under 7 that are, or under 12, that are far enough away from the army to be concerned about it, and young enough not to really realise what they're being told.
Thanks, David. So there's a couple of things here. No, what they're really told, whatever. It's a funny juxtaposition of everything. You know, when you've had less than 15,000, just under 15,000 Soviet soldiers dead in Afghanistan, officially confirmed. You know, in 9+ years, 125,000 in 11 months. 125,000 in 11 months. We'll be at 150,000 in a year, 10 times in a tenth of the time, with a third as many men of fighting age. Factor of 300. A rate 300 times as high. This just shows you how captured the mind of the Russian is with the domestic facing propaganda. How different the zeitgeist compared to 35 years ago. How different the situation is. How poisoned the society is. How torn apart the fabric thereof is. And this is why it's hard. And it's going to take a lot of effort internally. And the only way to move that along is to hit them harder. And now, as to tanks, Axel, do you know what the best tank is?
You mean the big add-on gas tank in my car?
No, the Stridswagen 122. 122.
Yeah, it's a decent tank. Yeah,
it's a bigger number.
Yeah, well, do we now know how much how much they are really willing to commit? How many they really want to send? Have they said anything?
No, they haven't. Except,
are they still discussing?
They're still discussing. Axel, the best tank is actually going. You know what the really best tank is?
Oh, the KF-51.
No, the FV 4034, also known as the Challenger 2.
That's a great tank, but it's not the best tank. It's equally
outdated.
It's
4034. It must be. It's the biggest number.
Oh, I forgot. You're still going by the numbers. This is like playing, these wonderful cards with children who then look at the number. But it has a bigger number. Yeah, darling, it does.
I think it's time for some announcements, ladies and gentlemen. In 2 hours' time, we will be joined here on the MriyaReport Report by Alexander Commission, the CEO of Ukrzaliznytsia Ukrainian Railways, and the commander of the Iron Army. In 2 hours from now, the card is currently position number 1 in the nest. It will give us, well, actually, you can tell us what he'll talk to us about. It will be railways, I trust.
Absolutely. No, Alexander obviously returns to the program after a few months, and a lot of heavy work. Many of us and many of you will have followed him closely, given the fact that he's been posting both video as well as photo stills from the various places. He and his staff and the many thousand workers, men and women of Ukrzaliznytsia, have been passing through and repairing the rail tracks, switch yards, stations, and the likes, where Ukrzaliznytsia tries to keep up with the demands of the Ukrainian society and the war, shipping cargo, passengers alike, and they try to be
on time as much as humanly and Iron Army possible. Rarely ever are they delayed. If and when they are delayed, typically some grenade or some mine has gone off. But as we all know, they have returned to cities such as Liman. They have returned to Izium, and they have returned to Kherson, and at an undisclosed location at the very moment. Alexander is driving in a car with our very own Tim Sennett, and they've been traveling with a leap of journalists into the countryside away from Kyiv in order to scout out locations. And as Tim is preparing for the documentary, which we are working on together with Ukra-Stolitsya, we thought it's a great idea, as Ukra-Stolitsya has also recently posted its annual report. Now, we're not going to do just a dry dissection of their annual report. Yes, there are accountants and auditors amongst you. I know you. We've heard of you. It's all fine. We will make you happy too. But we will not just talk about the numbers and reserves and the likes and the general accounting standards of Ukra-Stolitsya. We will talk about what's behind the numbers. And we have half an hour of his time. It is, say, tight today, but then again, we will make it hopefully equally interesting and funny for all of you. And Alexander is an absolute blast. So we look forward to that in what is now 1 hour and 54 minutes. Please join us.
Axel, I have a request. Could you please post the link to the report in the reply to the advertising tweet? Because otherwise people are going to be looking for it. They won't be able to find it. They won't be able to adequately prepare. You know how these auditors are.
Okay, I will do that as well if I can. Do we need to send investment banking reports and reviews of that as well? Or is it does anybody want to have the spreadsheet too?
I think there are literally several people who want to have the spreadsheets.
Okay, if you give me a wee moment, because I was just about to make an espresso here at the log cabin, looking at very hungry dogs, and I will do this right away after, and we'll give people an hour of prep time. Please collect all your questions, specifically for the Annex D/2 of the annual report, subsection for human resource cost and the amount of money spent on veterans having lost their limbs.
D/2. Understood. All right. And in the meantime, as Axel is compiling the reports, I will point out that in what is this now? 4 hours and 23 minutes. So soon thereafter, we'll be joined again, since it's a Saturday and it will soon be Saturday morning in the Western Hemisphere. People are going to be waking up. We'll be joined again by Peter Duran, one of our audience's absolutely favorites, for another segment of Stories of Freedom, live here on the MriyaReport.
He is the guy from the American version of Duran, right?
Yes, he is. Him and his brother. And he will tell us a tale of two speeches, the riveting story of two American presidents, two dueling speeches, and Ukraine's inspiring struggle to break free from the USSR. I can only wonder which two American presidents, but you don't have to, not for long. In just over 4 hours, you'll learn all of that. And then after that, goodness me, what is this now? 7 hours and 22 minutes. We'll be joined by Track Ruts, a collection of ground pounders who will talk you through various aspects of combined arms warfare, be they tankers, mechanized infantry, or those having to fix up their messes after they've gotten hit by an RPG. So join us for all three segments there today. They're the first three in order, nicely ordered in the nest. First with the CEO of Ukra-Stolitsya, Alexander Commission, in just under 2 hours, followed by Peter Duran, and then our ground pounding crew.
We need to make sure that Peter, when we return to Crimea, to Lazuni Breg, at the barbecue, finally, later on, grabs the boombox and starts singing his rendition of Wild Boys.
I literally can't wait for it. I literally cannot wait. I mean, 111%, Axel.
Good afternoon, Doman. Good afternoon, Axel.
Still morning on this side, Mr. M.
Good morning.
And good morning, Mr. M. Axel, do you know what 111% stands for?
For a complete mistake of mathematics and statistics.
No, this is the increase. This is the increase. Since we hit the 100K day, this is the increase in average number of Russians of Russians killed per day. This is the performance increase, so to speak. Since then, between the 100K day and the 125K day, because until then, on average, 334 Russians were killed in the field per day. That has now grown to 370 killed per day.
So what you're telling me, it has
111% is much.
increased. What you are telling me, it has increased by a factor of what?
Of 111%.
No, by a factor of what?
1.11, also known as
Thank you very
111%.
What is it with these chemists?
Yes, this is the daily productivity averaged out over all these days and months.
Can we again highlight at least what this means in terms of speeding it up? I mean, that is a massive increase. And it took them about 10 months to just get to 100K. And within just about a month, they added 25, meaning a fourth of it. That is massive.
Yes, it is. Whomever the management consultant was who got this sped up so much certainly deserves his money's worth. Klaus.
Yeah, hi. I'm walking so a bit for input, but I must say I agree with Axel with a factor of 0.9. So, but another question is if Russia is utterly defeated and implodes, is Kaliningrad up for grabs? Is the Kuril Islands up for grabs? Thank you.
Well, as you well know, Korolievets is well. There's a pipeline. There's a beer pipeline already being built to there from the main bit of the Czech Republic. So I think that that kind of explains that. They're going to have to come to an agreement with Axel, and I think, I think that that's going to be sorted out quite easily with a case of Pilsner here, a case of Pilsner there, and I'm sure that they'll come to an agreement for land use. Right, Axel?
Königsberg will be free eventually.
And as to the Kuril Islands, I'm sure that they will welcome some investment and development eventually.
Yeah, pardon for calling it Kaliningrad, but what? Who did it belong to before Stalin decided to promote it demote it to a enclave?
Well,
East Prussia.
Exactly, it was part of the then German, then Germany, and prior to that the German Empire, and prior to that the Norddeutscher Bund, prior to that it was Prussia, and prior to that it was part of Prussia as East Prussia or Eastern Prussia within the Holy Roman Empire of German nations, and you wouldn't believe it hosted as critical a thinker as Immanuel Kant.
I read somewhere that Germany had given up any claims to Königsberg. Is that true?
Yeah, that's not totally true. because according to Horst Telchik, who was part and parcel of the discussions and the 2+4 discussion, as well as in the prior to the 2+4 format negotiations with Gorbachev and Kohl in Russia at Gorbachev's dacha, there was no such mentioning of Königsberg at that point in time. There were indications and discussions at a later stage about a potential free trade zone, which almost likely would have been a significant improvement if Russia ever had allowed it. But then again, there were the, so to say, the vibes and memories of Novgorod in it in some shape or form. At the moment, evidently, there is very little left of anything German. Don't forget, Königsberg was pretty much bombed and thrashed to bits, razed, and is literally no more. What remains is, of course, the landscape. And as we all know, culture is formed by people in their environment, and the landscape in Königsberg is magnificent. It's absolutely stunning. Everyone who already likes the Baltics and everyone who likes northeastern Poland will easily understand why this is one of the most beautiful cultural environments in the world. But then, I'm biased.
So, since Germany doesn't have any current borders to Königsberg, it would be difficult to sort of give Germany sovereignty to Königsberg.
No, it's not true, because the separation between Eastern Prussia and Königsberg and Germany mainland proper, that has existed in the past. So that should not be an issue. I mean, this is a matter of what the international community will allow to happen at that point in time, because obviously there is no claim to fame for anyone else. Let's put it this way.
So Königsberg could return to Germany if Russia collapses completely and have to give concessions.
It is highly theoretical. It's highly theoretical. I do not see the Russian Federation collapsing in a format that would allow territorial cessation in any shape or form. I would probably see the Russian Federation collapsing in a different way, meaning that it disintegrates into different republics. And at that point in time, the remaining population, don't forget, Kaliningrad, as it's called today by them, is predominantly a military base plus a port for the military, and with one of the highest ratios of HIV positives, as I understand, in the world, as a percentage of 1,000. A lot of corruption and substantial health issues, and a nearly exclusively Russian population. So as a consequence, you would have to find completely different solutions as to how to allow those to migrate. And if the Russian military collapses and Russia as a federation collapses, then this doesn't make it any easier. It's a thorn in the thigh of northeastern Europe, which is what the Russians wanted, or the Slovakia wanted.
Maybe it's a worthwhile reminder that the people make the territory. People are what really makes up countries, rather than just their territorial extent. And because of that, it's a lot less interesting than it used to be.
You mean
Well,
the
yes.
interaction between people and the territory? Because if you stand on the huff, I can definitely tell you it changes you.
Brian.
Good morning. Thank you, Roman. Quick question for Axel. mainly inspired by his preparation of espresso from the rubric Things It's Nice to Know But You Don't Need to Know. In Wiener Kaffee House Kultur, when you're served the coffee that you ordered, why do they give it to you with a glass of water?
Because of the bitterness. The bitterness of coffee you can easily wash down with a glass of water. And you can technically dilute the coffee if it is too strong for you.
Herzlichen vielen Dank.
I always thought because just having a glass of water is nice, pleasant, but it's a new one. Really dilute the coffee with the water? I've never seen anyone do that.
Well, people drink Americano, don't forget, which is nothing else than a lungo in Italy or a verlängerte in Vienna. So you can create your own verlängerte quite easily if you want to add to it. And some people like it, but definitely the initial concern is always about the bitterness of coffee.
A short espresso with a cube of ice, it's perfect. You can drink it immediately.
Yeah, it's a classic thing, especially in very hot environments. Absolutely. Alrighty. So now that we've taken back the opportunity of not taking Königsberg today, where do we go from here?
Well, on a naval theme, I've had a question from one of our listeners, looking at the aggregate number of destroyed Russian equipment, noting that there are 18 naval vessels among those, and asking the question of, they've only heard of the Moskva. What's the other 17? Are they some sort of much smaller boats? To which the answer, Axel, is in the affirmative, alas.
Yeah, of course. Isn't it 2 frigates, 3 corvettes, and then a couple of, what's it?
And 29 submarines and 2 Death Stars, right?
No, but there's 2 frigates, if I'm not quite mistaken, and 3 corvettes. At least that's what I vaguely remember from our discussions in March, April, May, and June with Gunny. Where's Gunny when you need him?
I don't know. Where is Gunny? I think he's turned green from that crow he had to eat.
Sorry, I have to feed 3 very, very hungry poodles. 1 sec.
Ivana?
Well, I have a list on Wikipedia. I don't know how good it is, but apparently it is like this. 5 Raptor-class patrol boats, Saratov, Russian Navy Alligator class, landing ship that was docked in Berdyansk, Moskva, of course, you know about this, BK-16 high-speed assault boat in May 22, Cerna class landing craft on May 22 also. It was destroyed by a Bayraktar drone. Velik Ustyug in June. It was there were evidence of the ship being towed. Vasily Bek. What is this? It was destroyed with Harpoon missiles. And Ivan Golubets on October. So that's the list on Wikipedia.
And then a couple of smaller boats since that went kind of unspecified. So thank you, Ivana, and that kind of illustrates the spectrum of what all is considered, from a rather giant air defense missile cruiser like the Moskva, to the rather small, not particularly interesting, what is it, ribbed boats, I guess, on the Dnipro. So it covers a rather wide spectrum. Probably the widest spectrum of any of the categories in there. Klaus?
Yeah, it's a comment to Axel's, or was it yours, about the population and territory. There's an actual problem up north in Norway because more and more people are moving away from this region. There are some small cities like Alta and Kirkenes, all the way to the east. But other than that, more and more people are moving away. The government have tried to have tax incentives, so you pay half as much tax for the easternmost areas, but that hasn't helped sort of keeping the population even to an even level. So that is, we see now how important it is to have people living in the area you claim your territory. So thank you.
So you're saying that people in Norway don't even want to live close to Russia?
It's so far up north, it's expensive to travel. Going by car is 6-8 hours from Tromsø to Alta, I think. If you have a work that requires you to go to these two places, it's often more convenient to fly, but flying is expensive, and it's there's a long way to Tipperary from up north. You have to go to Gardermoen first at Oslo when you go to Fagner or other places in the south. So when people are accustomed to be able to live a pleasant life, living up north may not be that interesting in the long run. So young people are moving away, and that is an issue.
Quite, and you know, it's let's say it's a difference between what you want there to be happening, or where you want to be, and what makes a place genuinely interesting for anything but natural beauty.
And whilst we're at it, Klaus, because you just put it up, when you said a long way, I immediately had it in my mind, but I also had the image right in front of me for everyone who's into, say, a few older 1980s remembrance, say, movies and sentiments. Go for YouTube, Das Boot, Tipperary. Put it up, watch, listen.
I will do that. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought you said Tipperary. I wasn't sure if you did or not. That's my autocomplete.
Oh,
my
he
brain.
did. He did.
Oh, he did say. Okay.
Absolutely, which is why I say immediately went back to Jürgen Prochnow in Das Boot.
So before we go to Chris, I just want to note, somebody asked me about the helicopter, the Mi-8, that had a little bit of an emotional event in Moscow at Vnukovo yesterday. Whether it was the one used by Putin or one of his aides, I don't think that's ever going to be clarified, but it was one apparently from the wing that is used to transport various high officials, and it's not detailed which one.
What did you just say? Putin has aides? That's breaking news.
I think he has several. Has he ever been to Kaliningrad? Sorry, Königsberg. He did, didn't he? Even last year, he went there at some point to open a judo hall or something.
The usual stuff you do as a bear fighting, bareback, horseback riding dictator.
Chris.
Yeah, Chris, very good morning.
Good morning, all. Bore da, as they say in Wales. How are we?
I'm okay. I don't know about Doman or Axel, but I'm okay.
Bore da.
That's good. That's good. Axel seemed to be after me yesterday, I think. I don't know if he was, but I was busy doing cyber security training for the SMEs in the UK because we're preparing for more Russian cyber attacks. So it was a busy day yesterday. Now, do we know who, I don't know how to pronounce this, Triarch the Sea Rebel is? At Triarch81 on Twitter.
Never heard of it.
Well, no, nor me. So I don't know whether it's. I was wondering whether it was another gunny in disguise one because he's got Navy stuff on there. So have we heard of Mark 6s, American Mark 6s, as in sort of like fast patrol boat type things?
I've not, but I'm not much of a naval guy.
No, we'll need to get. There's a queue of things now for Gunny, isn't there, to come up? We'll probably need to get him up to talk about this. But anyway, a flotilla of them is on its way from America to Ukraine, if that's the right terminology for Mark 6s. And there's a theory being proposed here as to what they're going to do when they get there. I'm not exactly sure when they are going to get there. Don't think it says, but
what the beauty of them, Chris? The beauty of them is that they are small enough, right?
Oh yeah, they're small enough. Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether you can get them in a big American transport plane, but maybe you can. And yeah, like, so the theory is that well, one theory is that they could just be used for sort of like, river patrol boats and all the rest of it. But the big theory is, in a quite long thread, that they're going to become missile boats. And then
when you say missile boat, Chris, do you mean like you point the boat at what you want to hit and then you just go at it?
No, you put some. You add onto these platforms some nice missile launchers, and then you can do a number of things with them. Then you can, for example, send them out to the Eastern Black Sea, or you could use them on the south coast around Crimea, or you could send them up the rivers. But depending on what missile you put on them, you could do an awful lot of things with them. So it was just, apparently they were talked about and sort of ordered by Ukraine some time ago, but have been forgotten, but are now being refitted and sent to Ukraine. So that's one to discuss. I'll tag Gunny on the thread, and then he can get prepared sometime. What was the other thing?
Tag me as well, Chris.
I think I did, but I'll do it again. Yeah. Yeah. What was the other naval thing that was going to be talked about?
I think we're just going to do some naval gazing at some point.
All right. I look forward to that. Well, actually, I'm really looking forward to the train discussion. As you know, I like trains.
1.5 hours, Chris. 1.5 hours.
Yeah,
I know you like Chris. I like trains too.
I know. Well, that's on my bucket list. Travel on Ukrainian trains when we win, and And hopefully you saw my little graphic that I got, which said there's definitely at least 450 tanks on their way to Ukraine. What did Zelensky ask for? 500, was it?
300, I think. But I want to say, I think he meant 300 Western-made tanks, and the 400 includes lots and lots of T-72s in various states of modernization. So it's a little bit different.
I think they've gone. I think they're all aiming at around 500 or something.
Yeah, and again, there are many more that are going to be coming. Many more that are going to be coming in due course, undoubtedly.
Yeah. Excellent, very good. Keep up the good work. Speak soon.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, Chris, do you remember when exactly we started Free the Leopards? I was trying to figure it out last night.
Ah, well, it's funny you should say that.
Because I was searching for it, actually. I couldn't find anything from before early October. But I think it's the Twitter search function. It's a bit iffy.
No, we did this earlier.
Well,
actually, send me a tweet from yourself where you use the Free the Leopards hashtag that's earlier than October, please.
I can look for this somewhere later today. Chris, you and I were swapping messages at the time, right at the beginning.
That's right.
Maybe we find the date by this, or email something. Maybe we find the date even easier this way.
Well, no, definitely that is true, Axel. You are spot on there, right? But of course, that was when I started tracking the appearance of the hashtag.
That's a few weeks in, isn't it? Like 2 weeks or something in
there.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Yeah, but I think, yeah, no, that's right. I'm not absolutely sure when that email was, right? But you're right. I think it was like maybe it might only have been 1 or 2 weeks after we started, Axel.
Yeah.
Right, but
Domin, I'm not the perfect guy for the search function, but I will just scroll back all the tweets, and at some point in time, I would hope that the gods of Twitter allow me to find exactly what it's.
I haven't done it. I haven't done it yet, Axel. But I'm going to log back into the hashtag tracker, so I might have like literally everything there. But
cool.
Yeah, but yeah, well, I was in a mind as well to go and look back and try and work out. Do you know what? I'll tell you what I think. I think it was a Saturday like this. I just have a feeling. I seem to remember it was a weekend discussion, but I could be wrong on that. Anyway, we'll work it out. Yeah, it's going to be a film one day.
As long as the leopards come in handy, everything is fine.
but what I will say to you, Axel, right, is that finding another hashtag that works as well as hashtag Free the Leopard is going to be challenging, right?
I don't know whether you checked it, but we already have a new campaign going, and it is Free the Falcons and Release the Vipers. And it's already online, and it even has its own logo and logo campaign. So if you go onto that, Domin, where is this? Where did we put this all?
It's the fourth in the nest, fourth from the left in the nest.
I have got that, Axel, right? And I don't want to argue with you, but I've got a theory here, right? Just for you to consider. Okay. So my theory is this, right? Well, first of all, the Free the Falcons one is actually very nice, because I saw somebody, of course, the other day saying, oh, well, this is a very appropriate hashtag, right? Because, of course, the Ukrainian logo is a falcon, isn't it, as well? So that's a neat, what's the connection, right? So I thought, oh, okay, I like that. And then, but I think the problem is, Axel, no offense, but only aeroplane geeks know that an F-16 is a Falcon.
Which is why we put up the logo. Have a look. You
Okay,
look at
okay.
number 4, it has nose art from a plane, and actually it combines the Viper because the way the pilots call it, the F-16, it's a Viper, despite the fact that the U.S. Air Force still calls them the Fighting Falcons, but nevertheless. Anyway,
Why is it called a Viper?
because the test pilots, right at the beginning, called it the Viper. And they kept doing this, and even today, the demo pilots of the F-16 call it the Vipers. They even have their own U.S. Air Force page for that. So it's both the Viper and the Fighting Falcon, 2 denominations. So you can actually use them both, which is why on this nose art we have both of them. But we also, in the background, put something else so we can transition the campaign, because we want, of course, not just the Fighting Falcons or the Vipers. No. We also want the F-15, and that's an Eagle.
Yes, you put Strike Eagle, didn't you? I think I saw this tweet. You see, so yeah. It got me thinking. But I think
we'll give it a college try.
Yeah, no. I think but obviously I've also seen people using free the F-16, and I'm just like thinking the general public might know F-16 more than they know Falcon or Viper. But anyway, it's like,
did they know Leopards before August? All of them.
Well, they knew Leopards, but they didn't know Leopard tanks. You know, so.
It was of course easier because of the Leopard print. I mean, of course, there's a cultural connection which you can make there more easily. Here, you just have to go by. You have to incite the young people who love aviation. So it's like what our colleagues said before, that the film Top Gun was one of the original Top Gun was one of the best ever recruiting sparks for the U.S. Air Force and the Marine Corps, because many young people decided, hey, I want to do this, I want to try this, I want to become a pilot. And the same thing has happened now with Top Gun Maverick.
What were the planes? What were the planes in the first Top Gun?
F-15. That was 14, the Tomcat.
Oh, okay. And the second one?
This is they went up with the F-18, if I'm not quite mistaken. I didn't watch the movie, so I think it's the F-18 they flew.
Yeah, I sort of watched it, but I didn't exactly realize what I was looking at playing wise and that. Okay, so not F-16s and not F-15s then.
I wouldn't think so. Does anybody know? I didn't watch the movie.
I just Googled it, and it's F-18 Super Hornets.
Well, there you go.
F-A-18 Super Hornets.
There's no surprise.
Right.
Super Hornets is great.
I have a solution for the pictures and the posing. I think Buckers is going to like this. Now, it's a little bit of a stretch, but what do Falcons have, Chris? What do Falcons have? What are they covered in, the Falcons?
What, real Falcons or the Falcon plane?
Real Falcons. Real Falcons.
Well, yeah, feathers.
Feathers, okay. And what's a Viper? Is a type of a snake, right? So, solution is feather boas. Lots of feather boas.
Oh God! It is. I mean, this is very, very made up. But there you go. If you look at the logo, by the way, if I may say so, look at the nose art. Look at the logo, because it's a classic nose art, like we had with many planes, our American friends and the Brits in World War II, and you can see what the woman is wearing there.
I shall go look at it now, and of course I shall, as we say in the trade, care and share it.
Yes, please.
Okay.
She is wearing a Viper.
Is she? Ooh,
yes.
Okay. Very
and we
nice.
thought that both feather patterns as well as snake patterns do work well with both boots and dress.
Well, that is true. That is true. That is true. There's a few connections to be made here, but
and we will yet again reach out to the army of fashionistas on the interwebs to join us in that course.
So actually, you can answer something for me, Axel, right? As I call them, the leopard ladies, right? Like without, giving any OPSEC away, were they from Germany or from Ukraine, basically, or what?
Nearly all of them are organized out of Odessa, but I think they are from all over Europe.
Okay, so
as I
organise
understand
that.
our three ladies who have coordinated this matter, they have gathered a vast army, quite literally from all over, including some Americans, Canadians, and Mexicans who joined in.
Well, yeah, it's funny actually. You should say that because my daughter is a photographer. She does a thing which I think they call boudoir photography, and I made her aware of the Free the Leopards campaign and that because I thought some of her.
Then she can now look at people who have boots with snake skin whatever kind of prints and whatnot, and feather boas and feathers. Absolutely, yes, please.
Yeah.
Send them our way. We will pass them on to the powers that be.
I shall do that. I shall get some. So I should get some of the images and I shall send them over to her.
Axel, 7th of October. An army, a veritable army, well, at least like a squadron, platoon, whatever, of people have done Twitter searches. 7th of October was the start of Free the Leopards.
What day is the 7th of October?
Oh.
An army has done what? Searching what specifically?
Hashtag Free the Leopards. All the tweets.
So, what tweets that I made?
Yes, your first one was on the 7th of October, apparently. That's what I found as well.
No idea. Hey, we started talking about this at the end of August. That I know.
Yeah, I remember that as well. But apparently, we didn't actually start the. Campaign has to be public facing to be started, right? So the public facing campaign started on October 7th. Maybe
Chris,
October 6th.
Can you look in your email when we started chatting about this because you measured the hashtags and stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, will do. Okay, guys.
7th of October was a Friday, Chris, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, it could have been a Friday. It was like a morning that we three were chewing the fat, wasn't it?
I know. I remember.
Yeah, but I thought it was a Saturday, but it could have been a Friday. Yeah.
Maybe it was a very warm October day. Maybe that's why we thought it was the summer. It's possible.
I don't know. This fog of time, isn't it? But anyway, great stuff. Okay, I'll come back to you, Axel.
Thank you, mate.
Okay. Good stuff.
Mockers, feather boas, yay or nay?
My personal favourite, I'll be honest, is the very first hashtag that Axel has used in his nose arts tweet, which is Sweet F16, just because it ties it into the Rammstein Valentine's Day theme. So if you were going to ask my opinion, I particularly like that one. But I might be able to hunt down something that's actually made of feathers. Would you believe? I've got a feather shoulder doodah. So
fantastic.
I'll hunt that down, and I'll take a picture.
Yeah, I think it's a perfect. It's sufficiently tenuous to work. Sufficiently tenuous to be interesting. Fancy Pants, do you have any feather boas?
No, I don't have any feather boas, but I do have maybe some feather somewhere at home. But anyways, I like the Sweet F16 as well as a hashtag for the F16s. And I wanted to say that if you need help with Twitter archaeology, I can help. I'm currently deep into that sort of stuff. We are currently making our crawlers available for different Ukrainian causes. So if MriyaReport, I am currently driving, so I couldn't see who was speaking here with Axel. If you need help with tracking hashtags and the sorts, I can be of help.
That's perfect. Is that Fancy Pants?
That's Fancy Pants.
Yes.
Okay.
Fancy Pants
I'll
and
send you
Chris
a DM.
Brindley.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Fancy Pants. Any chance? The Bundesheer sends some of their leopards somewhere, somewhere else, somewhere more appropriate. Because Austria really isn't leopard country, is it? Definitely not tank country generally, unless it's like a cuirassier or something appropriately sized to squeeze in between the Alps.
Fancy Pants?
I think Fancy Pants is maybe a bit busy. Who knows? We shall go back to Fancy Pants. Abdallah.
Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon from Dubai. Just the campaign to free the leopards. I really felt behind it. It was, for me personally, I took it personal because the leopard, that beast, is the only creature I haven't seen in the wild, in Africa. So I fell in love with it earlier on. So it's great. It's great to see that it's happening finally. So the hard work and the perseverance of the people on this space has paid off. A lot of people were saying earlier on, this is not gonna work. These politicians don't listen. They live in their own little bubble. But it did work, but I also want to say that people to continue, sending the letters and stuff. I remember going to the embassy in Abu Dhabi, and delivering a letter. They said that they will send it to the foreign minister. I think we need to still do that as well, right? So we have to do everything. I think that has contributed as well. So I think we need to mention that, and the protests, the letter delivery campaign, the emails, and all that has had an effect. And I think we can use the same thing that has worked for us in the past to do the same to free the Falcons. And that's what I was gonna say. Thanks, Dominic.
That's a very good point. And by the way, we should not let up. Free the leopards continues until sufficient amounts of leopards are actually freed. Whilst there are indications that the numbers are increasing, does not mean that we can let up the pressure, because if we ever let up the pressure, Olaf Scholz and his ilk will almost likely simply throttle it.
100%. Olaf, oh my God. His heart is not in it. He's just looking at, he's just waiting for us to go back to our daily routines and forget about this. I totally agree, Axel. That's a great point. I forget about Schultz. Thanks.
The way to counter that, Abdallah, is to make it your daily routine. To make it your daily routine, as many of people here have, to call out the Schultzing and push those shake those cages open. There we go. Shake those cages open.
Yes, that is true. I told Axel a couple of nights ago that I see a lot of falcons here in the UAE. I thought he wanted access to that when he comes to visit, and I know a lot of good falcon breeders.
I would definitely like to see them live. That I can definitely tell you. I've seen them twice. When I was a child, I had a falcon once at a falconry on my arm, and it was very impressive. Very impressive. And I have a deep respect for these animals.
That is true. Likewise, I really do love them. I'm a man of nature, so I like to see people taking care of animals. And I usually when we're going on vacation, I tell my father to take us to a place with away from the big cities and all that. So I've always been like that. I'm the only one in my family who enjoys that kind of stuff. The mountains, the nature and all that. So I totally agree with you. They're an amazing animal, the falcon. So I hope our campaign is a success again. Thank you so much.
Let's get it done.
Yes, both their natural and their metal winged friends, right? Both. We're fans of both. Klaus.
Yeah, I have a question for Chris regarding these boats. Can they carry troops? And if so, how many? Because then, if they can carry troops, they could be used to sort of penetrate the across the Dnieper River when the main counterattack to.
Chris?
Yeah, sorry, I'm here. Like I haven't done like deep research on these, but they are Mark 6 patrol boats.
25 meters long. That kind of tells you that they can definitely carry troops.
Oh yeah. But I don't know how many, but yeah. So yeah, they're very they're very interesting. So I'm doing a bit more research on it, and I'm just going to tag you guys on the original tweet as well. And oh, by the way, for Axel, oh God, it's gone again now. 23rd of October. I've just resent you the email, Axel.
One second.
I saw a post about Yuri Inat, that's the Air Force spokesman, and he expected to receive 24 modern fighters from its partners. Is there already an official request for that? Because I'm reading this and I can't find any request or some sort.
Mr. I'm confused. Request for what? From whom?
Request from Ukraine, official request from Ukraine for modern fighters. Air Force spokesman Yuri Inat has said it accordingly to Flash, and he has that from some Spanish posts. So therefore I ask if there is an official request done by Ukraine to the partners.
I mean, what a week ago, Yuri is not already noted. I mean, he would know that he explicitly noted that the types, plural, of aircraft, of Western-made fighter aircraft, have already been decided on and determined. So, I mean, I don't know what constitutes an official request, but I trust that the necessary things have already been asked, if not entirely agreed upon, but probably, quite probably, at least largely agreed upon already.
Okay, so that makes.
Yeah, but no, you're right, Mr. M, because there are quotes in different Spanish newspapers reverting back to this. This is absolutely true. And yeah, it's interesting that the Spanish press is not picking up on this. May just be also a continuation of the interviews Yuri gave in the past days, and that they've just come lately to the party because they're still actually referring back to his comment from, I think it's the 24th, when he was still keeping the door open to that they would welcome and consider the Rafales as well as the Gripen, which is interesting because it is definitely, if and when the French should be sending anything, it should be the Rafales and not the stupid 2000s. And don't get me started. We had the discussion with Latam in the evening yesterday.
I hear, Axel, that Tim promised that if they send the Rafales, that he'll learn the Marseillaise and then sing it every day on the MriyaReport.
If they get the Rafales, I'm going to be eating, well, apart from the fact that I drink French wine anyway, I will probably be making French cuisine for the whole troop for the one day of the barbecue on Crimea.
And
That's hardly a threat.
The Rafadas are the only. I mean, I'm cooking. Who knows? But seriously, the Rafadas are certainly that is a completely different.
Did Axel just cut out?
Axel, Axel got a phone call, I trust, which would explain the sudden disappearance. No, he's not a magician. He just got a phone call.
It's the telephone Houdini.
So you're saying that Rafales, completely different aircraft? Would there be a meteoric rise, or rather a meteoric fall, of many Russian fighters and even strategic bombers were such Rafales introduced? The joke being that the French have an air-to-air missile called the Meteor, or the Meteor, which is apparently very good and very long range and very precise and whatnot. So that would be what's in there.
It's engaging beyond sight domain, as I read it.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Then I have it correct. So they don't have to see the airplane visually. That is.
Exactly, and they're very fast, Mach 4 or some such, which is most excellent when you're trying to hit something that is also very fast itself. But obviously, the Rafale is designed to work exactly with that, and it's rather good. Of course, it works with other things as well. They can also fit it on I don't know, Gripens and whatnot. So decidedly multi-use thing in service with a number of European air forces, which would, of course, mean that there is a chance for supply from various sources as well, not just France. It'd be it would lead to a veritable showering of Russian aircraft in these beautiful, sleek, not quite as fast as a Meteor in the terminal phase, but nevertheless, missiles. Go ahead, Abdallah.
Abdallah, go ahead.
Okay, better.
Hello, Domin. Hello, Mr. M. I have a quick question about the long-range missiles. People talk about the TACMs, but General Hodges was insisting on talking about the capability rather than the actual system. And so I'm wondering, which are the other systems that would go under that long-range missile label, in addition to ATACMS and maybe Storm Shadows?
That's an excellent question. I mean, Tomahawk cruise missiles would be a good start, I would say. And by start, I mean end to Russian ballistic missile positions and whatnot. Definitely very much the end. I don't know what else the things are, but obviously there's nothing quite like an ATACMS itself, right? Because of the vertical or near vertical angle of attack and the fantastic precision thereof. There's not really a direct equivalent to that, but there's plenty of cruise missiles around which have very good ranges and whatnot. I would also say the GLSDB, the gliding, the ground launched small diameter bomb, which is also gliding. Hence, I still want Dagger to catch on. I don't know, much better. Anyway, it has not quite the range of an ATACMS and not quite the explosive power of an ATACMS, but be exceedingly useful as well. If Ukraine had them now, No, you can just think of all manner of targets, from Jankoy to Luhansk to whatnot, that would be under threat, that currently aren't. If Ukraine had, thousands of those. And I wish to stress that it is in part a Swedish product. So maybe the FMV can have a little word with Saab regarding those, and providing those to Ukraine as well. And it's not quite the same capability as ATACMS, of course, right? Half the range, not the vertical entry and whatnot, but nevertheless very useful, very markedly improving the capabilities that they currently have, stretching out the Russian supply lines, really improving things rather.
So expanding the product line coming out of the Russian meat grinder to Swedish meatballs.
I mean, the problem is, Peter, you need the right ingredients, right? It's not just about technique; it's also about ingredients, and that might be lacking somewhat.
I hear you. So talk to me about storm shadows. Are they more likely, or are they as likely as ATACMS? And is there I believe they are air launched, and is that such an impediment that we should focus on ATACMS and just disregard the storm shadows, or are we hoping for those?
It could actually go the other way. So storm shadows are air-launched cruise missiles. They have a range of 500 kilometers or something. I forget what exactly it is. It's just about so that if Ukrainians do a daring run just across the border into Russia and launch them, you can hit Inglis airfield, right? That's kind of the logic of those. What the other thing is, it's a British and French product. So the Brits could send it without any issue. And there have been discussions already, a month ago, maybe more than a month ago, whereby there were talks of Soviet-era jets being modified in a way that would allow them to launch said cruise missiles. It's obviously it's programmed before you launch it, so it could well be done in a way where it wouldn't be too difficult to do if you could pre-program it on the ground still of what the target is, and then just launch it from the air when in an appropriate area, and you should be able to get it there, right? So it's plausible that it's not too difficult a thing for Ukrainians to fit to the planes, and that would be exceedingly good. The other thing that would be exceedingly good about it is it kind of wouldn't stand well. It would really open the doors to ATACMS in large number, wide open, simply because ATACMS have much less of a range than these things, and it's an excellent opportunity for the British government to step forward and break down yet another dam, right? Break down yet another dam, that of long-range precision fires. So that's kind of the logic there. You wouldn't get very many of these. There's just not that many around. But certainly enough to severely deplete Russian capabilities out of Inglis, and hopefully, you get rid of the munition storage, you get rid of maybe some ballistic missile launch sites, you get rid of some strategic bombers, and that's well worth it. But then it will also open the door wide to ATACMS, and ATACMS are just absolutely tremendous for what Ukraine needs, with 300 odd kilometer range, maybe even slightly more, and that ability to destroy, deliver a rather large warhead to wherever it is, both logistics, air bases, air defenses, whatnot. Peter?
I think I read that there is some sort of treaty that limits the range of missiles that can be exported, and that there is an export version of the Storm Shadows that exactly conforms to that range. And I think the range is then about the same as the ATACMS. But I'm not sure. I just think I read something like that in passing.
That's interesting. I don't know if there is. Maybe there's an agreement somewhere that says that. I think that would be limiting it by treaty, ranges of cruise missiles. Axel, help.
I'll take a look and see if I can retrieve that article again.
I see here an AGM-86 cruise missile, and it can go a range from 2,500 kilometers. And there is another one, the East Wind 41, and that one can go well, this has it has a range of 12,000 kilometers. So I don't think there is some kind of treaty on long-range cruise missiles.
I mean, I've not heard of one.
Me
but
neither.
again, I mean, he did only Peter did only say about this only applying to export versions, which missile technology control regime. Okay, so I wonder how this functions as an export control program. I see. Okay, that's interesting. But Ukraine is a party to this, so maybe it's plausible. I shall have a look into this. I'm familiar with the medium range ballistic missile rules, but that wouldn't apply to ATACMS, obviously, because they're too short range for anything like that. I'll have a look see, Peter. But I will say 500 kilogram. Okay, so this places focus on things that can deliver at least a 500 kilogram payload. I don't think the Storm Shadow is 500 kilo payload. 450 kilograms. So it's actually under that, Peter. So it's fine. Right? The thing you sent me about the MTCR, it's for things that can deliver a 500 kilo payload, and this is 10% less, so it should be okay. It shouldn't be an issue.
I sent you also a snippet from Wikipedia on Black Shaheen, which is a variant of Storm Shadow that is created to comply with that regime. So take a look at that as well. It seems like they developed a variant to somehow comply with this set of rules. But I must admit I don't have enough knowledge to comment.
Yeah, either way, in a time like this, I mean, even if there is some sort of an agreement, there's reason to go and bypass said agreement. Or you can say, hey, Ukrainians were given the 300-kilometer ones, but they're such clever engineers that they figured out how to extend said range. So all right then. No, they just put a better propellant in there. Right? They've developed the super secret mix. There's always ways around those things. But yes, absolutely. I mean, long range precision fires together with Western airframes are the two things that Ukraine has not yet received, or at least not in any considerable number, that they definitely need in order to kick the Russians out of the country. And then back to Russia. So those are definitely the two focuses of any future efforts when it comes to new capabilities. Of course, the rest of it is for extending the capacities of current capabilities, of currently already announced capabilities or delivered capabilities. So, still many more tanks, many more IVs, many more artillery shells, etc. But also, on top of that, the top up, so to speak. All right. Abdallah, please.
Hey, Doman. So real quick. Earlier you were talking about French weaponry, and then I came to the realization that the French president Macron has gone dark. So I was just wondering, is he carrying out an audit of the Leclercs before they're released to the Ukrainians?
Yeah, instructions unclear. He went to the supermarket instead. For anybody who doesn't know, the Leclerc is both a tank as well as a supermarket in chain in France. And no, it'd be a shame. It'd be a shame if the Ukrainians were given the wrong one of those. But frankly, I will say I don't think that Leclercs are particularly likely to be headed to Ukraine either way. There's only about 200 in French stocks. And there's not really a replacement program ready for them yet anyway, so it's quite unlikely that Leclerc will be going. Now, Rafales would be far more beneficial to Ukraine. You know, a dozen Rafales would do a whole lot more than a dozen Leclercs. And he can really show himself to be the trailblazing whatnot he wants to be remembered as. And trust me, if he's the first to send Western jets, there will be, an avenue named after him in Kiev after the war. I have no doubts at all. It will be sort of a meteoric rise in popularity, let's say. Actually, maybe this is a good question. If Macron goes on television or goes to Kiev and then publicly announces, and we are sending, a dozen or 2 dozen Rafales, does he become more popular in Ukraine than Boris Johnson?
Never.
See, I'm not sure. I think he might actually. I think there's actually a chance. And also, Abdallah, no, you should say definitely, because that will motivate him to do it, right? I mean, Mockers, what do you reckon? Do you reckon that this would be enough? That this would be something that would be enough to supplant the popularity of the most popular?
You totally broke up on me there,
The
Doman.
most popular. That was the last we heard. Doman?
Sorry, I think my mute button was having issues.
You were whistling on this side.
Yes, but a bit of technical difficulties. Right, Ivana, please.
Well, about Macron being more popular than Boris Johnson, I think the answer is no. First of all, he's not the right personality type. He's not effervescent like Boris Johnson. He's kind of an introvert, and well, this is one. And the second is his talks to Putin. I think nothing can erase his long talks to Putin in the beginning of the war. Nobody in Ukraine will forget about this. And it's, I think if he gives all the army of France to Ukraine, all the equipment and everything, his talks to Putin will never be forgotten. So the answer is no. But Rafale or Mirage?
I will say, again, none of you are understanding this. This isn't how marketing works. Don't shoot it down, you amplify it. And then maybe he'll actually do it. If you tell him, no, there's no way, of course he's not going to do it.
Yeah, I understand this, but maybe we can find some other incentive, because this one, being more popular than Boris Johnson, I don't think it works. We should find some other incentive for him, like, I don't know, being chosen to decide the best wine in Ukraine or whatever, something like
No,
this.
he's from the north. It doesn't work. He's from the only bit of France that doesn't make wine.
Well, beer
barely
then.
makes cider. It's very disappointing. It's literally the least interesting part.
There are apples in Ukraine.
Yeah, I know they make a little bit of cider there, but most of it is further north and further northwest. It's a very disappointing bit of France that Macron is from. I don't know. Is there anything interesting there, Nick, around Amiens, or is it just some coal mines from the days of yore?
Around Amiens, battlefields, wheat, arable land. No great produit de terroir that I'm familiar with. I put my hand up to ask a related question, just in terms of Macron talking to Putin. There's I've mentioned on some occasions, and unfortunately it seems to be now no longer available to stream, but the astonishing documentary made by French TV, which was following Macron in his role as president of the EU, which was the first half of 2022, and then that turned into following him in Ukraine. And there is actually, there are some amazing candid moments in there, including on the afternoon of the 24th of February, Zelensky saying to Macron, "Please call Putin. You and Biden call Putin. He'll stop." And so I don't know whether at some point Zelensky said to Macron, "Stop talking to Putin." But on the 24th of February, Zelensky explicitly and in English, live on camera, said to Macron, "Call Putin." So I want to just get that out there. Maybe he went on for too long, but I rather suspect that if Zelensky had said to Macron, "Please don't talk to Putin at all," that might have influenced it. I don't know. So that's just for background. Regarding your question, Doman, on a slightly serious point, are there opinion polls from Ukraine as to what people think of various foreign leaders? Because that could be quite interesting.
There was one recently that was along the lines of who do you trust of foreign leaders, and I know that Boris was really, really high, like absurdly high. And Scholz was actually shockingly high compared to where I expected him to be. So that was quite surprising.
Germany has supplied a lot of stuff, and maybe not the stuff we'd have liked all the time, but Germany has supplied a decent amount of kit, I think,
third largest in terms of assets, second largest in terms of financing outside the EU combined. Absolutely.
Yeah. So Germany is frustrating us all here, but I think sometimes here we get a little bit tied up on details, and the bigger picture is, I think, quite positive. Okay, Doman, maybe you can DM me a link to that poll. I didn't know there'd been one, but I think it's really interesting to see.
I'll try to find it. I have discovered, however, Nick, I have discovered what the Picardy is famous for: rhubarb.
I think it's more that rhubarb comes from Picardy rather than Picardy is famous for rhubarb, if you get my meaning. Which it's I don't think it's ever going to be a sort of significant fraction of the GDP of any region, really.
I think unless it replaces the beetroot in the borscht, rhubarb will not pose some interest to Ukrainians. Sorry, making coffee.
Rhubarb is for cake.
Yes, I know.
Rhubarb, you can also make rhubarb compote from it. That's very delicious.
Yep, I'm a big rhubarb fan. So there we are, Picardy. But I mean, Picardy is quite big. But the main reason why one might want to go to Amiens, I think it is possibly as a stop-off point on the way to to some of the World War I battlefields in the north. Pick up a few shells to take home on the Eurostar. Ho, ho, ho.
No, that you can only take World War II shells, remember? Not World War I shells. Those are strictly forbidden.
Interesting to see if someone tried to take an Excalibur through, wouldn't it? In its original packaging. Didn't say you couldn't.
Exactly. Peter.
Yeah, I have a suggestion for the right incentive for Mr. Macron, and that is if he supplies the Rafales, then Zelensky launches the Freedom Macaroon, which is a blue bottom, yellow bottom, blue top macaroon that will be sold all over Ukraine in the honor of Emmanuel Macron.
Just while we're on Rafales, we haven't had much discussion of them. We have discussions about the merits of F-16 or F-15 or Gripen, and in terms of cost of exploitation, difficulty of integration. Do we know where the Rafale sits along that spectrum of kind of, taking off from a grass field versus having to have bedtime stories read to it every evening?
Just guessing, but I don't think that they have very similar considerations to the Gripen, and also their intakes are right at the bottom of the jet, which I would suspect probably indicates it's not best at taking off from a gravel parking lot somewhere in a forest. I might be wrong, but It'd be interesting to see, that's for sure. But remember, there's still plenty, and I mean plenty of perfectly well paved runways in Ukraine that are perfectly well usable still, and perfectly well in use, frankly.
No, I meant more the general maintenance issues. So, for example, we learned that the Gripen is apparently designed to be sort of maintained by a team of 4, one of whom is an NCO, and the other 3 don't actually know which end of the aircraft is which, or something like that. It was designed, really to be maintained by a conscript army, and so it'd be interesting to know. Whereas the F-16, American jets in general, I think, tend to assume that there's a fairly substantial, maintenance package and kit sitting behind. So I'd be interesting to know what the kind of design philosophy of the Rafale is. I mean, to the extent that they're likely to be sent, which I think is probably unlikely. Apart from anything else, given the timescales involved, I would have thought it makes more sense. We're looking at a situation that has to continue after hostilities cease. It's not just sort of stop filling current gaps. We're talking about the post-war within NATO Ukrainian Air Force, and it seems to me that has to be based around probably the F-16. And so, even if they can't get into combat in the next 3 to 6 months, there is reason, you would have thought, to start planning ahead for that.
Absolutely, and this is why we'll have to end up with probably F-16s anyway. I think, just like with Challengers, Challengers were never going to be the bulk of the Ukrainian armor. However, just breaking that dam is worth a lot, and I think that's kind of the logic here. Hypothetically, maybe theoretically, with the Rafale, were it to somehow be magicked into space, and that's the background of that, I reckon. Klaus?
Yeah, there's the immediate need that the Ukraine have, and there's a long-term need because developing air fighters is very expensive, and I have long wanted Europe to purchase more European-made fighter planes, because if we keep on buying planes from USA, they will just get better and better and better at it, and Europe will get worse and worse and worse, and fewer countries will be buying planes from Europe, that being Rafale. And we see Gripen is in a very unfortunate spot where I think it's the Czech Republic or Hungary that will not lease planes from Sweden, but buy F-16. So I would have preferred that if when Ukraine is being given planes, it would be, if possible, European planes, just to reignite the technology that is actually underlying either Rafale or Gripen. Thank you.
I like the thinking a lot. But for that, there simply have to be enough around, right? Which is the real problem, I reckon, with a lot of these things, because there's just enough F-16s, and that makes it easier. And there's nowhere near as many, for other ones. Now, France does have, somewhere into the hundreds of Rafales, well, 100-something Rafales, I think. So it's maybe easier to get a dozen or so off to Ukraine, and of course many more were produced for third countries, so that there is a little bit more of a buffer than there is for the Gripen, for example. But it'd definitely be a start for sure. And as for other countries, when they're selecting planes, it's much easier to go for something American, simply because there's many more made, the spare parts situation is going to be better, etc. And that's just where you end up with all of these. Chris?
Yeah, might be slightly deviating from your topic here, Damon, but last week you and I were talking, it might be last weekend, I can't remember now, and we were saying, or you were saying, we've climbed the political hill and now we're on the downward slope. So do you remember saying that?
I certainly do.
And then in the week somewhere, I was listening to a conversation, and it was I'm sorry, I can't remember his name now, German guy. And what he seemed to be saying was, don't push the German government any harder. We've pushed them really hard on Leopards, and now we ought to give them a bit of a break. Again, so I don't know. Again, if you could remember that, right? My question was, right? Like, are we over the political hill and on the downward slope, right? Or do we have, other hills to climb? Which I'm sort of assuming that we do. But do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. What I will say is, whatever the situation, luckily we no longer have to We no longer have to climb the German hill. We're done with that, because there's no more types of things, new types of things that need to be released from there, unless they decide to send Eurofighters. But I think there's a very small chance for that. I don't think that's going to be happening. So it's just less interesting. And maybe it does, but probably doesn't. So whatever. Moving on, right? Whereas the rest of this is now, pointed at countries like the UK, the US, various Northern European countries, basically places where there's a lot more where there's a lot more amenity for helping Ukraine, and helping Ukraine much more thoroughly. So that should be a lot easier. And this is what I mean when I say, by and large, the political decision making is now done. Now, obviously not completely done, but we're going very much in the right direction. Yes, there's some things that still have not been delivered at all, or in any number. That applies to both jets as well as long-range precision fires. However, there's at least a much clearer pathway for both of those things to be actually delivered, right? Because tanks seems to be the big thing standing in the way of everything else, kind of the big, expensive, complex capital asset. And this is why I think that we're likely to be much more in the finishing phase here. But I'd love to hear what other people have to say about that. No, at least I think the main bit of the hill, at least the big steep bit of the hill, has been climbed. Peter?
Yeah, so I'm wondering if maybe the delivery of ATACMS or long-range fires will happen differently than tanks, because you cannot hide hundreds of tanks going to Ukraine. Russia will know that they're going there. But is it possible that Russia may first learn that the ATACMS have been supplied by some very serious smoking incidents around their areas?
Absolutely. So my best guess, and I have nothing for this but wanton speculation, is that about 3 to 6 days before the ground is ready, and by ground I mean the literal soil is ready for a big armored push by Ukraine, there's going to be a spate of smoking accidents between 100 and 300 kilometers from the front lines, in all the most important logistics points, air bases, air defense areas, accumulations of armor, munitions, whatnot. And I think it's going to be very nice. And then the Americans will say, yeah, we said we're sending them ammunition for HIMARS. I mean, why are you surprised? At least I hope that this is going to be the case. But it'd be nice if this were the case. And as you say, Peter, those what are they called? Pods, right? The pods that you put in a HIMARS that have either 6 Gimners or maybe 6 Gulstubs or 1 ATACMS. They all look the same from the outside. The logistics chain is already there. Ukrainians will take about 7 minutes to integrate the ATACMS into their logistics chain. It's fine. It's really straightforward.
Yeah, let's keep our fingers crossed. Regarding training for F-16s, there's been so many different rumors about it, and I'm wondering, so what's the state of our knowledge regarding that, and with the observation that U.S. Representative Kissinger, Representative, you know who I mean?
Well, Henry Kissinger.
No, the House rep who was also
Kinzinger, yeah.
Kinzinger, yes, that was the name, Kinzinger. He was very active on social media and elsewhere, demanding this training, about half a year ago, and then he's been silent. At least I haven't observed anything lately. So, is that an indication that the training is indeed happening? So, what do we know, or what is the state of our level of confidence in rumors?
I don't know. I shall stay away from levels of confidence in rumors. I'll start my own rumors instead. It's much better, much more fun. Ioana?
Yes, I wanted to talk about ATACMS and red lines, because currently some Russians say that ATACMS are the new red line, and something will happen if ATACMS will be delivered to Ukraine. But let's remember
smoking accidents.
Yes, yes, indeed. But yeah, they are trying to look dreadful and worrying. But yeah, again, javelins were a red line, howitzer were a red line, HIMARS were a red line, tanks were a red line. And I don't know if you talked about this in the space. I wanted to talk about it since it appeared 2 days ago. On 25th of January, on the Institute for the Study of War, there was a paragraph about the red lines. Because when it was clear that the tank will be delivered, suddenly the Kremlin and the Russian mill bloggers attempted to play down the provision of tanks, indicated that they likely find these systems threatening to the Russian prospects, but they wanted just to say that it's not really such a big deal. The Leopard tanks, I quote, are quite a failure in terms of technological aspects, and there is a clear overestimation of the potential that these tanks will add to Ukrainian forces. So they were trying to reassure their domestic audiences by playing down this a little, and suddenly the tanks were not a red line, you know. So as you said earlier, Doman, the red line is a moving line, you know, and there is no problem with Russian using 2,000-kilometer range missiles in Ukraine and possibly posing a threat to the neighboring countries, because as you know, for example, Romania can be targeted from Sevastopol if they want to, or Poland. So there is no problem with them using long range, but there is suddenly a problem with Ukraine using medium range missiles. So yes, I guess it is very important for Ukraine to receive those weapons in order to target the places from where they are sending the planes and the missiles that hit civilian targets in Ukraine. And I guess the red line we will see. It won't be really a red line again.
Yeah, just if I can jump in, just Thomas Tyner said that the US could give an aircraft carrier and still it wouldn't be a red line. Just give everything.
I mean, you know, red lines like this have a tendency to vanish into some sort of a pink mist, and then, you know, dissipate quite quickly. I don't think there's such a thing as a red line. Certainly not in this context. So no, I'll leave it at that. It's a silly concept. It's a silly concept. Imagined absolutes in a much more complex world, just as you said, Ivana, right? It's all of these things were considered to be red lines. It's just an excuse. It's just a way to postpone action. So I don't know. Probably not that meaningful. Dale?
Doman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Sorry, I was struggling with my phone. Yeah, sorry. Earlier I had a call from my father. Sorry, I had to answer that. You can't ignore those. Yeah, you were asking me something about Boris, was it? Sorry.
Oh,
was it Macron?
forget about
Yeah.
it. We're already past that, I think.
Oh,
But
no
if you have a
problem.
comment, go for it.
Yeah. Are we allowed to call it Atacams? Atacams?
I like attackums because it's attack thems.
I don't know why.
Right?
Somehow I like Atacams, but I heard some people were mocking it. But yes, what do you call it? Let's just, when it comes to the bellicose threats from this empty threats from the Russian Federation, I don't think they're meant for us. Those of us who think we must confront the Russian threats, that we should not just ignore them. I think it's meant for people like Schultz, people like Macron. It's the German left, the SPD, the party of Schroeder. I think they're meant for those. They're not meant for the American government or the British, because the Brits and the Americans know that this is just empty threat. But apparently it works on some people. But the problem with the Russians is that they keep moving the goalpost when it comes to the red lines, which is really a joke. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks, Domin.
Thanks, Abdallah. Yeah, quite. And that's what I mean. You know, going very quickly from a red line to much more of a pink mist. This is why I think it's also these attackums and whatnot have not yet been publicly announced. Maybe they're letting the Russians pack those storage facilities in Crimea absolutely full in anticipation of a Ukrainian drive south. And well, how to put it, is going to be the smoking accidents are going to be a lot more smoking and much less accidental because of this, and a lot more effective. Could well be, anyway. Vana?
Oh, I just wanted to change this topic a little bit, but if you want to continue on this.
Shoot.
I wanted to talk about hotlines, not red lines. And I have in mind two different types of hotlines. One is the hotline provided by Ukrainians to for the Russian soldiers that want to surrender. And apparently 6,500 Russians took this opportunity and surrendered. And I guess they will have a better life than
Sorry,
before.
how many?
6,500.
They got 6,500 calling the hotline and going through the process. That is astounding.
Yes, something like this. So it's really amazing. And they will have a chance to live, practically. But the calls were much more. And some, according to the news, I don't have it. I just remember it. I will search for it. Some were really calling from the front line, from under fire, and trying to surrender. So this is really amazing. And I have another news about the hotline.
Please.
It's kind of different hotline. It's an article in Associated Press News, and its title is "How to Fix a Howitzer: U.S. offer helpline to Ukrainian troops." Basically, the Ukrainian troops, if they have a problem, they can call a hotline, and there is a story with such a happening. And using phones and tablets and encrypted chat rooms, the allies, the US and the allied troops and contractor are providing real-time maintenance advice, usually speaking through interpreters to Ukrainian troops on the battlefield. So I think this is quite interesting, having a problem with the howitzer and being able to call a line and then having a team, helping you to solve the problem. It remembers me. I remember the story of Apollo 13. I think it was when they had had to fix something very quickly, and there was an entire team on the ground trying to work on it and find with the things they had around disposition on the capsule in the space, how to fix a filter for the carbon dioxide or something. So it's kind of like this now. Ukrainians, if they have a problem with the Western equipment, they can call a hotline and there will be a team that will help them to fix the problem. And I found it really, really interesting. It's on AP News. I think it's from yesterday. No, today. A new article.
CJ mentioned these things before, and he said, "No, wouldn't it be nice if we had something like this? If I could just have someone to call and get things fixed immediately, unlike the Humvee that's been waiting months for proper repairs. No, and maybe this would be a way to." Help out Western militaries going forward as well. But you're quite right, and this is really good. And it's really important where you can speed up training processes because you include safety nets like this. Already early on in the in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we heard of the case of the Washington Washington State National Guardsman, who got a call from someone in Ukraine. Hey, there's this javelin thing. What do I do again? What's the right thing to do again? Something along those lines. And it was giving immediate advice. And likewise for these, be it for fixing things or for moving things along. It's all it's an absolutely wonderful system.
Just to mention that I just tweeted the AP article, and I send you a message with the hotline for the Russian to surrender, Doman. Over.
I have a question from the audience, and this is a good one. So, on a howitzer, how often is the fix? Just turn it off and on again. I guess it's not really plugged in, right? You don't plug
make
in a
sure
howitzer.
it's plugged. That's what I wanted to say.
No, you don't really plug in a howitzer, nor do you plug in a train. But I'm going to plug a train real quick, because in 10 minutes we'll be joined by Alexander Commission, the CEO of Ukrzaliznytsia, Ukrainian Railways, here on the Maria Report, to talk about trains and to talk about resilience. And I wonder if they have a hotline. But I don't think they need a hotline, because everybody already knows what they're doing, and everybody already knows how to fix infrastructure that gets affected by Russian bombardment without needing to call anyone first. Luana?
Yeah, just the last question, and I'll go down. Linking to the Boris Johnson story earlier, you know that Boris Johnson received very nice hat from the Ukrzaliznytsia, and it looked really good. And I'm really curious to know if we can buy this online, like from other countries, not from Ukraine. I know they have a shop in the station. Very nice shop with a lot of things, but it would be nice if the shop would be online. That's all, and I'll go down and looking forward for the interview. Thank you.
I don't know, but maybe that's a good question. Maybe that's a good question. What's the right kind of hat? Maybe this is more of a question for Axel. I don't know. Could well be. You definitely buy them in Ukraine. Pretty sure you can buy them in Ukraine. It looks quite fetching, I have to say. Yeah. All right. Mockers, I think, if you're around, I think we have just enough time to squeeze in our daily ritual in before Alexander Commission arrives. Would you like to do the honors?
Are we talking the daily MOD report?
Yes, right. How did you know?
Because I know you love to hear it in my accent. So, yes, today's intelligence report from the Ministry of Defence of the UK, the 28th of January 23. So, what do they have to say for themselves today? Here we go. Russia highly likely suffered more than 300 casualties in a strike on troop accommodation at Makivka near Donetsk city on the 1st of January 23. We assessed that the majority were likely killed or missing rather than wounded. So that's referring to that strike where, there was all sorts of numbers being bandied around, and the MOD have gone for 300. So, following the strike, the Russian Ministry of Defence took the rare step of publicly acknowledging it had suffered casualties, claiming 89 persons killed. Russian officials likely assessed that it was not viable to avoid comment in the face of widespread criticism of Russian commanders over this particular incident. The difference between the number of casualties Russia acknowledged and the likely true total highlights the pervasive presence of disinformation in Russian public announcements. This typically comes about through a combination of deliberate lying authorized by senior leaders and the communication of inaccurate reports by more junior officials who are keen to downplay their failings in Russia's blame and sack culture. And, well, we know all about that culture. And so the British MOD highlighting there that some Russians tell fibs. It's a terrible shock for me, that. And almost run away.
I'm shocked and appalled. Mockers, I'm shocked and appalled. There's no way that you have Russians lying, certainly not in public, or certainly not to their above placed. I mean, that is just straight libelous accusations, surely.
I know the British MOD are taking a bit of a leap there, but yeah, apparently so.
Yeah, there's no way anything like that is happening. No way at all. No, but I would also note, the 300 casualties is well in line with also what the Ukrainian Stratcom was reporting at the time. Now, something I forget what exact number was, but I think it was just right around that as well. Klaus?
Was absurd the word you were looking for, or did you actually say the word absurd?
Oh, I said the word libelous. Absurd wasn't the word I was looking for. Yeah, quite. No, of course it's amusing because oh, I see. Ukrainian Stratcom said about 400 were killed immediately following the strike, the day following the strike. So if it was actually only about 300 killed, that's quite all right as well, which is frankly, close enough. I guess 89 is what you say when you reduce it by 70%. 70% off, like a sale, right?
It's a bargain.
Exactly, right bargain. Nothing else.
It's a deal. It's a steal. It's a sale of the effing century.
Yes, and they got dealt the hand they deserved.
I definitely agree with you there, gentlemen. There was a number of stories about this place at Makivka, and one of them that came out from somebody who apparently survived only by jumping out of a window. He was in the hospital stating that they had been locked in the building in order to watch or listen to a speech by Putin. So, well, I can only imagine that maybe it was a relief for them in the end.
They were locked in, yeah. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me because, I mean, walkers, they could have, I don't know, run away otherwise. I mean, they'd never do that, of course. Especially not the more criminal types. They'd especially never do that. Especially not the 5 that were being looked for all over Rostov Oblast after they've absconded with their weapons.
I did hear about that. Yeah, I'm sure they just went out for some milk or something.
I just received a note from the south of Ukraine that we will need to wait a few minutes for Alexander and Tim to join, and but they'll be with us in, say, about 10 or so.
Axel, do you like Norse mythology at all?
Oh God, I've read it when I was young and in school, and it's okay, but
do you know? Just very, very, very briefly, Axel. Do you know what it is? What's it called? The thing that Thor wields.
You mean the hammer and the shield?
Yeah, yes. The hammer. What's the hammer called?
Oh God, completely forgot. No idea. Is it Steinar something? What was it? I don't know. Tell me, come on. Don't let me hang here.
It's called.
So
it's
long
called.
ago. I mean, I'm old. Don't forget.
No, it's a
Remember?
very easy word. It's a very easy word. Every German should appreciate very easily. It's called. Wait for it. It's called the Granatkaster Panzerbandwagen 90.
Danke.
Well, it's also called Mjolnir. But another thing that's called Mjolnir is the Granatkaster Panzerbandwagen, also known as the CV90, which instead of a 40mm cannon has a multiple 120mm mortar system installed on it. And
Mockers, you and I have to repay him this terrible joke on my account by means of, say, embalming him in Arthurian legend.
Yeah, Paladin's are already going. So Axel, there's a theory going about. Certainly
You will
is
never
now.
let me eat, right?
No, certainly is now that there might be some of said Mjolnirs going to Ukraine because the Swedish Defense Ministry just asked their defense procurement branch to source 20 more of those. And I'm just thinking, maybe there's a handful included with those CV90s, or maybe there'll be a handful more included with those CV90s going forward, and they need backfill.
Yeah, I saw the message about the procurement earlier. That's obviously exactly what we've been advocating in recent days, that European nations need to immediately reorder, replenish their stocks, build up a future capacity, and they have to do it quickly. So, good news.
Klaus.
Yeah, I was just switching screens. Yeah, Mjolnir is Thor's hammer, which is being thrown and is able to penetrate skulls, etc. But I was watching a program yesterday on Norwegian television, which is a sort of a humoristic view on the past week's events, and they said that the Ukrainian railway have better regularity than the Norwegian railway, which is an astonishing achievement looking at what they are enduring at the moment. So big hats off to Ukrainian railway system. Thank you.
And right on cue, we can say good afternoon to the head of the Iron Army of Ukra-Zaliznytsia, Alexander Kamishin, and Tim Sennett. Good afternoon.
Axel, thanks. Hi. Sending you hi, all of you from Mykolaiv. I just arrived to Mykolaiv from Kherson, and that's where we spent 2 days, and that's around where we spent yesterday. And now we're moving on to north of Ukraine, and we'll tell you a few things what we've done in Kherson. So
excellent.
So again, Team Sennett is with me. So that's part of MriyaReport team, and we are moving some kind of a story that would be aired later. And I'm sure the team done already a great job. He spent already a week in Ukraine, and we paid some time to show the story, show what we are doing here, and I'm sure that it would be a decent story. So just a few figures about how Kherson looks like today. So when the liberation happened, it was 11th of November. There were 70,000 people staying in the city compared to 250 before the war. And so far, there are different estimations, like from 40 to 60,000 people left. Daily, we see that 100 people getting in, and 200 people live in the city. I will remind you that we got a regular train going to Kherson, starting from 7th day since the deliberation. So it's mid of November. Sorry. So my goal today was to check how the station works, that all the procedures, all the security and safety procedures are in place, because we constantly enhance, we constantly escalate the security protocols and filtration procedures, because, you know, we want to be sure that those people who leave the town, who leave Kherson by the train, that they are coming and not bringing any danger to other parts of Ukraine. Checking also our invincibility points, which we have on the stations, because you probably remember from day 4 of the war, or of the deliberation of Kherson, we opened a humanitarian hub on the station with charging points, with Starlink Wi-Fi, with distributing food by WCK, World Central Kitchen, with consultations of the doctors by Medicine Sans Frontiers, MSF, Doctors Without Borders, and so on. So our station helps the town, helps the region, helps people, and I wanted to be sure that we're doing that properly. Another assignment for us is about getting our people, railway people, helping the city, helping the area to get more villages, get more houses connected to the grid, electricity grid. Because so far, only 30% of Kherson Oblast, Kherson region, got electricity. So they lack people, they lack materials, they lack expertise, and that's where we help them as well. That's where we send our railway groups, and they, like, mainly that's linemen, and they help getting more villages connected to electricity. We also met here with our partners. That's Howard Buffett, who is the founder of the Howard Buffett Foundation, who is a large donator and a large supporter of Ukraine. We're doing much with them, and they're doing much for Ukraine. With GEM, that's another NGO, and World Central Kitchen, and few other smaller ones. So the year just started, but we already got all our plans clear and set all the projects on the rails and ready to go. That's what we've done in Kherson. That's how we see the nearest time. That's what we are focusing now. So, any questions?
And the train of victory has already gone to Kherson right at the beginning, has it not?
Yes, as you remember, we got a train to the victory, which is about 7 carriages. Each of them shows one of temporary occupied territories. So one of those carriages, which is about Kherson, already got to Kherson, and we traveled with this first victory train to Kherson on 7th day since the beginning of the war, and it was kind of a magic, you know, when we just announced that train, and then finally we come to Kherson with this train, and we got this train full of international journalists, 3 ministers, and many people who bought the first train tickets to Kherson. So again, the train to victory was the first train arriving to Kherson, and that was the first deliberated area which met the train to the victory.
Yeah, our audience followed this very, very closely, Alexander, as you will have heard also from Tim. People have been, since the first time you appeared on the program, and it came to the forefront of people, how important the infrastructure is, how important Ukrainian railways have been as part and parcel of the civil defense and the logistics of the country. They followed every single step, whether it was the rebuilding of stations, the arrival in Kherson. We had about 30, 40 people coming about it on the space when it actually happened, quite literally live. And you've created a large following of very many railway enthusiasts. Now, the questions have abounded. How is the situation of Ukrainian railways? We know that you've restructured your Eurobonds successfully at the end of last year, that there's a very, very good cooperation, as I understand, with the International Union of Railways. Can you speak a bit about what the future holds for locomotives, for rolling stock and the likes, and what Ukrzaliznytsia will need from us in the West in order to provide more support, respectively tie in with your operations?
I'm sure we can have a separate discussion about Ukrzaliznytsia and international support, international partnership, because again, we got the full support from NGOs, from IFIs, international financial institutions. Even in the last year, we got two of them supporting us with credit lines. That's World Bank, that's EBRD and EIB, European International Bank, European Investment Bank. And I'm sure that more to come this year. And indeed, we got support from the bondholders. We successfully restructured $895 million bonds, and that's almost the same like the sovereign bonds were structured, with the only difference that we don't have state guarantees. And that was the first successful restructuring process for state-owned company without state guarantees. You probably heard that another SOE, which is called Naftogaz, which is about oil and gas, didn't manage to restructure the bonds. So we are grateful for the support to our bondholders. That gives us about $75 million of saving on coupon payments for 2 years, 2023 and 2024. And we shifted the main payments from 2024 and 26 to 26 and 28, so 2 years on. So we got more free resource for the development, for the repairing for these years, and that's really great support for us.
It is a testament to the efforts you, your staff, and the whole company have brought to bear, that essentially during times of war, during the existential fight, Ukrzaliznytsia has managed to focus on what really matters and still maintains the support of the International Union. Now, what is interesting to us, of course, is that you have close to 230,000 workers. You are essentially one of the largest, say, operations in the country after the army. Can you speak a bit about how the unity of command has worked and how comprehensive your workers have dedicated themselves? So you've lost a number of people. We understand this. There has been grief and destruction of assets, but there seems to be an exceptional resilience and dedication amongst the people of Ukrzaliznytsia throughout the year. Can you speak a bit about it?
Well, Axel, when you speak about that, that sounds really awesome. But in real life, we're just doing our job. And you know, no matter how much I'm traveling across the whole country and meeting the railwaymen, I'm always thanking them for what they do. And you know, they usually say, "Come on, we're just doing our job." And it's not kind of the game. That's how they believe. That's how I believe. And you said that we are the largest company in Ukraine. That's true. We got 231 people on the board, and we lost so far 327 people. One of them we lost today morning because of shelling, and in the east, and 726 are injured. And that's the highest price we are paying in this war. We got a number of programs for injured workers, for the families of killed ones, for the kids of killed ones, but all of that doesn't help much because we lost people, we lost their health. And meanwhile, we find a way how to fix all the damages because they shell us daily, and how to keep running because we need transportation for our passengers. We need humanitarian aid that's still needed, and we need cargo export because that brings revenue to the country, to our farmers, to our steel plants. And without the economy, we wouldn't be able to wage this war. And that's why railways are really important these days.
This is a very good point, because you're leading to the train corridors which have been fixed and upgraded to the west in route of, say, Romania, the ports, the likes, even the cooperation with Moldavia. Can you speak a bit about what the next projects are in that regard and what is upcoming? What shall we expect?
Well, Axel, we don't really much speaking about those projects which are under construction, because, you know, before the war, our country was quite fed up with promises, with plans, with announcements, with memorandums signed. So my team is focusing on things done, and we don't like speaking much on what's on the way, on the process. And meanwhile, during the last year, we successfully accomplished a number of infrastructural projects, mainly in reconstruction of infra border points. We restored border points with Moldova, Romania, and 3 times with Poland. That brings us, first of all, national security. You understand what I mean. Second point, that gives us other ways how our people can get out of the country and then get back in, because we got millions of Ukrainians outside of the country, and they have to find a way how they can travel constantly back home, then back to Europe and again. And third point, cargo. I told you that we need cargo export. So all those border points connections were not working for 10, 20, 25 years. We done the reconstruction of them. We done sometimes construction of the new track. So finally, it's more than 120 kilometers of new track construction for the last year. And now we got all the border points open and ready to go.
It's exceptional. When we discussed it in summer, I like the fact that you're saying we're not going to talk about too much about what was coming in future, only that something is coming, but we'll talk about what has been done. We talked about the export at that point in time of grains and the likes, and materials going into Ukraine. And tend to remember that many people were exceptionally skeptic, but you've just, you and your colleagues have just simply plowed on and worked. How does it look like for in the current times that your staff, they work pretty much at the limit of what they can do? Do they have enough rest and recovery? Should the West do more for them in that regard? What is required for them to cycle through? Because at some point in time, when people have, say, work themselves into the ground, everybody needs a rest. How do you deal with that with the 230,000 dedicated people you have?
Well, Axel, we don't feel ourselves as if someone owes us something or someone should do something for us. We are determined. We are ready to stand as long as we need. We are ready to keep running the railways. We're ready to help the country in this war. And any help from a side would be really appreciated. Because, again, you're right. People are quite tired with this war. We got 339 days already of this war. But again, we don't need this war over. We need the victory. And no one says we want this war over faster. We want the victory, because there is no other way how we can finish this war, you know. And railwaymen are among those who are really ready to stand as long as we need. And you would never feel and you would never hear any complaints from the railwaymen and railway women. We are standing, we are withstanding.
Here, here. This is why we were very glad that Tim has the opportunity to be around and follow on the tracks of you, Chris Lasnitsa, and yourselves. Will be reporting on it and trying to make sure that this story is front and center of mind.
I'm not sure you love Tim enough because you sent your investment banker, a great guy, never spending the time in such kind of areas, to the hottest points. So when he saw Kherson, Chernobyl today, trust me, he was quite surprised, let's say so. So again, I'm sure that he will show nice video and he will tell the great story, but at some point it was quite risky to send him here, you know.
I asked him whether he wanted, and he volunteered, but I shall follow in his tracks soon myself. And I think he's a big boy, quite literally.
He's a big and really great guy, and I'm really happy that he is here, and I'm really happy that he sees what he sees, because that's the only way how he can tell the true story of what's happening here, you know.
As a friend of mine says, 100%, fully agreed. We're very glad and we're very proud that he's doing it, but we're equally extremely happy that you allow us to follow that and make sure that we can tell these stories. All right. Does anybody else have a question? I understand that Alexander and Tim have a few more things to do on site. I don't want to abuse their time, but if somebody still wants to have a question, Domen, then should do it now.
Excellent. We'll leave it in minutes, and I would be happy if you would have a few more last questions.
Okay.
And we'll have to go.
Understood. Absolutely. Well, if the boys don't have their hands up, not a problem. I would just follow up on one thing. When Ukra-Zalesnica deals with those who have actually been injured, and you once told us that you will try to find ways that you integrate them into the jobs and supporting Ukrainian railways or being in different functions on site. Is there anything which is coordinated also with, for example, the departments of the government for Veterans Affairs and the healthcare services? Because that is a tremendously large amount of people who have been injured in some shape or form. It's not just the infrastructure assets, it is the people. How does Ukra-Zalesnica deal with that? Many of our listeners have actually asked these kind of questions.
Excellent. That's actually a challenge, you know, and we got, as I told you, more than 700 people injured, and we got the first ones of them who are ready to get back to work after rehabilitation, and we got a special program for reintegration of injured railwaymen back to work, because, you know, if the guy was working as a train attendant at some point, now probably he could need another job that could be more suitable for him, for the guy. And aside from the reintegration program for our employees, we are also working on making our stations and trains more accessible. That's complicated because for decades, railways were built as, like, from the security point of view, from the point of view, what happens if. But no one cared about the accessibility of stations, of trains. And we got huge amount of steps, huge amount of barriers on the way, and we are paying much attention to making our stations more accessible. But that will take years and years. So reintegration of people injured, that's really important, and I'm sure that would be one of the pioneers in the country, because we got many of them, and we are one of the first who understood that we have to have a special program for them, special treatment program. So I'm sure that we already share our experience with the government departments, the government bodies, and would be happy to share the experience with other businesses as well.
Understood. We have hands up from Mokas and Abdullah. If we have time for those two questions, I'd be delighted to do so. Mokas.
Just very quickly, I was just wondering if we could borrow Alexander for the UK at some point, please.
To make the trains run on time.
It would be nice.
I hear that comments, all that statements that it would be great if me and my team go to another railways and do something for them. I'm sure that your railway managers are pretty good in the conditions your country have your railways, because somewhere it's privatized, somewhere something else happens. And I love what your managers are doing for us, but I'm sure that your managers are doing pretty much for your countries as well. And it's not about some better guys or wrong guys. I would better explain it with the conditions of the railways, with the state of the railways, with the status of the railways. So if all the railways are privatized, all the railways are unbundled, then trust me, it's quite complicated to get all things together. And we are still one railway and we're still one company. And it's complicated, but for me, it's easier to keep all things together.
Yeah, sometimes it makes you long for the good old days of British Rail. Abdullah, you have a question.
I do. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alexander, for all the great work you're doing. I just had a quick question. Thank you for mentioning also MSF. They do a lot of great work. I worked with them in Kenya last year. Just wanted to mention how long will it take for us to get into Crimea for our party by train once we liberate the peninsula? Thank you.
Abdullah, MSF are really doing much for us. We already evacuated more than 2,500 people with our medical train, which evacuates wounded civilians. Yesterday, I've seen this train in Dnipro. It was going west. We got 43 patients on board, and MSF team is really great. We're doing much with them. Speaking about Crimea, you probably heard that our president said to Mr. Letterman in his show that he would be happy to have a few glasses of beer on the seashore one day after we finish this war with the victory. So I would be happy to arrange a train trip for my president to Crimea, but we got a rule. First go tanks, then go trains. So once our military people deoccupy Crimea, we would be happy to restore the connection to Crimea as soon as it's possible. Trust me, we will not make people wait for long. We're really fast with getting back to the occupied or taken territories.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right. One more question from Will, and then I'm sure we can leave you. You have many things to do. I appreciate that. And Tim has warned me already that you might be off soon. So, Will, please.
Hi, Alexander. Thanks very much for your time. It's Will from Perth, Western Australia. I'm curious. I was in Ukraine in 2010, and I rode the trains extensively from between Kharkiv and Kiev, and I was impressed with the service. And it, like many of the railways I had been on in the former Soviet Union, used a good standard rolling stock tracks train station design that was fairly unified across the former Soviet Union countries. And I'm wondering, like other things in Ukraine, in addition to upgrading the management structures and some of the things that you must have done in order to achieve the level of performance and success that you've got there in Ukraine, are there modifications you're either making or planning to make to the rolling stock railway design, any of that sort of stuff? Or is it pretty fit for purpose now, just with the organizational changes and things that you've done? I mean, what's the secret to the success for you being able to maintain an on-time success rate that is the envy of some of your European neighbors during wartime?
Well, I don't have enough time to think about the success of this, the secrets of the success. Meanwhile, we just have to keep things happening and to keep the railways running. But we got 65 new passenger carriages commissioned even during the war. We got 15 EMUs modernized even during the war. We got 175 new freight carriages built during the war. So we are trying to find a way how we can keep normal things happening even during the war. Otherwise, we are out, trust me. On-time performance, that's one of the focuses for me. You understand that during the war, people should see at least something reliable, at least something that can trust. And trains departing and arriving on time, that's important. That's why we focus on that, we fight for that. I'm checking it and monitoring it, controlling it daily, and that works. Gentlemen and ladies, I was happy to share some thoughts with you. I have to run. Would be happy to talk to you again if Axel and his team invites me.
You're welcome anytime.
Was happy to you. Bye.
Likewise. Thank you, Alexander. Jaku. All right, gentle people, give it up. A big hand for Alexander Kamishin and our friend and colleague Tim Sennett, who's in the same caravan at the moment, traveling in and around Mykolaiv.
Now, there's a man who is punctual even when he's leaving. Did you notice that? He was like, right, I've got to go now, folks. Thank you very much. Gone. No messing about there. That's a man who stays on time. I like it.
3 p.m. Exactly. You're completely correct. James, Clyde, you both had your hands up as well at the end, but we were running out of time. But please go on. And as Tim is still listening, maybe you can post your questions and we'll get them sorted for our next segment, which I'm sure will follow sometime soon. James.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Alexander, well, firstly to tell him what a hero he is and his entire team are, although he always refuses to accept that nomiker. I mean, he's a very humble guy, and what a leader of a company, what a leader of Ukraine. He's just indicative of the new generation of Ukrainian brave, intelligent, hardworking people who are going to make this country into something world class, extraordinary, a Black Sea tiger, Axel. So now I was going to ask him, as a connoisseur of train journeys around the world, and loving Swiss trains as we all do, what his favorite train ride is in Ukraine. Perhaps there's a few Ukrainians here who can tell me, because I've traveled all over Ukraine on his trains, Alexander's trains. I'd love to find out a trip I haven't seen yet. Thanks.
I will post that question to our friend Tim Sennett, and given the fact that he will be interviewing him yet again later this evening on a train, I'm quite sure that we'll find a moment to ask exactly that, and maybe he can reminisce a little bit also about his first ever train ride. But there you go. Thank you, James. Clyde.
Thank you. My question was, and more of a long-term question, how big of a job is it, and what is the economic incentive to switch to the European gauge or width or whatever it is of the train tracks? I understand you've talked about this months ago, how down the line that they would switch, and what would be the time course of that and the likelihood of that happening. And you guys have spoken about this before, so thoughts on that?
Okay, that's a very good point. We didn't touch upon this much because obviously, as you heard, we couldn't talk even about the current projects, and I understand where he is coming from, that this is a strategic and medium term question to be resolved after the victory. It is important, nevertheless, and I'm sure that the plans which had been there already There were plans made for Ukraine to migrate to the European track, and they were discussed at that point in time with the UIC, the Union of the International Union of Railways, and I cannot say much more than what we learned during last summer, but I'm quite sure that in the next 2 to 3 months there will be more material coming out as the UIC is planning, together with Ukr-Zalesnitsia, as well as the Ukrainian government, as to what their medium-term plan shall be. Because there has to be a perspective which can feed into what international organizations, and you heard it, that Ukr-Zalesnitsia has successfully, together with the EBRD and EIB, led by the way, not only the new financings, but also the restructuring of existing Eurobonds, together with JP Morgan, Dragon Capital as advisors. They have set out a path as to how to survive the otherwise existing crunch on their financials throughout the war. But they do have to put up a perspective for what will be the reconstruction financing and the reconstruction process, and then future integration of the cargo lanes. That is certainly a key question. If you don't mind, Clyde, what we'll do, we'll hand this to Tim, given the fact that I know that he wanted to discuss this topic anyway during the interview, and we'll try to get this into that format just as well, which will then feed into our little teaser trailer for what we're doing there, and we'll certainly post a number of those questions and answers also on our main account at MriyaReport.org.
Thanks a lot.
You're very welcome. Doman, take it away.
Yeah, just comment a little bit on that. You need to balance if you do a switch of gauge, and I can't think of what the last country was that went through a wholesale railway gauge switch. It's a good question. Anyway, it's not a very common thing to do because it's hard. You need to make sure that you're still running your railways until you do the switch, and then immediately get to keep on running on the new set, without parceling out your railway system into a bunch of disconnected islands that can't communicate with each other. It's stuff like that. It doesn't work out very well. So the logic of it would probably be something along the lines of, you start off with maybe making a Polish border to Kiev line in parallel on standard gauge, in parallel to the broad gauge one, to the Soviet gauge one, right? And then do another one that connects from the south, from Romania to that, likewise on the standard gauge. Wherever you have parallel lines on trunk lines of standard and Soviet gauge systems, and then you'd kind of segment up the country into bits, and make ever more of the islands left over from Soviet gauge to standard gauge conversions. But that's very expensive. It's very drawn out. You can imagine a process happening, but it would take many years. It would take many billions, if not into the 10 billion euro range, right? And just the cost of that isn't something that they'd be thinking about now. Now, the benefits of it are clear, right? The benefits of it are obvious and clear in the long run. Both economic ones, allowing trains to go, from Romania through Ukraine to Poland, and vice versa, and trains from all over Ukraine to link up with the rest of Europe, especially when it comes to freight. But it's a really non-trivial issue to go that way, and I mean, it will be very impressive once it's done. For a country like Moldova, it would be so much easier, right? Because there's only a few train lines. You could actually just say, okay, there's not going to be any trains in July, and then last day of June we'll stop all trains. There won't be any railway service through July, and then in August we'll restart railway service on the standard gauge. It's easy to do it in Moldova. In Ukraine, with such an extensive railway network, and how important railways are as arteries of the economy. It is exceedingly difficult to do something like this, and it requires a lot of money and a lot of work and a lot of planning. So maybe it's more of a sort of next decade kind of thing, or towards the next decade. James.
I've actually been Googling it since your question. I don't think anyone's changed since 1820 when the UK laid its first lines. I'd be very interested to hear if anyone can change my mind on that.
The Soviet Union changed because the Russian gauge, the Russian imperial gauge was 1524, and the Soviet Union switched it to 1520. I know it's only a 4 millimeter difference, and you can run trains from one to the other because it's a small enough difference, but they did officially change.
That's a technical change. I mean, that didn't mean any change.
It's a change in the standard only, yes. What I will say, James, I think a good place to look at would be Poland, right? Because you will have had standard gauge. If you imagine Poland 110 years ago, parts of what are now Poland will have been in standard gauge. Parts to the east will have been on Russian imperial gauge, right? So I'm thinking they had to standardize it all at some point. So it wasn't the whole country; it was half of the country that had to switch over. James, would that count?
And the northern line in Poland was all the way standard gauge to Königsberg, by the way, and there were even parallel tracks in certain areas.
That's good. That's good knowledge, Axel. I mean, go ahead.
In the Republic of Moldova, also the actual Republic of Moldova, there was a standard gauge until 1945. They switched to the larger gauge after that, but actually it was pretty easy for them because they didn't have many tracks at that point, so they didn't have an extensive railway system like Ukraine has right now. So it wasn't a pain in the backside, to do that. So what you can do actually, it's with people, it's easier actually than with goods to change from one gauge to another, but because you will do it by sections, like Domen said. So you will have one station in which you make the change and transfer people and goods and everything from one place to another, and then you move forward. But it happened, so it wasn't extensive. So what Ukraine has right now, it's an extensive railway, a long line. Sorry, I jumped in.
James?
No, that's good. That's also very good knowledge. I didn't know about Moldova. Okay, I have a question for the panel, for everyone actually. There are 7 countries in the European Union with non-standard, or as it's termed, different nominal track gauges. 7 countries in Europe. Who are they?
It's Finland, which is on the Russian imperial gauge, Spain and Portugal, which are on the Iberian gauge. Ireland has a broad gauge system, and then the 3 Baltic states have the Soviet gauge.
I'm impressed. Chemistry at Oxford. Well done, Damon.
And there are some places with dual gauges, right? There's bits of small lines, for example, to Galați in Romania that have the broad gauge, and a few lines in Poland that are on the Soviet gauge as well. But those are artifacts, right? Those are main lines. And there's some narrow gauge lines in Switzerland, for example. I know Switzerland is not in the EU, but for an example, in Central Europe, get some 1 meter gauge lines in some places, I think.
Yeah, but they make sense for mountain ranges in order to be able to do the curves in mountain ranges and the likes. There's a specific technical reason for it. You actually should have this in the Carpathian. There's a line, isn't there?
James?
Yeah, you're reminding me of my favorite railway journey, which is Darjeeling, up from up from the coast up into the Himalayas. There, it's stunning if anyone's ever done it. Doman, question for you: how old were you when you learned the periodic table off by heart?
I don't know, James, but I don't know, but it was in the single digits.
He is a late bloomer, James.
Yeah. Anyway, Ming, please.
Yeah, last time I looked at the periodic table, it's an awful lot longer than I remember it being at school. But anyway, no, just so on the gauge issue, I'd imagine that switching Ukraine from the Soviet gauge to the standard one will be a 30-year huge capex project. So I think there's a couple of interim potential solutions that they could look at. And one was the one suggested by Axel, the parallel dual gauge tracks. So basically, you're just laying a third track instead of I suppose you'd just be shifting the other one if you were replacing them. But then again, the other is rolling stock with variable gauge bogies that can do either or. That might be a cheaper way forward for them.
Yeah, for certain cargo carriages and rolling stock, that is absolutely possible. For others, it isn't. Some of them have to be what we call starr, meaning that they have to be fixed for various good reasons. But yes, absolutely. It's one of the approaches, which to an extent, Ukrstalesnitsia already has chosen even. But as our friends here, Daryl and the likes, who are all into trains a lot, have highlighted, it is also understood that there's a mixture between both concrete as well as wooden ties. There's very few wooden ties left in Ukraine. Everything was built on concrete, and if you have concrete ties, then laying rail track is quite an issue. And then you have the signaling as well as land issues. What the Americans have with eminent domain, there's a couple of tracks where Ukrstalesnitsia does not own all the land. And if they were to widen the gauge, they actually have, under applicable standards now, to also widen the gravel bed for heavy duty cargo lines, which they would like to put where currently only double passenger lines are. And then it becomes a real issue as to how to expand them. Because you need to have, if you want to run double tracks, for example, or if you want to run parallel lining, then you end up having signals standing further apart, and it is an issue. I've spoken to a number of railway engineers from Germany, Austria, and from Sweden about it, and especially the Swedes, who have also been dealing with heavy-duty cold weather impact and vast temperature amplitudes, and a lot of heavy cargo trains, specifically from the north. There's a place everybody knows where this is from. They've said that this will be a real challenge, but it can be done. And Ukrstalesnitsia will be able to do so. The question is the financing, and the financing that can only be a large EU infrastructure program under the whatever new Marshall Plan, which probably would then be the Austin Plan, or however we want to call it. It cannot be a Scholz plan because it would take 200 years. So, but other than that, this has to be one big European effort to make sure that Ukraine is fully tied in with the EU, 100%.
Axel, I have a number in the back of my mind of on the order of 10 billion euros expense to do the full switch in Ukraine. And I think this is what was said by Commission himself back in August, if I recall.
Yeah, he indicated this. I think, but this is based on there's an old study which was done by the, oh God, why do they call it UIC? Jesus Christ. And they had made a study as to the conversion of Ukraine to standard gauge before. Not sure whether the numbers are still okay. Probably, everything has been inflated a bit, but yeah. And I do not know whether that included already all the passenger lines. I really don't.
That makes sense. James?
I have another general knowledge question. But two, actually. So there were 3 countries that used to drive on the left-hand side of the road as opposed to the right. we're talking about big changes in transport. Who were the three countries before 1967? Who changed in 67?
Denmark changed.
Sweden.
No, it was Sweden, exactly. So the harder question is, who are the
Denmark
other
changed
two
as well.
countries?
What are you saying? Denmark changed.
No,
I remember.
And
I remember
Iceland,
Danes.
I think.
I remember Danes
Iceland.
driving into northern Frisia and completely annoying us by the fact that they couldn't drive when they were on the wrong side of the road, and they couldn't drive thereafter. But there you go.
Axel, I don't think Denmark ever drove on the left.
You didn't catch my joke, Tom.
Yeah. They're shit drivers. I get it. I'm sorry.
They always drove on the wrong side, no matter what the rules were. James, I'm teasing Doman because he's going full. He's gone full native in Denmark.
I apologize. Okay, so Sweden and I think Iceland switched, right? But Iceland, nobody noticed because there's no people anyway.
Don't think so. Sweden switched in 1967, and there's two countries which are not former or current British protectorates or possessions, who are also quite large countries who still drive on the left. Can you name those?
There's Japan.
New Zealand and Australia.
No, Japan.
Australia. Well, no,
they
Japan
were
clearly.
British possessions, New Zealand and Australia, I trust. But Japan definitely drives on the left. And I can't think of the other one. I do know some islands in the Pacific switched.
Wait. Malta and Cyprus as well.
The hardly large countries, and they were both British possessions. But James asked two countries that were not British possessions. One of them is Japan. Yes.
Okay.
Was it Indonesia, James?
No. Good guess. It was okay. I'll give you a guess. It's Southeast Asia, and it's never been colonized. Quite a large
Thailand.
country. Thailand. Well done.
So I was in the right. I had the right logic, right?
Why did the Thais of all people decide to do so?
Because Malaysia's next door, as is Singapore, and that was my logic for Indonesia.
You call that next door?
Well, they do border Malaysia. Thailand does border Malaysia.
Try driving from Malaysia to Thailand, my friend.
I don't want to. I don't.
Yeah,
like
you would need a
tropical
U-boat
forests.
and a ferry.
Is there really no road? I recall that I have seen a road crossing that border. There's only one road, but I think there is a road, right?
Yeah, but it's nothing. There can't be a reason for it. I mean, there's got to be a reason for why a kingdom would allow itself to fall prey to left-hand driving.
There are two roads. There are two roads going from Thailand into Malaysia. They look pretty big.
By
I'm just
now,
looking
probably,
at this.
yes.
Yeah, by now, yes. I mean, they weren't always there. At some point, it was okay. Pretty big is an exaggeration, but there, you can drive on them. They're even paved. What
Okay,
more
James, please unriddle this for us. Why on earth did Thailand decide to go for the wrong side of the road?
Well, I think at the time it was the obvious way to go, right? The only people who made cars were British and India
And Germans,
well, not really, and the whole of India, which included all of Pakistan,
exported
Bangladesh.
cars already.
Yeah, so it was just the obvious way to go at that point.
And then there were French cars, and they always drove in the middle, right?
James, I have looked it up. Iceland switched in 1968, 1 year after Sweden. At 6 a.m. on the 26th of May, 1968.
Conceded.
The funny part is, imagine this were a proper pub quiz and nobody had access to Google.
We got pretty far. Eventually. I got Sweden right, and Iceland, which the questioner didn't know about. So, what more do you want?
Yeah. It is a different dynamic. I disapprove of Google in person-to-person conversation, but online, I mean, you can't ban it, can you? Really?
No, James. I think the solution is if you're a pub organizing pub quizzes, you need to plan ahead and turn the entire pub into a Faraday cage ahead of time.
It's
At
not
the
long
time of
until
construction, ideally.
Exactly. Well, it's going to be about 10 years until we've got Google it fixed in our head. I mean, it's going to be pretty quick.
Oh my. Charlie, please.
Hi guys, loving the conversation. James, back to the trains and the gauges. Rather than talking on the global scale, I was thinking more of the sort of the micro scale of the Isle of Man. It's something rather underrepresented in this forum, but the Isle of Man has 3 railways. Can you name the 3 of them?
I'm impressed. You're going to have to enlighten us.
Okay, so it has the main line, which is a narrow gauge steam railway that goes from Douglas south of the island. It has a mountain tram, an electrified tram that goes from the north of Douglas up to the north of the island, and it has a horse-drawn tram across the promenade. They are the 3 main lines of train on the Isle of Man. So I do recommend everybody has a looks it up. And if you're not sure where the Isle of Man is, look for Britain, an island, and in the middle of the Irish Sea there is a little island, and that's the Isle of Man.
Isn't this mountain thingy the one where Top Gear couldn't enter the train?
Oh, I'm not sure about that. I've not seen that episode.
I thought Clarkson wasn't allowed on the train because he was evidently in a state of slight inebriation.
Possibly could be.
When they filmed it, they were on the Isle of Man. Twice, and following the TT and whatnot. And I thought that I'd read that at that point in time they were marvelously went for the train, and he evidently doesn't like trains as opposed to Captain Slow, and then they ended up being slightly sloshed and couldn't continue. So is that a train ride worth doing? That little mountain.
It is. It's a lovely little mountain railway, and it's overhead electric, and it goes from the north of Douglas all the way up to the top of the mountain, Snaefell, and from the top of Snaefell you can see 7 kingdoms. I believe Jeremy Clarkson might have a property over there, but yeah.
All right, there you go. Then we will have to check this out. I will have to rewatch the episode. Thank you very much for that, Charlie. James Clarkson.
Yeah, we all love the great journeys across the Alps from Jeremy and his boys. I have another question. Top 3 railway journeys, okay? And we can do top 3 in Ukraine, but I'd love to hear about people's favorites around the world. And we'll come back to Ukraine shortly because I'd love to find out the news from the front. I can tell you mine if you like.
Please do. Please do.
Darjeeling, you've got to do it up to the Alps. Mombasa to Nairobi and Podgorica to Belgrade. Thanks.
Yeah, Podgorica to Belgrade is good. I agree with that. I've done that.
I'll give you one, Axel, that you've done undoubtedly several times. The Zimmering Bahn. It is beautiful.
Yeah, well, it's Zimmering.
It's gorgeous, and von Giga did a wonderful job. Charlie, please.
Well, just responding to James's there, the Jungfrau Joch from Kleine Schneideck up is a rather pointless train journey, but it does take you to the top of Europe. It's absolutely stunning. So
absolutely.
And you can stop on the way to check out the White Spider, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, yes, that's right. There's a station inside the Eiger, and you can get out and actually poke your head up to some glass and actually see some crazy rock climbers climbing past. Well worth a visit.
Then John. Oh, and also James, we have a perfect suggestion from a listener. You don't need to make the pub into a Faraday cage. All you need to do is repurpose some captured Russian EW equipment, which will soon be in absolute surplus throughout the Western world. Please, then John.
Yes, a train ride. I will give you one, and instead of giving you three, I will give you one and give you three reasons. So, Tokyo, Osaka, because it's fast, it's 100% on time to the second, and you pass Mount Fuji, which is kind of scenic. So that's the train ride.
It seems everybody here is quite enthusiastic about train rides. So you will be glad to hear that the reason why Tim Sennett is in country, James is aware, obviously, but the reason why he's in country is that we want to, of course, bring forward and make it front of mind and center of attention for people of what Ukra Staliznicia does. But we are in the process of making a documentary on the Iron Army of Ukra Staliznicia. And this is currently the final treatment and research phase with a couple of teasers, trailers, video snippets, and the likes, and to map this out appropriately and work with a number of people. So in that regard, we're very glad that Alexander Kamishin have helped us do it, and Tim Sennett being there. Yehuda, what's your favorite train ride?
You're not audible,
the train
Yehuda.
ride.
I cannot hear you.
I don't have a favorite. What am I, 5? Why should I have a favorite train ride?
The question was asked to everybody here, not by me. It came up. People were investigating it, so we ended up with all sorts of train rides. It comes back to Alexander Kamishin.
What is a train
ride? Whether you want to go, for example, Mombasa, Nairobi, or Tokyo, Osaka. You know, the perfect tram.
Yeah, I don't want to be on a train anywhere, frankly. That's just me. I avoid trains. I'm a trainophobe. I'm just kidding. I'd like to go on the Orient Express with David Suchet and just screw around with people's heads. Look at them suspiciously.
Which role would you like to play?
Colonel Mustard in the salon with a candlestick. That's the wrong thing, isn't it? No, yeah, for those who are Suchet, who used to be a co-religionist, but he apostatized. The Midnight Express is period.
You're breaking up. Was it just me?
I think his train went into a tunnel, Axel.
Ah, okay.
You can't hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay. Well, anyways, enough of my pontificating. It looks like there's a whole bunch of hands up, including our double-barreled last name, James and Abdullah now.
Yehuda, your dulcet tones. That you have a career in radio if you want it. So yeah, Alexander Kamishin, what a guest. Well done, and looking forward to the documentary, guys, when it comes out. It'll be a sensation, no doubt. I saw in the news, I saw some amazing photographs of talking about wonderful train rides of the new train that Alexander and his team have put together between Ukraine and Romania, and there wasn't one apparently before January the 18th. So I don't know if there's any Ukrainians here that can tell me how to pronounce it, but there's a train ride you can now take from Rakiv, which is in the Carpathians, not far from Ivano-Frankivsk, to Valea Vysheliui, which basically means you don't have to take the Krakow or presumptual Kiev train. You can now come in from Romania via Bucharest, which is great news for people who live here. Thanks, and it's beautiful, by the way. It looks amazing. So credit to Alexander.
So let me just clarify this a little bit, James. If you look at the map, you'll see that this is soon going to be a Ukraine to Romania to Ukraine service connecting parts of Zakarpattia, basically. So it's not the main line where you would take a train from Bucharest up to Suceava, where you then change on a train to Chernivtsi, right? That's what you imagine actually useful for travel, between Romania and Ukraine more generally. This is just a line that crosses into Romania very slightly for a good number of kilometers, but it's kind of running parallel to the border, connecting two bits of Ukraine through Romania and entirely on broad gauge railway, I think. And maybe Anda knows a lot more about it. Anda, have you ever been to that bit of the borderlands?
Actually, no. I plan to go there next month. To be fair, so you are both right and both wrong. So let us put it this way. James, I love you had a good try. It's a very hard name. It's called Valea Vișeului. Vale means valley, basically. It's a valley. So it's a region between mountains or hills. Why you're so this road that was opened actually opens up and can be split in 3 directions. So after they cross the border, they have this possibility: one, to go back to Ukraine through Romania on the other side of the Carpathians, like Domen said. Second, to go straight to Cluj, from where they will have they have an airport, a big international airport, and they can actually fly from there to all sorts of Western capitals, including London. And third is to go down through Bucharest and from there to Constanța. And actually, this is the main and most important part of this connection, because it will help Ukraine during this summer, this incoming summer, to ship up beans through railways, right? So take off the load from Danube and from Galați, and actually ship part of the grains through there and down to Constanța. There is another good part, having a straight connection from Transylvania to Ukraine. It's a shorter way to go the other way. Let's put it this way. So I am hopeful, very hopeful, seeing that connection made as going forward. And I hope next month when I go there to be able to shoot some photos and to send them to you.
Amazing. Well, some bad news, Anda, and then I don't know if everyone heard. The Russians were able to destroy an Abrams tank in the deserts of Bakhmut just recently.
How many?
One.
They used the time traveling ATGM.
One confirmed. Abrams tank. It looks awfully a lot like Iraq, but no, Russian Telegram says in fact it is Bakhmut. I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait for confirmation. Couldn't they just wait till they actually get them before they start with the stories? I mean, they also have destroyed 3,000 HIMARS platforms, so I guess that makes sense. Anyways, I did want to do a bit of a media comparison shortly. I got a lot of questions about, people very upset about, I can only best describe it as reporting in different media in the West, even that appears to put parody to the situation, just language that's used. And it's tough because there's, if you can't, it's hard to compare two articles, two separate incidences and have the same news team report on it and then pick out the bias or just try to examine it. I did find two glaring, thumbnails and titles to articles on YouTube. It's not with Ukraine, but it shows it can help. It might, if anyone is interested. I did this once in university. Did a comparative titled headline project, little paper. If anyone has an appetite for it, I can do it. If not, we can just continue with this great conversation. But it might help, I think, in being able to discern, how, and it could be just an unconscious bias of different reporters or different editors of different news organizations. Up to you, Doman and Mr. M and whoever.
Shall we go to Abdallah and to James, and then we can have you plow straight into it, and it gives you a couple minutes to compose your comparison there. Abdallah, please.
Hello, thank you so much. Can you hear me, Doman?
Yeah, all good.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, thank you, James, for asking this important question. I don't know if you've taken the West Highland line in Scotland. I think that's my favorite, from Glasgow to Mallow. I think I'm saying it that correctly. It was really the best so far I've taken. My dad and I usually take trains when we come to Europe, and we get the Euro pass, which is really very, very nice service. And my father also, when he was in Russia, he has taken the Trans-Siberian. It's not something I'm looking forward to anytime soon. Thank you so much.
James.
Yeah, I'm not sure anyone wants to take a train to Siberia.
Sadly, yeah, I think that's the Trans-Siberian is ruled out for a generation at least, unless you're carrying arms or something worse. So yeah, interesting point, Yehud. I mean, it's something that I think we all encounter: the frustration with reading headlines, which are, the journalists seek to be impartial, and it's their training, but it gets to a point. When does that cease, right? When do presenting balanced viewpoints become unacceptable? When one side is not equal to the other, when the evidence does not allow you to be balanced. Should you caveat it? Should you say in every article that despite evidence to the contrary, despite Russia's track record in bullshitting? It's an interesting question. Thanks.
No, good points. I mean, it's definitely something that we see it in the whole Russia's a terrorist state debate, so-called debate. Some news, depending on where you are in the world, if it's a Western media outlet, they might say it. If it's the Times, Hindustan Times, they might not use it. It's also pretty relative to where you're from. So, good points, 100%.
Well, I for one get quite frustrated, James, and I trust you shared the same frustration when you see an article that just says, TASS : and then just is a rewrite of the TASS wire without any, due consideration being made. And I really don't think that absolves the writer just saying TASS : because the rest of it is also in bold, and it's not doing anyone any favors, but bar of course TASS.
Yeah, exactly. And Russia's been using Western liberal journalistic traditions to take advantage of us. By propaganda can only work in a liberal society, right, where people do have access to various sources of information. So it's very distressing to watch it succeed with the, how should I say it, lighter minds, people who don't put too much thought into things. Yehuda, did you have a chance to look at that Aaron Mate video where he gets totally owned by someone who does know about Ukraine yet?
No, I didn't get a chance to see it, but I will. I do appreciate it. I have watched that individual, perhaps with a light mind. I've seen that person, um, you know, conduct themselves, and I mean, the only thing that I'm happy to say, and now maybe it's a blind spot I have, is that the ones that tend to push a lot of that alternate view tend to be also the less erudite and sophisticated. I mean, I see through it pretty easy. I'm sure a lot of people might, and I guess there are those who are uninformed who might fall for it. But a lot of times, the logic just internally doesn't add up, right? So, and some points to make about the media question I posed or the situation. I'm open to discuss with the audience because I do get a lot of messages, and sometimes for some reason they're different flavors depending on the news cycle. But the reporters that report are surely not the reporters that title headlines. They're not the ones that pick thumbnails for internet sites. There's obviously an editorial team, and there are different producers that actually do all of that. So I think a lot of reporters on the front line might get grief for things that they have no control over. If you do an article, an interview, I've done interviews on different television stations, and they've changed headlines on the interview several times. I assume it's someone trying to maximize the reach of the article. And they, at one point I was shocked to see a new title like that. I actually specifically said I wouldn't want that in the title. But people will do what they want to do for media reach, and that's, I guess, the nature of the beast. When it comes to Ukraine and Russia, often, people, in any other context, bombing of a civilian high rise would be called terrorism, right? But often we see the words used are, Russian attack on an attack. It's kind of it's almost a neutral word. Ukrainians attack Russian positions. Russians attack Ukrainian positions, but they don't mean the same thing, but yet the same words are used. And a lot of people find that problematic, and I would agree. It is kind of problematic, right? The fact that the word genocide wasn't used very much, or war crimes, or just outright innocent civilians murdered. Bodies found in Bucha. Well, okay, I can find bodies at the local cemetery here in Toronto, right, James? And it doesn't really mean the same thing, does it?
It certainly doesn't. So, to present one argument, isn't it just that balance that Russia's trying to destroy? That requirement to see both sides of an argument, the requirement to analyze both sides of a problem. I mean, dictatorships don't do that by definition. So, by Russia using these journalists' better instincts, I guess it's an endorsement of our system. But trying to figure out a way to stop them abusing it is certainly important right now, because there are a lot of weak-minded people who don't understand the difference.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's Russia using them. I mean, I'm talking about BBC reporters. I'm talking about, CNN, Sky News, NBC. It perhaps is a function maybe of lazy journalism. Like, for example, why not call out that, the foreign ministry spokeswoman, Zakharova, says one thing today, yet, 6 months ago or a year ago, they were talking about not invading, calling them out on their lies, like building the narrative for the listener who's just tuning in, right? We like to give context. So, at first it was denazification of a drug-addled, neo-Nazi leadership, and then it was NATO's attacking. And then so when someone today reports on, Russian declared motives for whatever they're doing, they'll start with what was said last, and they won't include, although the same the foreign ministry spokesperson said at the start of this invasion that this was to do this, her position today is that it's to stop NATO advancement and the destruction of Russia, and let the listener decide, were they lying then or are they lying now? And that's a context that sometimes maybe the nuance is difficult, and maybe the timelines are so long and so much news and so many things have happened. But I think that those media outlets just owe it. They have a duty of care rather, to the listener, and I think it's quite unfortunate because it allows people to kind of jump in midway and go, looks like there's a war between Ukraine and Russia. That's weird. I wonder who did what. You see, so the fact that our memories are so short, and often I think news headlines tend to cater to perhaps the lowest common denominator, or one of the lower common denominators. I think that's problematic, and unfortunately for our Ukrainian friends, it's probably quite insulting.
Completely agreed. I mean, journalism, like teaching, is arguably the most influential and least well-paid profession, right? I mean, you carry the most responsibility with your words and how you balance the information you're giving to people. So I think you're absolutely right. I mean, yeah, the shortcut for the intellectually lazy is to put just to caveat every article you write. Russia says this despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary, or despite having changed its opinions at least twice. But people don't even bother doing that. Journalists tend to be overworked, underpaid, and lazy, sadly. Thanks.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I could post the headline article. It's I hate to do it. It's not really. It's just for if anyone wants to play a logic game here, mind game. Not a mind game, but a critical thinking situation. I'll post something, but I won't put any context on it. I'm just gonna post it on my page, and I will pin it to the. I'll pin it to the room here without any comment, so you can see what I'm saying. Because often the Ukrainian-Russia situation often reminds me of the Palestine-Israel Arab world situation, and I just want to show you the deception that's it could be innocent, but the deception in letters and pictures, and words and pictures. So James, I've posted something there. And we'll just jump into it. Abdullah, go for it.
Hey, thanks, Yehuda. Yeah, I just wanted to get people's opinion on the independent journalist conundrum that's out there on Twitter sphere regarding the war in Ukraine. Thanks.
Yeah, I think we need to differentiate between freelance journalists and independent journalists, right? So you have people who are actual journalists that write for several publications, and then you have people who are not journalists, like Syrian Girl or Kim.com, or people who just say words on the internet, and it's very tough to kind of put them in the same boat. I think it's unfair as well. Now, Oz Chatterjee is a freelance journalist. Not the same politics as me, but I think he's great. I think he does amazing work, and he has that balance. So I don't think, when I hear the word independent journalist, I think any bozo on the street with a camera, a cell phone, screaming at an American cop that he doesn't have a right to stop him and take his ID or something. That's kind of the image I get when I hear that. So anyway. Jay, do you mind, Doman, if I run this a bit here for this little media experiment?
Go for it, Yehuda.
You want to grab a sandwich? Or I know, for you, there's no such thing as a sandwich. You're European. It's a brisk with, who knows, pate and I don't know, a rosé. You guys are too fancy. We'll go to James.
Croque monsieur with a nice bit of bechamel sauce would be nice. So you're absolutely right, Yehuda. The as soon as you Tim Sennett, one of the admins here, said it exactly correctly. When you see that in someone's profile, independent journalist, it's like writing, mainstream media, MSM. It's a keyword for an idiot, right? It's someone who's so stupid that they can't understand how stupid they are. It's classic Dunning-Kruger effect. So we had a brief discussion earlier this week about whether it would be wise for you, Yehuda, or Doman or Axel, one of the great debaters here, to take on one of these guys. And I know that okay, it would be good box office, it would be entertaining, but I've actually decided, I came round having listened to Aaron Maté on that video I just put up in the nest, that it's no point, right? The guy's an idiot. Leave them alone, right? So going back to your point about journalism, I mean, the independent journalists who self-declared independent journalists, like the DNR, LNR, they're not. They're just uneducated and bigoted. The real journalists are the problem. I mean, it's the guys who work for the FT, the Telegraph, New York Times. When they make mistakes, that is a problem. When they talk about separatism in Donbass, when there never was, or a coup in Kiev in 2014, when it was clearly a popular revolution, that's when there's a big problem, and that's laziness in almost all cases. Thanks.
Yeah, no, listen, I think I was involved in a rescue of several Afghans, and the Associated Press did an article, and the amount of work that they did and the amount of times they spoke to me and information that I sent, and they asked for this and they asked for that and they asked for, I was quite impressed with the level of professionalism to get it right. In the end, I asked for most of it to be deleted because I didn't want my name out there. They kept it one or two sentences, but the point is, and that was very kind of them. I was just not. I didn't want that attention. But the point, the 2 or 3 paragraphs that they did write, I mean, they verified it. They checked. They looked at. They got corroborating. So that's a real journalist, right? And I just want to point that out, that there are really good journalists out there. Unfortunately, the editors of the people whose names are never on the article are the ones that often demonstrate and lead with it. So I just want to point to this article. Can you see it in the nest there, James? Since you're the most interested here. See the article? See the screenshot?
I do, and I'm looking at it now.
Okay, so this is what's really interesting. I'm not going to make pronouncements about the Israeli-Palestine conflict. I don't care to talk about that right now. But the first YouTube article, and so they're both within the last 24 hours. They're both in the same region. The first one shows a picture of a woman holding her face, visibly distraught, crying, and a woman beside her looking quite dour. And the article reads, 9 Palestinians killed in Israeli military raid in West Bank. So the second one shows security forces with rifles, and some people would call them machine guns, emergency services vehicles. And the article reads, Palestinian gunmen kill 7 near East Jerusalem synagogue, Israeli officials say. So I just want to point out how words make a difference. This isn't about the Middle East, but let's look at, let's give a subjective. I'm going to do my best to be subjective. So the top article references Israeli government officials say, a counterterrorism raid in Jenin. How does that work? Well, chances are, if you watch Fauda, you'll know that the Israelis are often tracking the bad guys on their cell phones and their text messages. And they have drones. They see drop boxes. They see messages being sent. So they had a pretty good understanding that there were about half a dozen terrorists of a prescribed terror group who were planning an attack in Jerusalem. They caught them. Now, before they got too far or about to execute the mission, they sent in a team of counterterrorism experts, operatives, and all the men that were killed, I mean, all of their pictures were posted by the terrorist organization with rifles and, swearing allegiance to this and that, and, talking about martyrdom and murdering Jews. So it's not like they were schoolboys or girls. Everyone could see it. There were known, you can call them activists, or you can call them, potential terrorists or convicted terrorists who were released. And in the middle of that, I think there were 2 innocent people killed in crossfire in the operation. That's on the Israelis for sure. But that's what occurred in Jenin. Now you could say, but they have a right to resist, and who cares? We're just, let's look at the facts. So there were at least 9. There were 6 of them for sure that were known. They were caught with their pants down. They were caught in homes. They didn't leave their homes. They fought with Israeli security forces, and they were killed. So is it bad? You know, I'll leave it to the listener. But the title reads 9 Palestinians killed in an Israeli military raid in the West Bank. No context, don't understand what it means. And on its own, it would be fine. However, in the same day, Palestinian 21-year-old from East Jerusalem walked into a synagogue on Shabbat and shot 7 people dead, including a 14-year-old boy and his father, plus 5 other worshippers in a synagogue. Pretty nasty stuff. And what does the picture show? It doesn't show grieving Israelis or Jewish people. It shows a strong Israeli army there with guns drawn in an ambulance. And the title reads, Palestinian gunman kills 7 near East Jerusalem synagogue. So in the front door, I guess it's near, comma, Israeli officials say. So what's really weird about this, if you're noticing now, that ostensibly the same editors who did the first article probably did the second, because they were within about 10 hours of each other, or within a day. And the first one, if you looked at it on its own, says 9 Palestinians. Okay, I don't know anything about it. I don't know why they were killed. I don't know why the Israeli military was in that West Bank town. Big question mark. But I see a crying lady, and that's a motive, and that pulls at the heartstrings. When I see the second article, I see Israelis in control with guns, and I see emergency vehicles, and I see Palestinian gunman kills 7. Now, could the article have said Palestinian terrorist kills 7 Jews in synagogue? Probably. But there's another really important part here, comma, Israeli officials say. So if the top said 9 Palestinians killed in an Israeli military raid in the West Bank, comma, Palestinian officials say, you would see some parity. And the reason why I really like this as an example is it shows how you can be, accurate but not precise. You can be truthful but not really truthful. And this is something I see with Ukrainian and Russian media, but I rarely see them side by side, juxtaposed so blatantly. And this is what the media often, in my opinion, this is what they get trapped into. So, to defend the national at the CBC, maybe they didn't have, pictures of the crying family members because of the Jewish people in the synagogue because it was so fresh, right? But they did get the ones, they were able to get the ones of the mourners of the Palestinian families. The Palestinian media shows all of the, in Arabic, all of the, there's 6 members of a terrorist cell, shows them out with the guns, and there's, just like the whole ISIS video stuff. Yet that, you would think maybe that's on the front page of the article. Hey, these 6 guys killed in firefight, plus 2 civilians killed in crossfire. That would be a lot more realistic and accurate, but it's not. It shows possibly the sister or the mother or the wife of one of the terrorists. And what the problem here is, to the casual observer scrolling through YouTube, they're going to see Israelis bad, Palestinians good or poor, and there's a lot of parity there. In fact, I would even argue that there's a negative bias towards the Israeli one, because they can't even say it happened. The CBC can't say that 7 Jews were murdered in a synagogue. They say the Israeli officials say. So that therein lies the power and the confusion in media reporting. That's just I just use that. I'm not going to do a thread on it or anything. I don't do stuff like that. But just to give an example, and I see this all the time with Ukraine and Russia, right? We don't hear of Ukrainian missiles flying into Russian buildings, and therefore we're stuck at comparing a Ukrainian attack on a Russian a facility within Ukraine that the Russians are using to house Russian soldiers, and you see the gore, and it looks, wow, that's really, holy cow, a lot of Russian soldiers just died. And then you see in the same breath, Ukrainian civilians murdered by Russian bombs, and it creates this unfair or unjust or unethical parity. And in some cases, it even goes the other way. Like, for example, there were news articles about the probably 1,000 Russians killed in a HIMARS strike, and it almost seemed like, wow, like that's almost too many. like it was almost in trying to invoke sympathy for the Russian side. So I think words are so terribly important, and nuance and context is important, because this is a perfect example. When you look at this, you go, well, in one case, 6 literally avowed known terrorists who are on video saying, "I want to murder Jews," they get killed, and it looks like 9 Palestinians killed in Israeli military raid, and it's a fact. There's no comma, there's no preface. Sad picture. And then on the bottom, another terrorist goes and murders 7 people praying in a synagogue, and that's, allegedly, and it's gunmen kill 7 near synagogue, comma. So this is not new in the world of media. A lot of conflicts, but we expect better from national broadcasters. We expect better from, as some people say, the mainstream media. You could argue it was a month apart, different reporter, different editors, but this must very well be the same crew that did that did one article, did the second. And we see that with Russia and Ukraine every day. The reason why I wanted to point it out is just because it's such a good example, because the events are very similar, the death tolls are very similar, the context is totally different, yet the bias is towards the country defending its citizens from terrorism. So Ukraine defends itself from terrorism, and unfortunately the discussion is brought to par for some reason, right? Because maybe it's this neutral, in the desire to be neutral or balanced. There's no balance in Ukraine. Russia is murdering and committing genocide, and when Ukrainian forces kill Russian terrorists, because I would argue that, although they're considered soldiers legally, I mean, these are people unknowingly murdering, raping, and killing civilians, yet we don't call it genocide. We don't call it an act of, like this guy in Jerusalem who killed 7 people. That's an act of genocide. He went out to murder people solely because they were Jews, and he was killed. And CBC, reputable news broadcaster, Canada's national broadcaster, feels that they should preface it by saying, "Well, that's what the Israelis told us." Comma, maybe the brackets, but we don't know for sure, right? But the other way, when Israelis are proactive and they attempted to arrest and a gun battle ensued, when they kill or arrest people who openly say they're terrorists, just like the Russians, they openly say they're trying to murder Ukrainians. For some reason, that's wild. It's a raid, Ukrainian attack on Russian thing, kills this many people. You can't do that parody. So I don't know if that was a useful example, and I just thought I'd share that with you all. I hope that helps. I wanted to jog people's minds, get them going. Go look at an article, discern it. What does it read? What did that editor at CNN or this or that? What picture did they put on the thumbnail? Why did they use that one? Right. Anyway, James.
Yeah, no, it's a really good example. The power of a comma, right? A slightly different picture. Grieving families versus soldiers glaring at people, and it's subliminal. I can't even say it. Subliminal messaging, and it's incredibly powerful. And journalists tend to be clever people. They do tend to know what they're doing. You've got to be super careful. I mean, Britain, during the Troubles during the 90s, there was a constant debate over semantics, right? Who do we call the Irish freedom fighters, rebels, guerrillas, terrorists? I mean, the subliminal messaging going on there, right? What photographs do you use? What do you call the people in Donbass? Are they separatists? Were they Russian-backed separatists? Are they terrorists? It's a constant battle with the journalists when they're writing these articles have to be thinking about. Out of interest, have you ever watched a BBC documentary about the original subliminal advertiser, Edward Bernays? He was a cousin of Sigmund Freud. He moved from Vienna after the war, Jewish chap. He was the foundation of all US advertising in the 1950s. It's worth a watch. Thanks. It's about subliminal advertising.
What's it called?
The Century of Self on the BBC. It's a 3-parter, absolutely fascinating.
I think I actually have, but I'm going to rewatch it now. Thank you. Will.
Thanks, Yehuda. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this earlier this morning, about 12 hours ago, in relation to reporting on Ukraine, and in particular the issues of reporting on Ukraine and protests and things like that around the tennis and the Australian Open that had been going on, and these reporting on the activities of the Serbian and Russian nationalists in Australia, and how then they'd been banned, and then Djokovic came out and defended his father, and they tried to present it. Some people literally presented the follow-up story on Djokovic got real angry, and he came out all shirty and defended his father, pulling at our heartstrings to what a good guy he is because he's out there defending his father. And that really got up my nose, and I, of course, had to write something back about it, because the problem with the press is, and this is where we got to, kind of in this, the bad actors in the world, the Russia, the China, the folks working out of the old KGB workbooks on sowing dissent in the West, they literally use our system against us time and time again. And because of the concentration in media, the owners of those things, and the gutting of it because of the way the world has gone with the internet and people being able to steal other people's content and or use it without fair payment for the folks who generate all the work, it's become very, very difficult to be a good journalist, or even what used to be called an independent journalist, which was a person who could pass the tests essentially of being a journalist, but wasn't tied to any one agency or any one newspaper. And these big papers are all running on some form of the fairness doctrine anyway, and there's always got to be both sides of the story. But like you said, how are there two sides to a story of Russia invading Ukraine and committing rape, murder, and atrocities when there's no nor would they necessarily, but there's no capability on the other side for Ukraine to do those same sorts of things to Russia. So, as I had said this morning, this is the clearest case of right and wrong that has existed in the history of the world since the Second World War. And to allow people to present in Australia or in America or the other places these Serbian nationalists and their Russian nationalist buddies, to allow the problem is, reporting isn't just looking your head out and seeing what the weather is today. Reporting used to be, the Edward R. Murrow sort of stuff. Get the information, put it in context of what's going on, and try to do some analysis on it. Not a judgment analysis, but an analysis on what might be the motivations or might be the backstory on some of these things that they don't do. Because what I wanted to point out today, because I seem to have a long memory for some of this stuff, and oftentimes people forget it, is these bad actors use the same modus operandi time and time again to make outrageous statements, walk them back when they're called on it, and then essentially their work's done, right? They sow the discord, and nothing, the discussion becomes the secondary points, not the main point. And like in Djokovic's case, I had to point out that, look, guys, do you remember only 54 weeks ago, Novak Djokovic and his brother were basically poo-pooing COVID, telling the world they were big pussies, putting on their own tournament, all catching COVID, and then being banned and essentially trying to sneak into Australia to participate in the Australian Open last year, and he got banned. So, he made some apologetic statements, came back this year, was allowed to not have to face the penalty, the 3-year penalty of not being able to enter Australia if you've tried to misrepresent your visa status when you enter. And then he comes in, all's good. He's the best tennis player in the world, la, la, la. But then his father falls back into the very same behaviors, which we've been talking about with Syrian Girl and these other bloke like Cossack Aussie, and they call themselves journalists, but they're not journalists. Anybody trying to portray themselves as a journalist should have to be able to demonstrate some capability, or even write a news story, write a lead, flesh it out, do the basic things you learn in high school on if you were going to write a news story. They don't do any of that. And they get carried and they get picked up by other people to pass them around as if they are journalists, many times out of this desire to show both sides of the story, when sometimes it's like the climate change thing that I've been trying to fight for 35 years. When 99.9% of the scientists say the world is round, 1% of the 0.01% of the scientists saying the world is flat is not a debate. It's one side pointing out absurdity and the other side pointing out what is essentially established fact with some analysis put on it. And I mean, that's the problem, that these bad faith actors are able to use our own systems against us, and it is actually their plan from the first place. Almost everything I see going on in Russia is doing in Ukraine comes literally, it's out of the KGB playbook. I mean, I've done a lot of reading on Russia.
But well, it's not Russia doing it; it's us doing it to ourselves. Russia doesn't control the headline article person at the CBC or BBC. It's our own. It's our own shortcoming, I would argue. I mean, I'm not talking about TASS or Russia Today. Those aren't, obviously, I think it's a waste to talk about their editorial policies. But why are we doing to ourselves?
It's because laziness, right? So it's because this is what I mean by them using our own system against us. They know that our news media is hollowed out because of the pressures that have been on running a traditional news agency. They know that if they get a press release that's written in the right way, it'll make it right through the sub-editors, regardless of what it says, because it's formatted in the right way. It's easy to pick up a press release from a bad actor and turn it into a story because they know the processes we use to get there. But what's missing is the analysis and the contextualization of the current story to put it into the bigger picture. And that's so rarely done anymore because of the pressures that are put on Western media and bad faith actors knowing how we're going to react.
Posting what Mrs. Zakharova, Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson, says, and just in a gentle way mock it, right? So today, so and so says this. However, this in the last X amount of months, there have been different reasons for this and this and this, right? And then let the listener or the reader see that in fact it's a changing story. I think that the fact that it changes constantly should be the story. Not what they're saying today, but the fact that what they're, the fact that motivation for invading Ukraine has oscillated between about 5 different subjects in the last year, right? And
that's an excellent point. That is a superb point. But I've yet to see the New York Times, the Post, the Guardian, one of the big reputable news outlets, critically examine the fact that Russia has released its current reasons for its motivation of the war in Ukraine, and it's changed almost as often as they've changed generals. That's the kind of context that ought to be put in place.
100%, James.
Yeah, I mean, as a historian, I always remember. I think it was Karl Popper who said that a fact is a fish on a slab. You can't argue with it, right? The other classic example I often read is if for journalists specifically, if someone tells you it's raining and another person says it's dry outside, it is not your job to quote them both, right? It's your job to get off your ass, go look out the window and see if it's raining or not. Thanks.
Yeah. And when it comes to Ukraine and Russia, there are so much more I think the media could do to step up. And I don't know if it's laziness or if it's just a function of how media newsrooms work, but the even the reticence to use the word genocide. They use it with Israelis and Palestinians all the time, right? But they're not using it with an actual genocide. They're not using it, right? And arguments have been made such as we want to verify it. It's such a heavy accusation. We need to find, we need to do this, this, and this. The Russians are saying that it was set up and staged. And then it leads strange independent journalists to think they're photoshopped and they're looking at satellite photos. So there's so much wrong with how we look at the conflict. And although on balance the reporting is, I'd say supportive of Ukraine, because it has to be, right? It's the country being invaded. But I don't think it's as nuanced or sophisticated as it should be. And I think readers deserve that level of sophistication. The foreign ministry comes out with a new statement every week. Dissect it, juxtapose it, get out your computer there, editor or journalist, and look at what they said just a month ago, and point out that and just say, on September 26th, same individual said this was the reason we invaded Ukraine. On July 4th, they said this is the reason. On May 3rd, they said this is the reason. On da-da-da. So we need to be able to call that out all the time, and I think that's a fair. I think that should be in every article. I think the context should be, and every time they keep lying, you don't have to say they're lying. It's clear. You could say that the statements are, seem to apparently contradict or seemingly contradict this, that, and the other. You could put a big question mark as to why, but don't ignore it, right? Because if you look at these articles and read them, as if it's like a fresh slate, it could, as Will was saying, it could sound rational, but it's just not fair. Will?
Yeah. Plus the fact that I hate to say it, but people are becoming less and less well read, and we bandy around terms periodically that in themselves could use some examination that would allow people to make up their own minds. Because you would know, as I do, that the United Nations has revised the term of what genocide means over the years, and it now concludes deportation of people, separation of people from their children, mass rape, forcible exclusion of people from areas, and not just killing people. Right? There's a lot of ways to depopulate. And if they examined what that word genocide means today, and then you just let people look at the prima facie evidence of what's available of the 30,000 children exported to and the filtration camps, and the stuff that looks like scary, weird Cold War stuff that they did to the kulaks, it can't, in anybody's mind, be not made equivalent to genocide. And yeah, I mean, they don't do that either.
Oh, they do it in their favorite places, where it's I mean, they have I think there's a particular slant, but they're not doing it where it's so blatant. So what's good for the goose should be good for the gander. And I hope I don't know if we wanted to jump onto another topic. If anyone has any questions on media bias.
Well, what it is it's left to people like you and me and whatever reading Twitter and answering them back. I can't tell you how many times in the last couple of years I've used that GIF of from The Princess Bride, where he goes, this word you keep using, I'm not certain that you know what this word means. I must use that twice a week.
Yes, it's. I do not think it means what you think it means, and that's fair. Let's go to New Zealand.
Evening all, Dom. Actually Darwin, Australia, but from New Zealand originally. Just wondering what you thought of the idea that a lot of these journalists, they write in their articles in a way that can be can take either, depending on the headline or your point of view going into it, you can get out of it what you want it want to have. So obviously we've got, you know, the tankies and the anti-vaxxers and all that. And when you write an article without what we're talking about, these different the research to back it up, etc. You know, if you come into it from a tanky or point of view or an anti-vaxxer point of view, you can take, you know, finger pick the parts that you want out of it. And I'll just give you an example of I had a conversation with my partner tonight regarding an arrest in Alice Springs of an Indigenous male who he took some stuff, shoplifting or something. He was confronted by the shop owner and he assaulted the shop owner and took off home. He was known to police. Police went around there. He resisted arrest, threw a whole bunch of stuff at the cops, locked himself in the bathroom, slit his wrists, and they couldn't get into it. They busted down the door and they had to taser him because obviously he's still resisting arrest. Then they provided first aid, etc. Now, most of the headlines gets tasered while resisting arrest, several other things like that. Then our local paper, it's a tabloid up in Darwin, the NT News. What was the headline there?
I don't want to try to get into too specific
okay.
basically, big picture.
Yeah, basically it was police, cops, taser, bleeding man in home. Now, for a certain amount, you know, for a certain type of people, you're going to read that article and the article was basically verbatim across the board. But just from that headline, you come into it with a certain bias, like, oh, the cops have done something bad. And I was just wondering what you guys thought about. Is there a reason why in the social media age where, you know, views and everything is so important that, you know, they might not be drawing conclusions, etc.?
Yeah, I think we've kind of covered a lot of that now, which is that it might be, you know, for media reach or clickbait, as they say, right? So people want to get a headline going, and it might not really, you know, represent the article. I think it's a shame. I think we should expect more from media. You know, it might not sound as interesting if you said exactly what happened, but they stick to the fact that the words used are true, but the context is missing for sure. And that's what it is. All right, Doman, I think.
Yeah, and if you were to read, I mean, you can pick that out sometimes by outlet. He's talking about the the NT News, which is what, you know, if you would have seen the NT News in the Western world because they have such sensational front covers. That's what they go for, that they tend to fall on the side of framing everything as a bit of sensationalism so that they can get readers, which is unfortunate. They have to do that.
But that's why I didn't pick for my immediate example. I picked a very reputable national broadcaster of a Western country, which is Canada, right? So I'm trying to, I'm not trying to go for the tabloid stuff. I wanted to give an example where, you know, so ostensibly some of the finest editors and whatnot in my country should be writing these headlines, and yet that's what we get, right? And it's right back to back. It's in the same area. The tolls are pretty much the same. You know, in both cases, it ended in the lives of terrorists being killed, and then civilians on the other side. Yet when you read them, it looks like one side is the bad side, and it doesn't. You would not know that terrorists were involved in any of those articles at all. Like literally, they're the cause of both articles, yet they do not appear in anything in the headlines. So it looks like, you know, Israelis being bad again. And, you know, and then, you know, randomly the Israelis, who are also bad, happened to tell us that a gunman killed 7 people near a synagogue in East Jerusalem, because East Jerusalem isn't, under international law, or many people's view of it, a part of Israel. So in every regard, it looks like the diminishment of the casualties on one side and the edification of the casualties on the other side. So you know, again, I use that example for one simple reason. It was a gift to me because it just showed up on YouTube back to back, so close together. So it leads people to ask the question, why? So, and we see that with Ukraine every single day for the last year. The war, and some people don't like the word conflict. Is it truthfully a conflict? Yes, sure, it's a conflict. You know, but is it accurate? Is it precise? You know, no, I would argue it's not precise. Is it a conflict? Sure, you know, but does it let the reader know? Like, Russian invasion of Ukraine has led to this, right? You know, war in Ukraine. What do you mean a war in Ukraine? Let's be a little more specific, right? You know what? That's the reason my favorite store went out of business. Linens and things. They should have been more specific. Anyway, but that's what we see, and I guess maybe they're just getting tired or lazy, or I don't think it's how do you call it? I don't think it's something purposeful. I think it might just be you know, kind of lazy, James. And then we'll wrap it up. I think people want to jump to other topics. I just want to touch on the media, and that's why I use the examples I use. James, then Will.
Yeah, no, it was a good conversation and really interesting, and yeah, extremely important to bring it up. Thank you, Yuda. And going back to something that I know is interesting for you, and also to help people understand what countries around the world are doing for Ukraine. There was a bit of controversy about Israel over the last months about how much help they're giving. You know, USA is now sending hundreds of thousands of artillery shells from Israel over to Ukraine, which is critical. And I read also, well, other than the hundreds, certainly multiple dozens of Israelis fighting in Bakhmut and on the front right now, that the Ministry of Defense of Israel is now helping wounded Ukrainian soldiers in trauma hospitals. There's a lot being done that people don't realize. And I wonder if you could talk to that a bit. Thanks.
About those shells, they were already earmarked. That those were already included. Those are U.S. stocks pre-positioned, and those are already included in an agreement that the Americans had earlier said they would send. So that's not necessarily the best example. So those rounds were earmarked, and then they were moved. I guess when they were moved, people made some hay of it. But yeah, I know the Israelis are, as we've said ad nauseum here, they're in a very difficult position. They like to try to stay out of, or appear to stay out of, certain things. As you know, surprisingly, Nuclei 11 or whatever his handle is coming in here. Go check his thing out. You're seeing more and more of the Israeli involvement. Now, why this is important is Israel has very strict laws of its citizens fighting in other wars or in other countries, just simply for the fact they don't want to give away their trade secrets, or they don't want to expose themselves to anything like that. But thousands and thousands of Israelis have fought in the Ukrainian armed forces, integrated training them, IDF people, special forces, IDF. And yet when they come back, there's zero repercussion. They're welcomed home. You know, they get to hospital, get treated, and then go back. There's about 5,000 Israelis approximately in Ukraine. About 1,500 to 2,000 are actual combat soldiers. The other ones are doing signal communication stuff in the rear, and they're doing it over and over again. Right? They go for 3-4 months, go back to work a bit, come back and fight again. And they obviously speak the language, and they have an immense amount of military training. But we don't hear about it, and the Israelis don't care to even talk about it. Even there was equipment, 120 millimeter mortars, all sorts of things the Israelis use that have showed up in Ukraine. And when the Israelis were called out on it once, they just said, I have no idea what you're talking about. We sold it to a Polish company. Go away. So they're not looking to publicly antagonize Russia. They don't care about Russia. That it's not because they're friends with Russia. Russia supplied all the weapons to countries that sought Israel's destruction for 50 years and for 30 years before the Americans gave the Israelis any weapons. So they look at the Soviet Union and Russia in a negative light, I would say. Yeah, there are some oligarchs. I mean, one guy, I think the biggest asset an oligarch has in Israel is a $10 million house. I mean, they've got billion-dollar boats in Monaco. It's a joke. But yeah, so the Israelis don't care what James Cannon Cook or Yehuda Amzalag on Twitter have to say about what they're doing. They really don't care. They're going to do what they're going to do. For them, Russia, not being a global bully is definitely in their favor. Russia has always supported countries that have sought Israel's destruction. So to think that for some reason they're chummy chum with them just because you hate Bibi Netanyahu, along with many people, most people in Israel actually, doesn't mean you get to make up, stories about the relationship with Russia. Russia is definitely not considered a friend to Israel, and I've never met anyone who thought that. But back to you, James.
Yeah, and I'm sure the intelligence that Israel is providing Ukraine is critical. I mean, particularly with regard to Iran, I've no doubt that as Israel's greatest enemy, the Israeli people that you're connected with perhaps know a hell of a lot about what's going on in Tehran that even the Americans don't. We read that the Iranians have paused their plans to send long-range ballistic missiles to Kiev, and I wonder who let us know about that, right? And these are extremely important pieces of information. There was an Ilyushin that was flying down and back to Tehran only this week, probably picking up more Shahed drones. So there's a lot that is being done that we don't know about anyway. Thanks.
Yeah, I think the biggest in Mossad's history, since you're a historian, you should check it out, James. I don't think they ever have. I'll say they've never have. The Mossad has never publicly announced that they are working with another country's foreign intelligence service. They literally did that with Ukraine. Don't understand why. It's not necessary. It's a weird thing to say. And then within a couple of weeks, dozens of arrests were announced of Russian collaborators paid off, people who were paid off by the Russians to do things in Ukraine. So, I would say that I would make the comment, it is absolutely in Israel's best interest that Russia is, helped along its way to thoroughly degrade itself and back into the 1800s. It benefits them, it benefits the West. Even the simple fact that the Russians, are one of the proxy rulers of Syria. Syria is a failed state. It's a state now that's run by a collection of terrorist militias to government militias. It's a nightmare, and Russia sits in the middle of it. Basking in the chaos and having a grand old time. And there's no redeeming quality of Russian influence, I would say, anywhere in the world, and nowhere as bad as the Middle East, obviously outside of Ukraine. But the Russian influence in the Middle East, whether it's ginning up support for Iran, which gins up support for Hezbollah and the Houthis to attack Saudi Arabia and blow up oil refineries. Israel's under constant attack. People don't realize this. They are constantly stopping terrorist attacks from Hezbollah, from Lebanon, from Hamas, which is funded by Iran. Iran is definitely in bed with Russia. We all know that. So Russia goes bye-bye. Obviously not goes bye-bye. It's not going to disappear from the planet. But the less ability Russia has to destabilize the world and the Middle East, the better for everyone. That's not a secret. Yeah, James.
Absolutely. I mean, well, we always say it when Ukraine defeats Russia on the battlefield, it'll be freeing Russians themselves, Belarusians, Syrians, countries throughout Central Africa. Russia is the malign influence, the evil empire of today. So, thanks to Mossad. If you could knock off a few of those drone designers as well as the next nuclear missile scientist, that would be very grateful. Thanks.
Yeah, well, they don't have to go too far. I mean, anyone who can build a lawnmower in Iran can build their drones, right? So, not the best drones in the world. I will say this, I see a lot of these anti-Ukraine accounts, like very like nuke Ukraine, destroy Ukraine, but go to their profile, and there's a little magnifying glass, and click on it and type in the word Israel or Jew, not Jews, just JEW, and then go look at their posts. You might be surprised to what you might find, but it's usually the same drivel. From there are people that are some pretty nasty comments, and you can see their worldview, right? So everything coming out of Iran and Russia good, everything coming out of the West or Israel bad. So it's peas in a pod, I would argue. Anywho, Doman, I've done my duty. I thought we'd share that these poignant examples, and I wish I'd put some context to my tweet, because now I'm getting a lot of people asking about it. I didn't write anything. It's just I think it's a fine. I'm sorry to use the CBC, the National. Shame on you for your lazy titling there. But they don't allow comments on their any of their YouTube videos. But that's a very, very good example of how, as James said, even a comma makes a difference, and also how words matter. And how you frame it matters, right? As this war continues, the information war grows exponentially. The Russians weren't so into it at first. Why? They thought this would be over in 3 days. They didn't care. And now they're catching up, right? So we're pushing through places like MriyaReport, or when it comes to government, Helsinki Commission in Washington. A lot of good groups around the world are pushing forward to say, hey, this isn't on, and we're not doing this anymore, and you better stop. So thanks for letting me interject for an hour. Doman, he had his foie gras and his, basil raspberry reduction on his waffle, obviously Belgian, of course. And he's probably full, happy to get a break. Or Axel.
We are currently only discussing the Belgian 105 ammunition and how to buy out the 50 absolutely mint condition, perfectly maintained, battle ready Leopard 2s in Switzerland. We just need a nation. So Yehuda, if you have someone who can help us buy those.
Axel, yes. Do you think that maybe now, because of German Scholz's position, that maybe that Germany will become famous for waffles instead of Belgium? We'll call it.
Well, Germany always had fantastic waffles.
What about the Hamburg waffle?
You mean the Lord Mayor of Hamburg, the former, who's waffling a lot? That's Scholz.
How about the Burgermeister waffle special? Every international house of pancakes coming to a fine diner near you. All right. Well, thank you, Axel. And over.
Are you telling me that I should hop?
No, I'm going to pass it off to you. There, I have hop. No, international house. Oh, I hop. I get it. Very cute. I wasn't sure if you knew the cultural reference, right? I thought it might be too,
blasé.
It's no. I just don't think. I don't think you could buy a delicately braised Wagyu steak there, and I know what you like to eat. So, yeah, you might. What is this filth? I would not feed this to Mumsy, my dog. All right. I'm being horrible.
No, it's okay. The dogs actually get proper meat, as they should.
By the way, James, you've inspired me to rename Tim Sennett. He's going to be...
You broke up in the very second.
So
when you wanted to announce it. What?
Timothy, the Lord Montague Jones, 349. That's his new name. His James's last name inspired me to give Tim a new one, Montague Jones. And I put 349 just because it's funny. It's a Zulu. It's a reference from a lot of movies. Anyway, I'll stop. We lost Doman. Get back up here, Doman.
Yeah, I'm getting him up. I'm also providing you with general research support from Nick.
I see some
Jones.
questions, but I can't
Sorry.
bring someone up, so I have not the possibility to bring someone up.
All right, Axel.
I have everything in hand. Mr. M, you cycle down and back up. Dorman is coming. It's all being sorted. All in the flow.
And in the meantime, James is furiously raising his hand there, so I'm going to let him speak.
Yeah, it's rare to find someone who appreciates the same old movies as me. Jones 355, sir. He has a wonderful baritone. Is that the Jones you're talking about?
Yes, that is the Jones I was referring to. He has a beautiful baritone.
How many Victoria Crosses were won that day? Do you remember?
17.
I'd have to Google it, but that's a pretty good number.
I think it might be that. It could be 11. I think it was a high number. And yeah, don't get me started.
This doesn't sound like IHOP in the
I
background.
still call people if they're just like officer of engineers. And they're like, why are you calling me that? But James knows why.
11.
Michael Caine's first role, interestingly, he's a working class lad, but he was asked to play a British officer in the Engineers. Yeah.
This is why he could so convincingly say that you were only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
Welcome back, Dorman.
Thank you. I see Nick has his hand up. I wanted to ask you a question, and then, well, there were technical difficulties. My question for you, Yehuda, it's a very simple question. If you have 37 tanks, and only 2 of them are operational, how many tanks do you really have, and what's the point of having the other 35? Okay, I stumped him. Fine, Nick, go ahead then.
I put my hand up to ask a question, but as I was on the way up, I heard mention of something called the Hamburg waffle, which sounds awfully like one of those things that you look up in Urban Dictionary while holding your fingers over your eyes. The tank-related question I was going to ask was regarding the Leopards that Spain appears to be willing to send. They appear to have a large number of them, I believe 2 A4s, or possibly the Spanish-made variant thereof, that are not in terribly good condition, but the suggestion is that they might be made roadworthy, if not battle-worthy, and used for recovery and other perhaps cannibalized parts. And my question was, if you have a Leopard 2A4 that, I don't know, can't fire, or you don't want to put, you don't want to put actually into combat, what are some of the things you can do with it, if it runs? And how compatible are the parts? I mean, obviously, presumably not the electronics, but how compatible are large chunks of the mechanical parts upward from a 2A4 to a 5 or 6?
They are highly compatible. Depends on which bits, but like the running bits, what's it called? The automotive parts are highly compatible. Nick, so there's 100 plus Leopard 2A4s, and there's 200 plus Leopard 2Es, which are the Spanish version of the 2A6 that are in Spanish stocks. Now, the Spanish defense minister fibbed a little bit last year. She says, it is said, in order to spare Germans the embarrassment of having informally refused the re-export permit. So apparently they're in far better condition than was alleged last summer, because this was kind of given as the excuse of why, that's why we're not sending them anyway, because, they don't really work anyway, so there would be no point. And actually, apparently they're fine. A few of them are not in the best shape, but the bulk of them are fine. And it shouldn't be too much of an issue. And they'd be 50 plus would be either operational within days or at most within single-digit number of weeks, judging by latest reports. So they're fine, really, is the answer, Nick. And hopefully they'll be very fine as they're blowing up Russian stuff off in southern Ukraine.
Sorry.
So the 2E is equivalent to the A6, did you say?
Yes.
Okay. So I imagine the A4s will go first, but it seems Spain does have a decent amount. Good.
Jeez, Nick, A2A, 4A, you sunk my battleship. All these letters and numbers confusing to me. Sorry, Doman, I dropped off. I couldn't hear anything, so I don't know if you said anything, but I'm still here.
Okay, well, in news in Portugal today, Yehuda, we're dealing with all of the Iberian Peninsula systematically. News in Portugal today, out of 37 Leopard 2A6s, which Portugal has, the only tanks they had, only 2 of the 37 are operational. They thought they had 12 operational earlier this week, but that has dropped by 10 during the course of the week. So Yehuda, if you have 37 tanks, but only 2 are operational, how many tanks do you really have?
We have 30.
What's even the point is really what I'm asking. Sometimes countries say, well, we can't send all the tanks or a lot of the tanks because we want to maintain the capability and the knowledge and the understanding of it. If only 2 are operational, you've clearly, mailed it in years ago on maintaining any capability in cavalry and armor.
I don't know if that's fair. I'm not a tanker and I'm not a maintainer, and I don't know anything about that world. But I mean, I'll give you an example in the military. That things have to be specific and they have to be you have to have things checked off. So for example, you could say a bus. I once needed to get a bus, a fancy bus for a bunch of general officers to do something, and I couldn't take one of them because the bathroom wasn't working properly in the bus, and it wasn't quote unquote operational. It was NS. There are things. I suspect that even a minor issue on a tank, especially if it's safety related, would make that tank not operational, not fit for purpose, not fit for use. The question is what are the problems with the tank? It's not like the Russian army where a tank battalion commander found that 90% of his tanks didn't work, or the vast majority didn't have engines in them. An engine might be a problem when using the tank. I'm not a tanker or a mechanic, but I suspect you need an engine to move the tank. So I doubt the Portuguese tanks don't have engines. It could be, certain lines seized up or hydraulic system not 100%, not trustworthy for battle. So our standards of what's reliable in Western nations and what we can put in the field are pretty high. I mean, high meaning it better be perfect. And if you don't, you're negligent as a commander or whoever is the officer in charge of maintaining those vehicles. You'd be negligent in pushing those tanks out if in fact they weren't fully operational. So you have to remember the standards for operations and for operational activity and for safety are very, very high. I mean, I've heard of military vehicles that didn't have fire extinguishers. Fire extinguisher, wasn't operational. To get a new one, you couldn't drive it without it. If a certain feature in the truck wasn't, because I have some friends who are logos, logistics officers, and they tell me that if something is, a certain critical thing, which might not sound critical in a war zone, but it is to us. You can't drive it. You're just not allowed to use it until it's fixed, or until the part that's required is there, or until this system is set up. So I hope that adds some color. The question is, those 37, how quickly would they take to get online? And I doubt the answer is months. It could be weeks. It could be one part. It could be a hydraulic pump here. It could be a this there. Again, I know nothing about tanks. I'm just using words that I would use at the mechanic. So that's the answer I got for you, Doman.
Thanks, Yehuda. Nick.
Yeah, I found that slightly surprising. On the one hand, I've heard of situations where there was a forest fire a few years ago. I knew near where I lived in France, and there was someone got killed. One of the firefighters got killed, and there was an inquiry, and so the fire truck got totally stripped down, and to find something wrong with it, and they found that one of the hoses had been repaired, and it was 50 centimeters short, and so it was noted in the inquiry that the equipment was deficient because they only had 49.5 meters of fire hose. On the other hand, I was sitting at the front row of a Ryanair plane once, talking to the steward in the middle of the flight, and he said, I said, what's it like flying for Ryanair? He said, it's really good. He said, we actually have, people kind of laugh at Ryanair and cheap and whatever, but he said, we have the best maintained fleet out there. He said, when Ryanair sells a plane on, it only has on average 4 things wrong with it. And the industry average is about 12. And I sort of said, I would have thought that the kind of, the desirable number of things to have wrong with your aircraft carrying 200 passengers was 0. And he said, no, we fly all the time with things that are wrong with the plane. It's just that there's a sort of, okay, we can fly without the ILR today because we've got X and Y and Z running. So I don't know, it seems interesting that you're going off to war in a tank and you can't go out because some component might not be safe as you go out to have, a fire and brimstone rain down on you. And yet apparently the airline industry, which frankly has a pretty good safety record, is quite happy with people going out there with between 4 and 12 things wrong with the aircraft. Interesting.
Well, I mean, things wrong could be toilets not working in one of the bathrooms, right? I don't know the answer to that question because I'm not, again, you picked an example that I know nothing about, but if it's your hydraulic, if there's some hydraulic motor that turns the turret and it's not working properly, there's no backup for that. Bob's not going to get out of the tank and move around the turret, right? So I suspect there are features in the tank that you don't have a backup for. So you mentioned IRLS. I assume that means some navigation thing, but they might have 5 types of navigation. They don't need all 5 to run at the same time. They'd like them, but they don't need them. Again, I don't know what you mentioned, but in a tank, for example, things that propel and fire and acquire targets, and your thermals and the tools you use to find your enemy. If those are problematic, then the tank is effectively unreliable, non-operational, right? I mean, if there's a chip of metal missing that's the size of a quarter in the track of the tank, I guess it's not perfect, right? But yes, you can use it. So I think apples and oranges, Nick, apples and oranges.
Yeah, I think I was being a little unfair, and I'm sure they don't let the plane take off if one of the engines isn't rotating, even though in theory they can. But it was interesting, your story about the toilet. But then generals need their toilets, right? They're getting on, and they tend to have to pop to the bathroom more.
Right, and there was only one toilet on the bus, right? So that would be a problem for
Yeah, it could have been a queue.
Long trip it was a conference, and I was tasked to run it. So I wanted the best bus that the division had. Anyway, but I learned a lot about little things like, we can't take that one because the brakes have to be inspected and haven't been they expired a week ago, and they have to, it's not due to be put up on a hoist until a week. So I couldn't consider that, even though there was probably nothing wrong with the brakes, but they had to be inspected, and they get inspected on the, you see what I'm getting at? So I'm pretty sure the British military is the same as ours, and I think maybe other people have the similar experience. So, but yeah, thank you for the Ryanair example. I will fly them one day.
One way only. Darrow, you came up. I no doubt because I spoke of tank maintenance and.
No, he came up to crash the space.
No,
he wouldn't do anything like that.
No, I did not. When I hear them talking about the tanks and stuff, yeah, especially on the maintenance side, yeah, I'm going to come speak up a little bit. Here's what I say to it. When they did the inspection, when they failed the tanks, like you said, Yehuda, everybody's got criteria. To me, I would take the inspection lists and I would look at the lists. That's the first thing I would want to do, is see the inspection list and see what they failed it for. And if these tanks are in such a shape that it's just going to be a pain in the behind to do, then yeah, leave them there. But if it's something that is minor, more than likely it's a lot of seals that are gone, say on some of the traversing the traverse, the lift cylinders, maybe some of the wheel seals are gone and things like that. Then I would want to see the lists first, because what I would do is depending on what's exactly wrong, I would send it to an intermediary state, someone that has them, that has a lot of them, that would have the spare parts to fix them, get them there, send them through a cycle, and then send them on. If it's major subassemblies, then yeah, you may want, but if they have them on hand, if they have those major subassemblies on hand, send them, let them fix it and get it up to shape. They're still not going to do
Daryl,
they're not going to do Spain any good or Portugal any good sitting on the field.
Daryl, what so would they be on, would US Army push out tanks for an operation if those seals were out and all that stuff you mentioned? Even though it's minor, it's still considered not good, right? Not good to go.
Well, if it's minor, if it's just a weep, you see fluid on it, but it's not necessarily dripping, we may send it on and let it do its thing. But if it's like running, if I put something in there and it's running, then no, I wouldn't send it, because that's failed already.
But if someone asks your commander, hey Daryl, you got those tanks here, and then you go do an inspection, and 5 out of 50 tanks need new seals because they are leaking. Are you going to tell them 45, and then 5 I need to repair? I need a week to repair them. But you're not going to say I can send 50 out the door right now, sir, right? You can't say that, right?
No, can't say that. No, I will have to let them know how many I got up, how many I got down, and then why they're down. Have I ordered the parts? Are the parts on hand? If they are, what's the timeline on them being up to snuff? Because I would definitely have to know that if somebody's coming to ask our readiness status.
So it's fair to say that the Portuguese government told the army, yeah, we're going to send the 12 that you told us last time were operational, and then they did a staff check and they pushed it down to that that tank brigade, and they're like, actually the 12, I'm not comfortable sending 12. 10 of them need X, Y, and Z. 2 are perfectly good to go right now. We need a week or a month, or we need to send these tanks to Germany to get them done up right. That could be how that conversation went.
Yeah. And I guarantee you, somebody's heads will roll. How can we have this many and you tell me that we're good, and then for the book's sake, I'm good, I got 10 tanks, and then when I go to get ready to send them out, you tell me I only got 2. Heads would roll, because that's telling me I am non-operational. I don't have tanks. I don't have anything to field a unit with, because 2 tanks I can't do nothing with.
That sucks for me. I was this close to invading Portugal recently, and I didn't because of the tanks, and now I should have.
But yeah, I would really want to look at the list and see what they failed it for. And based on the FM, the FM manual, the field manual, let that be the determinant on if it's determine what can go and what couldn't go off that list. And all the major hard things, see if somebody that has those tanks has them at a facility where they could send them, get it installed, and send them on. Because if Portugal can't do it, somebody else definitely can. And I'm pretty sure from that point, once they get into theater, Ukraine will be able to use them and fix them themselves after that. The minor stuff wheel seals and stuff like that, they may even seal themselves up if they get used. But a lot of stuff, if it sits too long and they get brittle, if it's got brittle seals in it and things like that, yeah, they're shot and they need to be replaced. But the engines, if I got something wrong with engines, I would definitely be screaming why we got tanks that can't run. You know, that's the engine is the most simple part. Transmissions, okay, maybe a little bit harder to get, but engine should always be operational. And then when we're talking the turret, inside the turret, if I got electronics bad, why? If I got gunnery things that are going on wrong, why? And those are going to be real hard. Somebody get kicked out of the army and somebody get fired type of items, because I should have known that when we did the readiness status a year ago.
Thank you, Darryl. As you say, 2 doesn't do much. Shall we go and transition swiftly to our story of freedom for this week? Very warmly welcome, Peter.
Dobin, how are you? I was just getting out my tank manuals. To make sure I was up to snuff on Daryl's instructions there.
I mean, it says something, Peter, that you don't have them memorized, and recite them every day before bedtime.
Alrighty.
Some things, Peter, you just can do in your sleep.
I know, my friend. I know. I love it. Okay. All right. I just wanted to do a quick sound check. How's the audio? Perfect.
It's good.
Are you starting your show now, Peter?
That's right. Yeah. What's up?
Well, can we just grab James? Had his hand up for a long while, and just a quick. We were talking about media bias for a second, so can we just grab James real quick, and I'll close it out.
Oh no! Well, I'm looking forward to hearing Peter's latest wonderful story. I'd love you to do something on Salazar, by the way, the dictator of Portugal. And I was going to ask a question about the last time Portugal was invaded. Does anyone know? That's something any British person.
Napoleonic Wars, right?
Yeah, no, nice one. And the reason I had my hand up was talking about logistics on tanks. Did you know this extraordinary fact that the Challenger requires 2 sets of tools, because the hull is in imperial inches, Challenger 1 upgrade, and the turret needs centimeter tools. So it's going to be tough for the Ukrainians. Thanks.
Over to you, Peter.
I feel bad for the Ukrainians already.
There you go.
James, a small correction on your history, though. I believe Portugal is invaded by the British every summer, usually from the months of May through August, if I understand correctly.
Well done. Yeah, that's good.
They're called the Neo-Peninsular Wars.
I love it. All right, Delman, let's talk freedom. How's that?
Let's beat it.
Okay, great.
Are we tearing down?
Before we get started, just a quick bit of news here. In the run-up to next month's 1-year anniversary of Russia's expanded invasion of Ukraine, I'm very excited to share that each weekly episode of our Stories of Freedom, we'll be retracing the people, decisions, mistakes, and miscalculations that would eventually lead to February 24th, 2022. These will be events large and small, some familiar, some controversial, some that many people might have forgotten about. And it's all part of a very special series leading up to that anniversary. And it starts today. So let's get started.
Peter?
Okay,
before
so
you start,
for this
Peter,
week's Stories of Freedom,
Peter,
our tale of two...
Before you start, can you just move your mic slightly further away? I think you moved it a bit closer to your mouth, and it's peaking a bit and shorting out the touch.
You got it, man.
So much better. Please.
We first need to meet a fascinating fellow. His name is Peter M. Robinson. In 1987, Robinson was 30 years old, and he had been working at his first full-time job as a speechwriter for President Ronald Reagan in the White House. Now, when we meet Robinson, he's just been handed this new assignment. You see, that year, 1987, well, it was the 750th anniversary of Berlin's founding as a city. And this was still the Cold War. So Premier Mikhail Gorbachev had recently visited Berlin to congratulate the city for its 750th anniversary and to show off some of Russia's soft power. Well, America couldn't let that visit go unanswered. American President Ronald Reagan, he needed to do the same. And it would be Peter Robinson's job to write the words for the president to say once he landed in Berlin. No pressure, right? Well, let's grab our passports, let's slam our cassette tapes of the Billboard hit The Final Countdown into our Sony Walkmans. It's springtime, 1987. The Final Countdown is peaking on the charts, and we're leaving together on a flight to Berlin. Now, when we arrive in Berlin to join Robinson and the president's advance team for their prep visit, we get to see a very young speechwriter, Peter Robinson, and he's witnessing the setting for Reagan's speech. The place where Reagan is going to deliver this speech in Berlin, well, it's historic in every sense. Reagan would be standing under the famed Brandenburg Gate. As Reagan would look out over an expected crowd of 10 to 40,000 people, to his right side will be the old Reichstag building, and behind him, as a backdrop, there will be a window that looks through the Brandenburg Gate into East Berlin. The image will remind everyone of the city's main feature, the Berlin Wall, that concrete scar that has physically cut the city in two since 1961. If the art of statecraft is stagecraft, this will be a gigantic stage. But what should the president say when he's standing on that stage? One man who had some very strong opinions about that question was a guy named John C. Kornblum. As the United States minister and deputy commandant in Berlin, Kornblum was one of the highest-ranking American officials in this divided city. And the experienced Kornblum, he laid out for the young speechwriter all of the rules for Berlin. First, there was to be no cowboy stuff from Reagan in Berlin, no Soviet bashing, and the president was absolutely not to make a big deal about the Berlin Wall. As Kornblum told Robinson, the people of Berlin, they've gotten used to the wall by now. But had they? Had Berliners, or Germans for that matter, really gotten used to the wall? That deadly line that separated East from West in Berlin? Robinson kept asking himself this question as he traveled around the city. It really hit home when the advance team looked upon the wall from a helicopter survey that they took. Here was